Oh, yeah, I mean, there's that. It is a useful thing. Example, really, you could have done the shit, really. You suggested that they got they were really like, sort of good. Yeah, I mean, I think it was a week. It's all like that's incredible. I think it's good side. Thomas is another one. I'm sorry for that. Because in the end,
This time between Sussex and Middlesex. I'm Adrian Harms. Good to welcome you to the county ground on a what was a lovely sunny morning. There's a lot more cloud around now than there was. The news from the middle is that Sussex have won the toss and they are going to bat first. Delighted to welcome two members of our commentary team. We'll hear from both of them throughout the day. Kevin Hand from BBC Radio London and Rita Green, former county cricketer, is joining us as well. So we'll hear from Rita after 11:30. But first of all, Kevin, a very good morning to you.
Morning, Harmsy. How lovely to see you. Morning, everybody. It's lovely to be down at Hove, isn't it? 4 days at Hove. The weather's good. What could be wrong with the world, eh?
We're just going to do a quick sound check around the ground and see if they can all hear. There they all are, doffing their hats in the ground. So there they are. There's Julian and Tim up there waving away. So we've got our regular 2 listeners here at Hove, which is great. And actually,
you've only got 2 listeners here at Hove,
apparently. But if you sitting next to someone and someone says to you, "Oh, where do I get a headset so I can listen to the commentary?"
Do they take it in turns, Harmsy?
Oh, what? Tim and Julian? No, I think they've got their own. I don't know about Julian, but he might share. Yeah, you can buy a headset for £10.
Do they have to take
the
it
club
in turn?
shot, and and you can listen to the commentary. So lots of team news around. So let's rattle through that. First of all, Ollie Robinson is back for Sussex, which is the first time he's played for Sussex. In fact, I want to look back through and see when was the last time he played a championship match. It's probably the best. I think it was at Canterbury last year in July when he actually skipped the side. He hasn't played since he played over in Hobart in the Ashes, but Ollie Robinson is back for Sussex. And the slight surprise, I mean, I did think he would play this week, but the surprise is that George Garton, who's been suffering the effects of COVID, is also back in the Sussex side. So the Sussex side has got from a bowling point of view, has got a far better look to it this week. So it's Alistair Orr, Tom Haynes, Tom Alsop even, Cheteshwar Pujara, Tom Clark, Mohammed Rizwan. So the top 6 is as was. Then George Garton, Ollie Robinson, Aaron Beard, who's on loan from Essex, Mason Crane on loan from Hampshire, and Sean Hunt, the left-arm seamer, gets his first outing of the season. Sean Hunt has been one of the many injured Sussex bowlers. He had a broken thumb, so he is in the side today. From the scorecard, the one man who misses out is Delray Rawlins. So Sussex just with the one spinner in the side, who is Mason Crane. And what about the Middlesex lineup, Kev?
Middlesex, well, absentees, the story for them is here come the umpires out to the middle. Middlesex missing their club captain Tim Murtagh, a hamstring injury in that Derbyshire match first up. Tom Helm pulled up in the last match with a slight side strain, so we wish him the best. He was had stiffness in his side and didn't bowl in that final innings in the victory against Leicestershire. And Toby Rowland-Jones is rested, rotated for this one, ahead of the visit of Nottinghamshire next week to Lords, which is already a tasty-looking encounter at the top. However, I must say, this is a young bowling attack in particular, Adrian, 25 or under, all 5 of them. But from the top down, Sam Robson, Mark Stoneman, Robbie White, Peter Hanscom, the captain at 4, Max Holden at 5, John Simpson, the wicketkeeper, at 6. All as you would expect there, with no Stephen Eskenazi at the moment. He's out with a broken finger. Josh De Carey's misses out as the other batter that was in the squad. And then the bowlers that they've named: Luke Holman, who picked up 10 for last year here, the leg spinner, Martin Anderson, the all-rounder, Shaheen Shah Afridi, not much of an introduction needed for him, but we'll be talking about him plenty in a few moments, and Ethan Bamber and Blake Cullen. So Cullen in for his first match of the season. Excited to see him. Sharp, express pace, young bowler. But yeah, all 25 are under that bottom 5, the bowling attack. So a lot of pressure on them against probably as strong a Sussex side as you may well feel this season, Adrian.
Well, it's certainly by a distance the strongest Sussex side they fielded this season, no question about that. I mean, I guess you could say that there's, in terms of loan, you've got Aaron Beard and Mason Crane in the side who are loanees. I guess if everybody was fit and if he was playing 4-day cricket, you might have Jofra Archer. I mean, Jofra is back in the UK and training hard for the T20s, which we understand he's going to play a part in. Whether he'll play every game, we'll have to wait and see. No Jack Carson, so Jack Carson would be in this side. Jack's got a knee injury, but we understand he's on the way back as well. So things are looking brighter for Sussex, and it looks as if it is going to be... is it going to be a freebie?
It's going to be a freebie.
Right. From the
Cromwell Road end.
Okay.
So Afridi has been extremely exciting to watch, Adrian. He's been the I say the pick of the bowlers. He hasn't been this pick of the bowlers, but he's had a star quality which has really attracted the attention. He's left arm over the wicket from the Cromwell Road end to get us underway. Bowls now, and this ball's down the leg side first up and taken by John Simpson. So Oren Haynes out to open. 3 slips and a gully. Shaheen Shah Afridi. I mean, this match, he against Pujara and he against Rizwan. I think that's going to get a lot of attention as this game goes on. So we're going to have to be on top of our game with these boys, aren't we, out there in this one, Adrian? There's some star quality to this. Pete Hanscom, who had a fantastic Sheffield Shield for Australia, really will be hoping to have a much, much better season than he had last year in the first year of his captaincy with Middlesex. As Afridi, midway through his run-up, lovely sunny day here at Hove. He bowls just full of a length, quite straight, and clipped into the onside. That's a drop. That's put down at backward square leg by Mark Stoneman, and goodness me, I mean, looking at the reactions, it's a drop.
Yeah, it was a drop, no question.
It definitely wasn't a bump ball. It was a drop to Stoneman at square leg, and honestly, as comfortable a catch as you'd imagine for Stoneman. I can't believe he's put that one down. He's so reliable.
Well, he just clipped that in the air, didn't he, Alistair Orr? I was looking towards the boundary, and it went straight to Mark Stoneman at backward square leg, and he put the chance down. So a real let-off for Alistair Orr, who's dropped on naught off the bowling of Afridi, with Sussex having not scored.
Afridi bowls. Oh, that's a beaut to Haynes. He bore the brunt of that drop. Lovely ball, line and length, squares up the left-hander, left arm over to the left-hander, and well, we were in the perfect line for that one to watch that past the edge.
And actually, in terms of our commentary position, we are absolutely right behind wicket to wicket. I mean, I'm literally looking straight down the wicket. So whereas in the other 2 matches here against Nottinghamshire and Durham, the pitches have been cut more towards the grandstand, we couldn't really judge LBWs, but today we've got an absolutely brilliant view to judge.
Afridi to Haynes once more. He bowls and Haynes clips him all along the floor through square leg. They just poured across for Haynes, the square leg fielder, which was Stoneman, who dropped that catch second ball. It was a 7-2 field, and that was comfortably tucked off the legs to the shorter of the 2 boundaries, away to our right towards that old score box, which has a lovely new screen on the front of it now, but still that wonderful clock face sitting atop it.
Yeah, and I would say that probably the boundary on the clock tower scoreboard side is probably, I don't know, maybe 60 yards. On the other side, it looks, well, not twice that, but it's probably 80 yards, I'd imagine, towards the old pavilion.
Afridi, 2 balls to go the over. He bowls full straight and pushed back to him by Haynes, and there's no run. 1 more to come. Of the opening over of the match, 1 over it's been. A single off a dropped catch, and watching it now, goodness me, really ballooned to him. Do you know, maybe it was a little, am I being hard on Stoneman? Was it a little higher on him? I'm looking at the replay, and it doesn't quite have the moment where the ball burst through the hands, but from the angle we looked at, I really felt as though he got 2 hands to that above his head. As you watch the replay and the camera catches up, it looks as though he was really tumbling backwards almost to take the catch. As here is Afridi bowls, it's clipped away just fine of the mid-on, and there's no run. End of the over, Haynes has 4, Orr has 1, and Sussex are 5 without loss. Adrian, having looked at the replay, what was your first take on it before I show you the replay?
Well, my first take was it was sort of above his left shoulder, but I think he should have caught it. I think he was just surprised.
It felt like a dolly to the naked eye.
Yeah.
Here's the replay where the camera catches up, and actually you're scrubbing back on the stream as we can. It loops up. I mean, it was the loop, really. It didn't go quickly, did it? And certainly, he got 2 hands to it. He'll be very, very disappointed that he didn't hold on there. Sussex winning the toss and electing to bat as well. It would have been a big early wicket, and that's what Middlesex will be looking for. Here's Ethan Bamber, Adrian.
It is from the C end of the ground. If you'd like to get in touch with us, a variety of ways. You can email us throughout the match, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. You can tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport or at Kevin Hand.
At Kevin Hand BBC.
At Kevin Hand BBC. So either of those will find messages through to us. Rita Green joining us after 11:30. Has got a Twitter handle as well. As in comes Bamber, right arm over the wicket, in and bowls to Orr, who's forward and plays to square leg, and there is no run. You can also watch, if you're listening to us via the BBC online, you can also go to the Sussex website, to the Matchday Centre, where there's all sorts of information on there, and not least, you can watch the live stream from the ground, which is much enhanced this year. Excellent live stream here at Sussex alongside the commentary. So please do that if you'd like to do that. In comes Bamber, running away from us. 3 slips go down. He's in over the wicket, bowls, and Law clips this one nicely through square leg. Even runs here for Alistair Orr. Look at him coming back for the second, though. Needs to get a move on, and that's good running by Ali Orr, who's very quick between the wickets. He comes back for his third run, having been dropped off the second ball that he received, the second ball of the match. Clipping to square leg where Mark Stoneman put down the chance. I mean, the only thing I can think with Mark Stoneman, I don't know whether he'd have perhaps lost it in the background or maybe just surprised.
Yeah, and like I say, looking at the replay, it looks as though perhaps it was looping over him a little bit more, but he certainly got 2 hands to it. And that, I think, again, it was loopy, it was soft.
Bamber in bowls, and lets that one go outside the off stump, and that rather crept through to keeper Simpson, and there is no run. So just in terms, you were talking about those bowlers, because Toby Rowland-Jones, I mean, it's great to see him back in action, not playing this week, but great to see him back after the injury problems that he's had, Kevin.
Well, here's the thing, Adrian. I've just gone to the Middlesex website, clicked on the link to watch the stream, and Tim Murtaugh's running into bowl. He's playing for the seconds at the moment. So the club skipper's obviously close to return. He's doing all right, the old boy. That confused me a great deal, though.
In comes Bamber, bowls, and let go outside the off stump again by Orr, who has this habit, Alistair Orr, of when he's lets the ball go, he respectfully nods towards the bowler. And Bamber wanders back towards his mark. It was the most beautiful sunny morning down in Hove first thing. Lots and lots of blue skies. There's a lot more cloud around now, but the weather forecast is it's going to be dry, I think, pretty much for the 4 days, which is great news. As Bamber runs away from us. Up the hill from the CN, bowls to Alistair Orr, and that one, Orr again just leaves that one outside the offside. And again, there's that little nod in the direction of Ethan Bamber. And there is no run. So just to repeat the Sussex side for those joining us, Ollie Robinson and George Garton both playing their first games in the Championship for Sussex this season. The first Championship match that Ollie Robinson has played since Canterbury last year when he skippered the side. And George Garton back in the side, back at number 7. So good to see George back in action. Sean Hunt also making his first appearance of the season. As in comes Bamber, that's a good delivery, and Orr stretching forward is beaten outside the off stump again. Alistair Orr nods to Ethan Bamber, but it is the end of the second over of the day. Sussex winning the toss for the first time this season, the first time in 4 attempts. Tom Haynes winning the toss, electing to bat first. Sussex are 7 without loss. Orr is on 3, Haynes is on 4.
Yeah, I'd say this is a pretty good time to play Middlesex for Sussex, with the young attack that Middlesex have. Missing Eskenazi as well, century at the start of the season. Came good at the end of last season, looking in great touch. Wonderful to see. I know there were certain coaches down here who used to think the world of Stephen Eskenazi. Is Shane Freedy from the Cromwell Road end. His second over. It's Haynes on strike with 4 to his name, 7 without loss. He bowls. Good length delivery on the off stump. Haynes right in behind this one.
Yes, I mean, the game down here last year was when Middlesex made 600 lots.
I didn't want to remind you, Adrian.
676 for 5. Sam Robson made 253. Mark Stoneman made 174. Robbie White made 109. And as you say, Luke Coleman picked up a stack of wickets. 10 in the match. Middlesex won on the last day.
3 slips and a gully go down. Freedy bowls and left. Good length ball. Shaping back in towards the off stump. Good leave by Haynes.
Yeah, Middlesex winning by an innings and 54 runs. That was last September. The final rounds of matches. So far, Middlesex with a draw against Derbyshire, a good win down at Cardiff against Glamorgan, because Glamorgan have had a good start to the season.
That was a very, very good win, that.
And of course, a big Nottinghamshire as well, which meant
Leicestershire. Glamorgan
beat Nottinghamshire. Yeah.
Oh, that was the thing, that was the match before the Middlesex game, indeed. Here's a Freedy. He bowls, and that's pushed away just in front of point. Be at least a single here for Haynes, which brings Orr back onto strike for the first time since the drop. 7, 8 for no wicket now. Yes, my apologies. Yeah, that was the thing. Middlesex went to Glamorgan, top of the table. Glamorgan having beaten the favourites, Nottinghamshire, and absolutely trounced them. A decent Glamorgan side as well, with Labuschagne. Afridi picked him up twice. North East, Van der Houten, which is just great hearing Nick Webb commentating that and saying that name, and Ed Bevan. It's a guttural role, isn't it, for for him as is Afridi bowls a bouncer underneath it all. A little bit of payback for the chop.
We've had our first message of the day coming from John Malone. Hello, John. He says, hi, Adrian and Kevin. A wave from Bexhill-on-Sea coming through loud and clear on the stream. Nice to have a few first-teamers back in the Sussex team today. Keep up the good work. Thank you, John, for getting in touch. And if you want to join our conversation, you can. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. Be lovely to hear from you throughout the day.
We've had the first Middlesex tweet of the morning from Derek in Hurstpier Point. Good morning to you. Welcome to Hove, he says. Here's Afridi bowls, and right in behind this, Haynes angles it to backward point, no run. And Mark in Madrid, the regulars are in early. He says, I'm sounding very optimistic. Am I? I'm a bit pessimistic for this one, I think. The Pujara, Rizwan.
Well, Pujara here last week. Anyone who was here on the Friday saw him score a wonderful 100 against Durham. It really was a wonderful... I mean, he's batted beautifully since he's been here, but that really was a class apart last week.
Afridi is past the umpire, very wide on the crease with this one, delivers it wide outside off, and it's a comfortable leave for all. He has 3, Haynes has strike on 5, Sussex 8 without loss.
Julian's been in touch from the top shelf of the Grand. So good old Julian. He says, good morning, Adrian and Kevin. A moment of disbelief for Tom Haynes when he won the toss. Looks like another good batting wicket. What do you think? Well, it's a good question, Julian, because looking at the way the wickets have played down here this season, both against Nottinghamshire and the game against Durham last week, they have been really good batting wickets. So in my own mind, I thought whoever wins the toss will bat. It's a nice day. But Kevin was saying that you thought Middlesex, had they won the toss, wanted to bowl, so they've got what they wanted.
Yeah, I wonder, again, this young attack, did they fancy, look, if Afridi and Bamber can get going first thing this morning, try and get in amongst Sussex, you fancy best day to bat on a track is day 2. It looks a lovely surface, doesn't it? It looks an immaculate surface from here. We've got the perfect angle, very nearly, as you've said, Adrian, or certainly if Afridi comes down to this end, we'll have the absolute box seats in the house, won't we, for the left arm over.
Well, it's going to be Ethan Bamber, who's running away from us, coming into bowl to Tom Haynes. Haynes for a lovely looking shot by Tom Haynes, who's in a rich vein of form. He gets a single, he goes to 6, and he plays that through extra cover, and there is Sussex go to... Has the scoreboard gone up already?
No, it hasn't, not yet. It should be 9 without loss.
Yes, I think it's got another run to go. There we are. Haynes to 6.
Creaking Sussex into life first thing in the morning, and why not, Adrian?
It's quite breezy. You can probably hear in our effects microphone up on the roof, and you can see the Sussex flag billowing away on the clock tower scoreboard as Bamber runs away from us, bowls a ball that is right on line and all clips to mid-wicket. And there is no run. Will a few folk have come down from London for this one, or during the 4 days?
Oh yes, weekend in Brighton.
Yeah.
Now not just because I get to see you, Adrian. This is my favourite away trip. It's lovely, isn't it? And when the weather's great, you couldn't smile wide enough this morning when you wake up and open the curtains. It's sunny in Hove. You think, yes, beautiful.
3 slips go down. Ethan Bamber runs away from us, bowls, and it was a good delivery, a good leave by Alior, who again does that little nod towards the bowler, and there is no run.
It's not quite the same without the big fella now, though, is it? You must miss him still, and I know you'll want to be nice and say, "Oh, I love the new coaches," but Jason Gillespie, it's not quite the same coming down here, and there's no Dizzy.
Might be listening, you never know.
What time would it be in Australia now? Is he awake yet?
Well, ahead of us. I think they are. Are they ahead of us? Yes, of course they are. In comes Bamber, running away from us. Bowls to Orr. He's in on bowls. Or lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Simpson. And there is. I'm just thinking about Julian up there on the top shelf. Of course, this on the assumption this game goes right through to Saturday. A lot of Sussex cricket supporters are also fans of the Albion as well, and there is the distraction of a game on Saturday afternoon down at the Amex. So this is a debate for loyalty, cricket or football, but it is Manchester United in town at the weekend. So
yes.
I would imagine that a few will be making the trip down the A27 as in comes Bamber, bowls, and again a good lead by Orr, who not only lets the ball go and nods, but if you watch him as well, he often lifts up his back foot as well and he bends it.
Oh, now hold on.
As the ball goes past the outside edge.
Have we done this sketch before? It's the old Marilyn Monroe kiss, isn't it?
I've no idea.
Don't you remember in the 1940s, in the 1950s, in all the movies, before you... all right, Armsy. We've done this before, I'm sure we have.
Actually, I did go to the cinema last night.
Oh, Marilyn Monroe?
No, in comes Bamba, running away from us, comes in and bowls to Orr, who drives nicely, but slightly, when I say nicely, I think it was slightly across the line, driven to mid-on. There is
no spoilers.
Off the over. 9 for no loss, Sussex, 9 without loss, Orr on 3, Haynes on 6.
You've seen the multiverse of madness, haven't you? No spoilers.
No.
Or is that just what it's like commentating with me?
I went to see the Downton Abbey movie last night. Yeah, I did. Yeah, for a nice evening at the cinema. I think there were only 10 of us there. So it was very quiet. Yeah, but I enjoyed it. It was just nice, relaxing.
Is it generally
See, Rita's giving a thumbs up. We're going to talk about Downton Abbey.
Is it generally raucous at the cinema you go to? It was quiet, was it, at the cinema?
Very, very quiet, apart from the rustling of the popcorn and the wine gums.
Here's a freebie. 9 without loss, Sussex. He's up to the stumps now, bowls. Left alone outside off, and through it goes. Doctor Strange, is that today it comes out? Oh, it's today. Yeah, it's today.
I would have no idea, I have to say. Just for the benefit of our Middlesex listeners, can we just tell us sort of what's happened since the game down here?
Say what's happened in the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Because Stuart Law was in charge.
He was, yeah. We've both lost our Australian coaches, haven't we? Probably a bit better for our livers, but here's a freebie. Hits the crease now. He bowls. That's a beautiful delivery. Identical to the one in the first over that he bowled. Just perfect line and length. Squares up Haynes and through to the gloves of Simpson. Lovely, lovely ball. 9 without loss. Yes, Stuart Law replaced at the end of last season an internal review conducted, said the press release, with the quotes from the CEO of Andrew Cornish, and they decided for a fresh start. He had one year left to run. Stuart Law and his contract, which was this year, but they decided to go early and go for a replacement and bring back Richard Johnson, who did apply for the job before Stuart Law got it. Afridi past the umpire, bowls full straight, driven wide of the mid-off fielder, which is Sam Robson, still away from the slips because of a broken thumb that he suffered at the start of the season. And Haynes, does he take? It's just a single, isn't it?
He took a couple.
Did he scamper the second?
Yeah.
Well run. Haynes is on to 8, 11 without loss, Sussex. So yeah, Richard Johnson was interviewed early January, appointed or took over mid-February. Alan Coleman, the head of men's performance cricket now at Middlesex. There's another belter from Afridi, just full of a length, this time beating Haynes, drawing him forward and beating that outside edge. Lovely, lovely ball that was. So yeah, Angus Fraser's moved to one side and dealing with all sorts of other matters at the county now, but Alan Coleman, almost the MD role, not quite, because he doesn't have all of the jobs that Angus Fraser did have in that role, but he focuses on the first and second 11 in an almost managing director of cricket role. And then Richard Johnson, the head coach. Freedy bowls. Goodness me, past the edge he goes again. And left statuesque, looking back up the track. It's Haynes. And Afridi has just found a spot here, hasn't he? And if he can keep it there for a few overs, then this is going to be tough for the Sussex pair. One to come over the 5th over.
Yeah, he definitely played at both of those, Tom Haynes, didn't he? It's just shaping away from the left hand. We're right in line. And it's just moving away off the pitch.
You're right in line. I'm going to have to snuggle up to you like it's the cinema. Don't worry, I won't put my arm around you at the same time, though. I'll just snuggle in close. So you've got a lovely line right on the edge of the commentary box there. Adrian, here's Afridi. He bowls, and that one's left alone by Haynes. End of the over, 11 without loss here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London, live on the BBC Sport website and app, and on the streams from the counties as well. In those match centres, if you haven't logged on to see what the pictures look like. And you say it is a wonderful stream they've got going here now.
Yep.
At Hove.
A couple of emails coming. Martin in Twickenham has been in touch. Martin Vige has been in touch. He says, "Good morning, Adrian. I'm hoping for a competitive game here after seeing an unconscionable torrent of runs on flat tracks around the country so far. The Sussex lineup certainly seems stronger with Robinson and Garton back in harness. It'll be interesting to see Pakistani and Indian stars in combat as Ethan Bamba starts the next over. The sun has momentarily disappeared as Bamba runs away from us, comes into bowl. Or who is
Just short?
Yeah, just short. I thought for a minute the way Alistair Ross sort of marched off as if he'd been caught, but it just dropped short of the fielder at third slip, and there is no run. I'd be interested to hear how many people are attending the county games. The YouTube pictures seem to show some very sparsely attended matches. English cricket really needs to sort out its attitude to the county championship. It's been treated in a dismissive fashion far too long, and there's no longer a pandemic to blame, says Martin in Twickenham. Martin, thank you for getting in touch. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. As in comes Bamber and bowls, and Orr is forward to bowl of good length. Bamber fields of his own bowling, and there is no run. I mean, certainly it's not a big crowd here today, Martin. Kevin was saying, a few people come down for London. It's perhaps tomorrow and for the weekend. I don't know what it's been like at the matches you've been this season, Kevin, whether it's been pretty much the same as most seasons.
Attendance-wise, yeah. Well, they had Kids' Day the other day at Lord's. That was fantastic. Day one of the Leicestershire match. 2,000 kids in.
In comes Bamber and bowls outside of the off stump, taken by...
And I do think that more counties should be doing that. I think day one of matches, get the kids in. Thursday you can get so many in. Kids in the morning, kids in the afternoon. It's all done by 3 o'clock, isn't it? For them.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's great, and it just lifts the atmosphere in the crowd. I mean, look, I know. Forgive me. The name of the stand away to our left here, I've forgotten it. The other side of the media centre at the sea end.
Well, we just call it the southwest corner.
Well, they haven't named it yet.
Well, they get various.
Or has it got
sponsors.
a sponsor? Right.
And comes Bamber and bowls and all that. Go taken by Simpson round about the midriff, and there is no run.
So the southwest corner stand. It's a lovely vantage point, isn't it? And probably it would have a few grumbles if you shut it off and said it's just going to be kids today. If everybody else was shoved to other parts of the ground, but wouldn't it be lovely though? Or maybe the deck chairs over there, or the whole ground's. There's a good sprinkling everywhere, isn't there? But if you did shut a certain section off and say, look, this is going to be Kids' Day today, we're going to get them all in. I would like to see far more of that. Middlesex have done it many times over the years, and it's wonderful to see.
Bamber in and bowls, let go outside the off stump by Orr. There is no run. Certainly, Gary Wallace-Taylor, who came and spoke to us in the last game against Durham, was explaining about some of the schools who are coming in at various matches. I'm sure we will see some school children throughout the match. Sam has been in touch in Hove. He says, good morning, Adrian. This looks like it's going to be a great contest. You mentioned the Albion's game on Saturday. Brighton kick off at 5:30, so plenty of time to get down to Hove for the morning and afternoon sessions before heading over to Falmer. Thank you, Sam. Good to hear from you. As in comes Bamber and bowls, and Orr is forward. Good over from Ethan Bamber. It's a maiden over, and Sussex, after 6 overs, winning the toss and electing to bat first, are 11 without loss. Orr is on 3. Haynes is on 8. Julian says, you're right, Adrian, very split loyalties on Saturday. I'll be at the Amex to watch the Albion beat Manchester United. Plus, don't forget the final meeting of the season at Plumpton on Sunday. Meanwhile, if Tom Haynes has a good match with the bat, do you think he could make the England squad? Question mark. Well, we'll talk about that as we go through this morning. So, final race meeting of the season at Plumpton. I doubt if there'd be that many horses running because the ground is so hard. There's just been no rain down here at all over the last few months. But what a beautiful race course that is. I love Plumpton.
Reedy, beginning over in the sunshine. Bowls, a little bit of a swish at that one from Haynes, a naughty swish as well. It was neither a cut nor a drive, was it? It was somewhere in between, and he ends up on one knee, just ruefully thinking, "Oh, what did I just do there?"
It's a favoured shot of Tom Haynes, that cut through backward point, but he didn't really
too early.
His feet.
Too early in the day for it, and too good a bowler he's up against at this stage.
Very close to getting a little nick on that was Tom Haynes.
I mean, there's been a lot of runs around at the start of the season. It's been a prolific April for batsmen.
I think that was the point. That was the point that Martin was making. I wonder if it's gone too much the other way.
Freedy bowls, and that's a great ball. Pace on that one from Freedy. That really pushed through into the gloves of Simpson, full and beating the outside edge of Haynes once more. Tough out there for the openers at the moment, as it should be, and that was the point I was going to come to. Certainly at Middlesex, I know that Richard Johnson has been very, very keen to say to the players, leave well alone, stay out there. Just leave as much as you possibly can. Don't get involved early on. They did it well at Glamorgan, and he thought that they could do it better. I was actually impressed with them at Morgan. I thought they did it well. Did it better than Glamorgan. I thought that was why they won the game. As here's Afridi Bowls, and this one wraps on the pads. Big appeal from Afridi, nothing doing from the umpire. Height an issue on that, I would suggest, from the angle that we are looking at. Let's just see from straight on if the stream tells us that there was a little bit something else to be aware of as well. Camera's not quite perfectly in line, is it, at that far end? Zooms in nicely with the bowler though, and wasn't the worst shout. Possibly drifting as well.
Drifting down the leg side? I want, yeah. Just the way that the keeper moved as well.
Afridi. Bowls, and that's played very inside out. Well, he was in no position really to push that at all through point for a couple, Haynes, but that's where it's gone, and that's what he's got. He's moving on to 10. Sussex are 13 without loss, but there'll be plenty for Afridi here to get excited about. I think he'll feel as though he's very much in this game this morning.
Interesting point that Martin makes about runs, because there's been a deluge of runs, hasn't there? I mean, I was looking at the game at Bristol last week where Surrey made 600 and then Gloucestershire were 450 for 2. They didn't play on the final day, so I just wonder whether pitches have slightly gone too much in favour of the batsman.
Afridi pushing Haynes back. He turns defensively into the onside, and no run. One to come of the over. No, I wouldn't say so. The first game of the season at Lords, the Derbyshire match, a draw, and we were full of praise, everybody at the ground, for that one. It was April, and we were all waiting for 50 plays 75, plays 50, and we're all home by tea on day 2. And it was a good batting surface, and although it ended in a draw, there were 2 bowlers that limped out of that game, and I think both sides would look at it and think, well, if we'd have had our full complement of bowlers, we'd have done better in the match. Afridi to Haynes, last ball of the over, onto the legs and clipped out to deep square for a single. Haynes is on to 11. Sussex are 14 without loss after 7. At Hove this morning, Adrian Harms, myself, Kevin Handry to green alongside us as well, who'll be joining us in the commentary positions in a few moments. And I think it's been a really good start, and look, April is too often a farce, isn't it? And it wasn't there was a 2-day finish effectively down at Cardiff. That wasn't a farce. Middlesex just bowled brilliantly.
No, I would agree, and the wickets here at Hove have been very good as well. So Ethan Bamber is going to bowl the 8th over of the morning. Sussex 14 without loss. Good, tight, accurate bowling from Middlesex this morning. Haven't got their award. Plenty of playing and missing. But Haynes and all survive. All dropped off the second ball of the match at backward square leg by Stoneman as Bamber is in, bowls to Haynes. And Haynes drills this one through backward point, picks up 1. They're going to come back for a second, and they come back comfortably in the end. It's a relatively short boundary away to the clock tower scoreboard side of the ground. Much the shorter boundary of the 2. Haynes goes to 13 and Sussex 16 without loss on what is now a bright sunny morning on the south coast. Lots of cloud around, but also patches of blue sky as well. And again, that's a bit like last week. If you get out of the wind, it's really very pleasant cricket watching weather. Bamber in and bowls, and Haynes covers up and lays straight back down the track. Bamber fields of his own bowling, and there is no run. Yeah, we'll have an update to do for the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex on the half hour, every hour in this match. And after that, I'll make way for Rita, who will join Kevin. Just very quickly, other games around the country. Durham 26 without loss at New Road against Worcestershire, and at Cardiff, Leicestershire 11 without loss at Cardiff against Glamorgan. The 2 sides not playing in this round of matches are Nottinghamshire and Derbyshire. 2 slips go down. In and bowls, and Haynes looks to drill that one through the offside. Didn't time it at all, and the ball rather dribbled out into the covers, and there is no run. My only criticism of Middlesex this morning is that they haven't got their numbers on the back of their jumpers.
So they can't. They're cable knits.
So it's very difficult to know who's who.
Yeah, they're cable knits. So unless you stitch the numbers in, then no numbers for cable knits.
Well, we're going to need to rely on you.
I will go around
Kevin.
the slip cordon for you. Hanscom's at slip, White's at second, Anderson at third. Is it Anderson at third? No, it's Holman at third. Anderson is the deepish gully.
And comes Bamber and bowls and cut away by Haynes. A little bit too close to Tom Haynes. Plays it to backward point, and there is no run.
Points Max Holden, turning the ball up to mid-on. Shaheen Shah Afridi, who skips the mid-off. That is Sam Robson. I told you of his broken a broken bone in his thumb, which meant he missed the first round of the season. His opening partner, Stoneman's at mid-wicket, and long leg is Blake Cullen, who may be soon for the attack with the Freedy up at mid-on. I hadn't noticed as Freedy been at mid-on the whole time.
And comes Bamber and bowls. And Haynes is beaten. That's a good delivery by Ethan Bamber. It just moved away from the left-handed Haynes, who was beaten outside the off-stump. That's the third or fourth time that's happened this morning, through to Simpson. And there is no run. Martin's been back in touch, talking about this glut of runs early season. He says, as you say, there seems to have been a reversal from lots of wickets to lots of runs early in the season. If you haven't seen it already, David Hobbs has been very grumpy, but also very interesting on this topic on Twitter. For example, below, and I'll read you his tweet in a moment. As in comes Bamber bowls, and Haynes cut this one. That's a lovely shot. That's the best shot that Tom Haynes has played so far today. Slightly wider of the off stump, and Tom Haynes just eased the ball through backward point for a boundary. Lovely shot by the Sussex skipper. He goes to 17 and Sussex to 20 without loss. Yes, David Hobbs is a cricket writer. He says, another final day watching third-rate spinners on championship pitches that don't break up. Those who advocate this sort of tedium can watch it. I put the football on. He says, hashtag retirement beckons. So not everybody has been happy with the pitches. It was a debate we had pre-season here, actually, about some of the wickets in the winter, particularly that series between Pakistan and Australia, where there were a couple of test matches that, if you'd have probably played for 10 days, they might not have been a result. So and I feel sorry for groundsmen, because they're wanting good pitches so that bowlers have to, work hard for their wicket, which has to be right, but you don't want to go too much the other way.
Freedy is in, bowls, and this ball's eased away into the offside, just in front of point, and a single taken. There was an added ripple of applause for that one, it felt like, or just keen to see a good rotation of the strike, perhaps by a knowledgeable crowd as ever here at Hove.
If I interrupt you, Kevin, it will only be because you'll hear the music for the update. Rita Green will join Kevin on commentary.
To Freedy, who bowls. And there's that shot you're talking about again, Adrian. It's a naughty shot at this time of the day from Haynes. He needs to put it away.
Yeah, a couple that Tom Haynes has played and missed at this morning have been really quite close to the off stump, and it's a genuine play miss. That was quite a wide delivery from a Freedy, wasn't it? And I don't know if that was the tempter for Haynes. But if Tom Haynes had got out that, he'd have been furious with himself, because that was quite a way outside of the off stump and was never really in position to play that shot that he loves to play through backward point.
Freedy wide on the crease. Oh, what a ball! Just went that little bit wider, takes the top of off stump. He's bowled Haynes for 17. Outside of the top of off, pushed to one side, back behind middle stump. It's a lovely view for a bowler, not so much for the batter. Haynes walks straight off and doesn't look back at the mess behind him. 21 for 1, Sussex, as a Freedy strikes.
Well, that was a super delivery, wasn't it? And certainly it's been a fairly torrid morning for Tom Haynes. He's been beaten on 3 or 4 occasions outside the off stump by Freedy, and then indeed the last over from Ethan Bamber. But you have to say that Freedy has probably deserved that. He's bowled really, really well this morning. And Tom Haynes sees his off pegged back. And the first wicket of the day goes down, and Sussex, having won the toss, are 21 for 1.
Do you know it's been coming?
Yes, it has.
From Freedy. It's actually been one of his better spells, would you believe this, for Middlesex? Even though he's taken so many wickets, he's almost had an X factor about the wickets rather than a consistent line and length. It's been a star quality. He just comes up with that ball, and he's done it again here. But this time he has done it off the back of a really consistent spell. It's been a lovely start from Freedy. He's gone past the bat a lot. And he's gone past it with good line and length as well. He's passed the bat a lot in the previous games as well, but there's been a lot of playing and missing from batters outside off. Should perhaps leave alone. Perhaps they're getting a bit sucked into things they shouldn't. Haynes was just done by a wonderful delivery there.
Well, the new man coming out is the third Sussex player in this side who is on loan. Tom Alsop, who's on loan for the season. Aaron Beard here for a month. And Mason Crane, also from Hampshire, on loan for a month. A nice email in from Frank, which I'll read. We're just going to do our update in a couple of moments' time, but I'll just start to read it. He says, "Morning, gents. As a Kent member who frequents Hove a lot, I've been twice already this year. It was a privilege to watch Pujara and Rizwan batting last Saturday morning. They made it batting look so easy. Hoping to be down on Sunday if the match goes to 4 days. Middlesex will be the 10th county I've seen this season. Enjoy Hove in the sunshine." But he says, "I'm stuck at work at the moment. Would normally be able to get down this afternoon, but work calls." I'll just butt in and take this couple of deliveries as we we'll do our update. So Alsop is going to face his first delivery from Shah Afridi, who's bowling with 3 slips and a gully. On his way down from the Cromwell Road end bowls, and Alsop is forward, plays to backward point, and there is no run. And the total remains 21 for 1.
Well, it's not bad. The conditions for Adrian to bring us his weather, his cricket update. What's it looking like, Adrian?
Well, it's a glorious day here at Hove. Sunshine right across the ground. Sussex won the toss. It's the first time this season that Tom Haines has won the toss. He elected to bat, but Tom Haines already back in the pavilion because Sussex are 21 for 1 in the 9th over of the morning. Haines comprehensively bowled by Shah Afridi for 17. Alior is on 4, although he was dropped off the second ball of the match. A straightforward chance to Mark Stoneman at square leg. Tom Alsop has just come in. He's yet to score. So Sussex here at Hove, 21 for 1. Meanwhile, at the Oval, Surrey batting first. They lost the toss. Northamptonshire deciding to bowl first. Surrey are 17 without loss. Ryan Patel on 10. Rory Burns is on 6. There's Afridi back to his mark at the Cromwell Road end. 3 slips and a gully. Afridi on his way down the hill, bowls, and Alsop beaten outside the offside. This is a fine spell of bowling by Shah Afridi. 5 overs he's bowled, no maidens. He's taken 1 for 12, and Sussex 21 for 1, or on 4. Alsop yet to score. Just to finish off this email from Frank, who says, "Re-county cricket, it's great to see it back. I've been reading from many county cricket fans. There have been a few more fans going to watch. I'm unable to judge whether that's true or not, as I've been on a Saturday, which is traditionally a quiet day. I was at Canterbury for day 1. Against Lancashire and Hampshire, and there did seem a lot of people in. I'm really hoping the reset we're going to see, the ECB will see the profile of county cricket being raised. Breathe a glut of runs. It's been very dry, so maybe that's why there have been a lot of runs. We normally sing the wickets with a tinge of green on them, and the seamers filling their boots as Ethan Bamber comes in from the C end, comes into bowl to or stretches forward, plays out into the offside. There is no run. I'm going to depart for the next half hour or so. I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Kevin Hand, and for the first time today, it will be Rita Green.
Thank you, Adrian. Adrian Harms, BBC Radio Sussex, myself, Kevin Hand, BBC Radio London, Rita Green here for BBC Sports, live on the website and app, and commentary from the local stations and also on the streams of the counties as well. Wonderful streams to keep up to date with all the action around the country. 21 for 1 it is. Here's Bamber in bowls outside of the off stump, left alone by Orr on 4. Through it goes to the keeper, and a dot ball. Rita, good morning.
Good morning, Kevin. Good morning, everybody.
Back-to-back Middlesex games for you.
Indeed.
Are you the lucky charm after all the years of doom and gloom they've had with me?
Well, it's nice to see Middlesex out there again. Different setting at the home of cricket last time. But, yeah, wonderful to see Middlesex in action once again and doing rather well.
Bamber bowls down the leg side, taken by a tumbling stop by Simpson. And there's no run.
Yeah, Afridi with a wicket early up, Kevin.
Mm-hmm.
That's one to get the juices flowing. He must be just pumping through his veins in terms of the adrenaline right now. He wants more, doesn't he? You know, a play and a miss a number of times, beat the bat a number of times. Good start for Afridi.
Yeah, excellent from him. As Bamber is in now, bowls just full of length, very much the inside of the bat as that trickles away to Stoneman. He's been on a hat-trick twice in his first 2 games for Middlesex, down at Glamorgan and against Leicestershire. Hasn't taken one just yet, and I did think as Alsop faced his first ball, wondered does he know that he's got 2 in 2 twice in his first 2 games of Afridi.
doing a pretty good job as well from the C end up the hill, keeping it really tight from both ends and just really keeping the pressure on the Sussex batters.
Amber bowls pushed up to mid-on. By all, no run.
What a lovely setting we have here at Hove. It's not many grounds, if at all, with deck chairs to sit on if you're here in the ground.
It's wonderful, isn't it?
Yeah, it's marvellous. But the sun is playing with us this morning. It's out, it's in, but it's a lovely day. 15 degrees. Yeah, you wouldn't want to be anywhere else, would you?
You really wouldn't. You really wouldn't. It is the finest of, well, for somebody who works at Lord's every other week, it's the finest away trip. As here's Banbury bowls, and this is eased away into the offside by Orr, no run.
You don't say that on every away game, do you, Kevin? I will check.
Don't give the game away. I think I was asked to rank them the other weeks, which I refused to do.
That's a dangerous game.
Yeah, exactly. I'll just say that Hove is my favourite.
Can you rank the teas, or is that even
yes, you can do that. Yeah, no. When Northamptonshire once dubbed the caterers because their teas were so bad, it actually prompted a response from Northamptonshire. They upped their game in the food front quite quickly. We were well looked after here at Hove as well. They used to bring cakes at tea. I don't know if they still do that or not. They used to come on these little slabs as well.
Shaheen Shah Afridi in once again from the Cromwell end, and a lovely push there by Allsop into the offside. They're going to grab a couple of runs, come through. The score is 23 for 1. Slight breeze across the pitch today. Hardly a gale. I was at Edgbaston for the first game of the season. 40 miles an hour on that first day.
Baptism of fire for you then.
Well, it was a little bit, yeah. I was in the commentary box with a coat on. It was that warm. Not.
Warwickshire against Surrey, wasn't it, first game?
It was, yes.
I was thinking of the commentators. Churchy in action today against Northamptonshire for BBC Radio London.
Shaheen Shah Afridi in 2. Oh, and an absolute beauty there to Allsop. Absolutely beaten, and a beautiful movement in and then out again through to the wicket keeper. Yet another delivery, Kevin, where Afridi has beaten the batsman. And now, from a batsman's perspective, just go for a little stroll to the square leg umpire, come back again and scratch it off.
I was just thinking for Allsop, another left-hander at the top. Afridi has settled onto a wonderful length against the left-handers from the Cromwell Road end.
Left-handed Afridi into left-handed Allsop, who in a short delivery there and straight through to the keeper. 23 for 1. Coming up to the 4th delivery of the over very, very shortly. Yeah, I feel as though all I'm doing at the moment is watching left-handers, whether it be left-handed bowlers or batters as well. It's a left-handed game at the moment. As a right-hander, there's nothing wrong with that, is there, Kevin? But it feels as though actually there is a little bit. There's a little bit in that. That's for sure. 3 slips, a gully and point. Afridi in again from the Cromwell end. Oh, and getting up on his toes. They're also pushed into the offside, and there is no run. Nice to hear a little bit of chat in the field. It should be buoyed by that reasonably early wicket in the innings, Middlesex. But can't get out of my mind that dropped catch in the first over. It felt as though actually Hanscom, I don't know whether he was took it by surprise.
Stoneman?
Yes, sorry, Stoneman. Stoneman.
Yeah.
Gosh, yes. Afridi to Allsop, past the umpire, in and bowls, and beaten once again. Another absolute cracker of a delivery. Just shaped in and then came away from the batter and beaten well and truly. Allsop just going down the wicket, doing a little bit of gardening, ruling that delivery out of his mind. I'm thinking, I've got to face him again now. Coming up to the last ball of the over very shortly from the Cromwell end. Down the slope past the umpire. Allsop waits. Afridi in. And nice defensive stroke there, just up the wicket, and there is no run. Just 2 off that over from Afridi, and the score is 23 for 1 on this sunny day here in Hove.
Yes, I feel a little bit for Allsop walking into an Afridi spell where he's settled in beautifully against the left-handers. Who's coming across to have a chat with him now? It is Hanscom, and he's given a pat on the back. So Is he done after 6 overs? It was getting to that point where he thought, oh, I wonder, will it be Cullen down the hill? He took a little bit of tap, I seem to remember, down the hill. Whether it was his last visit or the one before for Cullen. The last visit being a remarkable match for Middlesex with the runs that were racked up, and then the 10-fer for Luke Holman. Here's Bamber, 23 for 1, 3 slips, crouched down as Bamber sets off up the hill from the sea end. He bowls and a lifting ball coming back into the left-handed oar, who lifts the bat high up in the air and almost pirouettes away as he allows it to pass down underneath him by his left hip. And Bamber will have enjoyed that one mightily. Will this be his last over? Martin Anderson perhaps to replace him up the hill.
Out today.
Yeah.
How big a loss is that for Middlesex?
He's I wouldn't want to say he's in the form of his life, but consistently he's been brilliant so far this season, Helm. So it's a real blow for him personally. It really felt for him. As Bamber passes the umpire, bowls and forward goes, all pushing back to mid-off, and there's no run. Jeff Arnold's here today, one of the England bowling scouts, and watched. He's been around watching Tom a few times over the years, and always hark back to the 5 that he took a new road a few years back, and actually I said, yeah, shame Tom's not here, and we've seen him bowl a few spells, and he went, oh yeah, that 5 for a new road. So shame for Tom Helm that he's not here. First and foremost, as here's Bamber, bowls onto the legs, watchfully played by Orno, and rightfully so. And to mid-on, the ball trickles. And no run. So, Helm is bowling as consistently well as I think I've seen him do. But part of that is to do with injuries that he's had over the years. So, really cruel timing. Just to the point where the chatter was beginning that he had to be in that England squad, bowling so well and so consistently. He's got everything. Tom Helm, height, pace, accuracy. This year, consistency too.
Bowled beautifully well against Leicester in that first innings. I thought very, very impressive. So, injuries are always the worst part of sport, aren't they?
Yeah, and he's been very, very unlucky with them. Here's Bamber around the wicket. He bowls, and that's driven back down the ground. Lovely shot by Orr. Just traps the bat down on it. Bamber with an outstretched right hand trying to get a block, and it couldn't do so. It's 4 more, and Orr moves to 8. Sussex are 27 for 1. Just slightly over pitched, having changed his angle of attack to around the wicket.
Yeah, lovely straight drive there. It's a beautiful feeling as a batter when you could feel a ball just ping off. There was a small chance that Ethan Bamber was going to feel that off his own bowling, would have saved the 4, but no, past the bowler and down the hill, straight to us actually. We would have fielded that, couldn't we? But obviously we're not on the pitch, don't worry.
Bamber has 2 balls left of the 12th over of this Sussex first innings. He bowls just outside off, a little bit of shape away on that one. Dies really on the way through to Simpson up the hill, but we've seen a couple that have hit the gradient and gone with a little bit of climb past the bat or past the stumps, left alone as that one was previously in the over from All.
Well, I don't want to give away too much of our pre-commentary chat, Kevin.
Oh yeah. Wait, where are we taking through? So hold on now. My fingers hovering over the mute button already.
Actually, I'll hold that thought to the next delivery if you like.
Bamber bowls, and this is eased away to a point, and there's no run. 27 for 1. Orr has 8. Allsop has 2. I'll take a deep breath as my career flashes before my eyes to know which of those 2 subjects Rita's going to turn to right now.
You can breathe easy. I was going to refer to the comment regarding Ethan Bamber. You know, you were very confident that he'll be from the sea end. You're making me giggle. From the sea end.
Finally, 20 years I've done it. I've made one of them giggle.
Yeah, you were pretty clear. You know, Ethan Bamber from the sea end. You know, what is it with your years and years of experience watching Middlesex that you knew that Shaheen Shah Afridi from the Cromwell end and Ethan Bamber from this end? Yeah,
the quicker of the bowlers generally manage to get down the hill.
Mm-hmm. Right, Afridi in to first ball of the over, and lovely clip into the onside bowl top. It's racing its way to the boundary, but called off by the fielder in the deep, the shorter boundary area. at Hove. Another couple of runs on the board. I think that was 2 there, Kevin, if I'm quite right there. Or
yes,
maybe even a single. 29 for 1. On that shorter boundary, though, it's very deceptive, I think, that it's chasing away, but it is dying in the outfield a little bit. So
it's lush, isn't it?
Oh, it's absolutely stunning. Not much rain, for sure, in this early part of the season. Afridi in again, and a nice delivery, just shaped in but away, but a really nice leave there from Allsop.
That pat on the back by Hanscom to Afridi then obviously wasn't well done, thanks for now. It was obviously, are you all right to go for one more? Yes, Skip, I am. Great.
Yeah, that's
patted him on the back.
Good point.
So Hanscom obviously was just checking in with him, because it's the 7th over now for Afridi, having had captain hand withdrawing from the attack already.
Now, Afridi's certainly taller than me and got bigger shoes than me, but if I was walking in his shoes, I would want to continue bowling personally. 29 for 1, and into bowlish Afridi to Allsop. Nice defensive stroke to the offside, and there is no run.
But yeah, over the years, Tim Murtagh from the sea end here, up the hill and into the wind, I guess. It's Bamber is the pavilion end bowler for Middlesex generally nowadays. That he will. So the last match against Leicestershire was a real change up for him.
Yeah, it
coming
was,
in from
wasn't
the
it?
nursery end.
Yeah.
And didn't he bowl well from it as well? He really did. Very impressive from Middlesex's 23-year-old with more than 100 first-class wickets to his name already.
Afridi in to bowl and clips into the onside really nicely by Allsop towards the square leg umpire, past the square leg umpire to the deep square leg fielder. They've nicked a run, and it's now 30 for 1. I was going to say that the wind has completely died, and then I look up and the flags are blowing a little bit, but not much of a breeze to talk about
Heavy
today.
old flags, aren't they? The Middlesex and Sussex flags away to our right. They're
heavy.
Yeah, they're big flags, aren't they? Look at them.
Yeah,
I can't imagine they're lightweight, those ones, looking at the size of them.
You're right, yeah. They look good quality.
Don Shelley, the Middlesex scorer, who folds it up and carries it around the country with him, that Middlesex flag.
That's a big job.
It is. It's a big flag to carry. Poor old Don.
Afridi down the hill to Orr, bowls, and a beautiful delivery actually, just coming into the batter, and a defensive stroke into the onside, and there is no run. There's a couple of little cries in the field. Things to keep an eye on if you're a fielder, that's for sure, and certainly as a batter. There's things happening. It's not exactly jagging back a mile, though. But there are definitely some glimmers of hope from a Middlesex bowling perspective.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see when the shine comes off one side, just if there's a little bit more. Martin Anderson's warming up. He'll find some swing if it's there.
3 sips in the gully, waiting. Shaheen Shah Afridi into bowl, and defensive slope there, and then no run. End of the over. 3 from that, and it's 30 for 1.
I've done that a few times already this season. Don't worry.
It's a tongue twister.
Afridi is in from the Cromwell Road end. Yeah, it is. So yeah, here's Anderson now replacing Bamber up the slope. So generally the nod is given to the quicker one, right? Which one do you want? I want down the hill, Skip. Right, go on then. So the quicker of the bowlers will go down the hill. So at Lord's, Bamber had knocked Roland Jones into first change at the pavilion end. Roland Jones, who charged down that slope and took a hat-trick to win the title in 2018 at Lord's. The young upstart Bamber had knocked him out. But it was Afridi from the pavilion end opening at Lord's last up. And Roland Jones started up then down at the nursery, but replaced by Bamber down there before Roland Jones switched up to the pavilion end. So it's been an interesting deployment of them over the years, but if Murtagh were here, he'd be running up the hill from the sea end.
Oh yes, definitely.
But there is part of the theory with running down the hill for the quicks, obviously they're using less energy, but also they bowl it just short of a length. The gradient's against them, so batters just short of a length, always a bit quick, you're back, and if that gradient just keeps a fraction low, then all of a sudden you're in trouble on the back foot. Here's Anderson from the sea end, up the hill he goes, and right arm over he bowls a good length ball just outside off, and Allsop allows it to angle across him and through to the gloves of Simpson. The flip side of that is if you run up the hill as a quick and you're bowling up the gradient, then you might just find one lifts a little bit more and it allows you to bowl a slightly fuller length. So there is a counter argument that and send the quicks up the hill and see how they go. So yeah, but generally the quicks get what they want, don't they? The quickest bowler, right? Which end do you want? I want to run down the hill. Here's Anderson. He bowls, and this is played very much off the inside toe of the bat, and it squirts away just fine of the square leg umpire for a single for Orr, who checks his bat as he reaches the non-striker's end. He moves to 9, 32 for 1, 55 minutes into the action here at Hove.
Not quite middle for sure, and I love it when the batter looks at the end of the bat and gives it a cursory glance, isn't it? Yeah, it's the bat's fault. It's the bat's fault.
Caring glance, or is it a... You look at it and think, oh no, if it's your favourite bat, I don't want to look, I don't want to look. Is there a chip out of it? Is it cracked? Anderson bowls a beaut, absolute beaut to Orr. Through it goes to the keeper. It looked as though that should be... Yeah, it is Orr, sorry. Angled across or through to the gloves of the keeper. It looked as though it was going to shape back into the left-hander, but it just held its line across him and squared him up.
Beautiful delivery, absolute beauty. I love Orr's mannerisms, and after the ball went flying past him into the wicket-keeper's gloves, it was a bit of a crooked bat, etc., but yeah, definitely beaten.
Anderson once more, and Orr solidly on the front foot, pushes away towards the covers.
That's always a nice feeling after you're beaten and you get very much a forward defensive stroke and a confident push into the offside. Yeah, you're in control. You know, showing the fielders that nothing to see here. But what a beautiful day here at Hove. The sun is back out again. I'm no meteorologist, as you may have gathered, but it is lovely here. Anderson,
full of length but wide outside off and left alone. Do you know, it's funny, all the years I've been coming down to Hove, there's a building on the far side, which I have seen, obviously, many, many times over the years. But I don't know why it's standing out to me. So maybe it's just the line of where the track is today, but a lovely old, what would it be? Almost Edwardian. The building immediately as we look up the slope behind Anderson bowling to Orr now. So a lovely balcony up there, a Juliet, well, it's not a Juliet balcony, is it? But this ball's eased away into the offside by Orr for a single, just fine of Freedy at mid-on. It's the end of the over. 32 for 1 it is now as Orr moves to 8. Alsop has 6. Yeah, up to the top, it's got I suppose it is a Juliet balcony up there. It's got a door open, hasn't it, where you can sit out on the balcony and watch down. It's just the most beautiful. It's probably the nicest building architecturally as you look from the sea end up to the Cromwell Road, and you often think of those lovely houses. And there's loads of lovely Victorian and Georgian, Edwardian ones around Hove to wander through, but that one, it's almost got like that mock Tudor feel at the top, hasn't it, as well?
Indeed. What a place to spend your summer. You've pretty much got your own season ticket every year from there. I bet you're popular with your friends.
Oh yeah. Well, the building to the right of the one that I'm describing, the Cromwell Road end, there was a little gathering on the roof, and I mean completely on the ridge of that roof, which must have been flat. And I remember taking a picture of it, and it went up on the BBC Sport website. It looked perilous. They were sat there on the edge of it, and you just thought, my goodness me, you know. But it must be a flat roof up there, but it looks like it's just a ridge. But they were sat on the very ridge of the roof, watching the cricket one. Fortunately, it wasn't as windy as today, I don't think. Here's Blake Cullen.
Yes, change of bowler from the Cromwell end. Blake Cullen comes in and a full delivery into the pads and clipped into the onside by Orr. They take 2 very good runs, actually. Very nicely run there between the wickets, and 2 more to the total. And it is 34 for 1. I was slightly ahead of the scoreboard there for a moment. Orr on to 11 from 42 deliveries. Alsop on 6 from 15. But yeah, nicely played into the onside. Sure, there's a directory out there of properties that have the most glorious views of cricket grounds.
Oh,
there must be, and I'm sure that will be, if they're selling the property, that will be in the verbalage to sell it. Anyway, Cullen in from the Cromwell end, down the leg side slightly to Orr, but a wrap on the pads, not much of a, well, no real question to the umpire. There is no run, and it's 34 for 1. Blake Cullen, in terms of walking in his shoes, what do you think he'll be expecting and hoping for today?
Well, he gets the nod, and it's taken 2 injuries, Helm and Mercer, and Roland Jones being rested for him to get in. So there's a big opportunity for him today.
Cullen in to Orr. Oh, and a swipe and a miss from Orr, and straight through to the keeper. That was far too close, in my humble opinion, to cut. Gosh, and or then repeats the stroke 3 or 4 times at the crease.
Well, the last repeat, he's played that as though the ball was passing through at shoulder height, and the ball passed through, I wouldn't even say it, at hip height. So as you say, it didn't have the width for it.
Cullen again, 2 or. And a lovely defence. Oh, I've had not a lovely drive, actually. I said defensive strike, but really nicely timed into the offside. They're going to grab a couple of runs, and the score is now up to 36 for 1. Yeah, nicely pushed up the hill. But with that hill as well, Kevin, you're going to have to time it beautifully to get to the boundary, I would have thought. But yeah, nicely played.
Yeah, that was lovely, wasn't it? It was just textbook, compact, tight. Bring that back down, find the gap into the covers.
4 from the over so far. 5th ball of the over to all from Blake Cullen, who comes down the hill, down the leg side, and just pushes it into short fine leg area. They nip through for a single, and it's now 37 for 1. I'm slightly ahead of the scoreboard, if I'm honest. So yeah, it's nice to be ahead of someone, isn't it, in life? Going up to midday here in Hove on a beautiful sunny day. Most of the fielders have got their sort of a short arm sort of woolies on, but I'm sure they'll be coming off at some point. A beautiful day here in Hove. Yeah, that was a leg by that last delivery. Right now, we've got Allsop, another left-handed batter on strike to Blake Cullen, who comes down the hill, and nice defensive stroke into the offside, and there is no run. End of the over, end of the Cullen over, and is 37 for 1.
And a decent first hour for both, I think. Sussex will be pretty happy. They'll know batting first, get in, dig in, it will be hard. Middlesex will know they want early wickets. They put the ball in the right space and got some reward. Obviously, Afridi with the wicket, the drop catch as well. However, I think it's clear to say this is going to be a good batting surface as well. So Middlesex really will have it on their minds. They'll want at least a couple more before lunch after this first hour, or this could be a very good toss to win for Sussex. A few words from Rita Green here on BBC, the BBC Sport website and app, and then it'll be Adrian Harms.
Right, on to the next over, and a lovely morning so far here in Hove. Anderson in to bowl, and nicely left through to the keeper, and there is no more addition to this scoreline. Got Adrian Harms just joining me in a moment, and I'm causing havoc here with my notes and my iPad, and other tablets are available, I might add.
You're fine.
Nice to see you back, Adrian.
Yes.
A decent morning so far from Middlesex, but Sussex have done a decent job. Anderson in to bowl up the hill from the sea end. Oh, and a little chance of a nibble there on the offside there from Orr, but no nick at all. I think Orr's probably cross with himself there that he even tried to nibble that down to third man, but there's no addition to the scoreboard.
Yes, I would agree. I think Middlesex have bowled really well, and I think on another morning they might have picked up a couple more wickets, to be honest. Or put down, as you say, the second ball of the match, a routine chance to square leg, and they've beaten the outside edge on numerous occasions. Anderson again with 24 on his back, and a big LBW shout there to Orr. It looked to me like it was going down leg side, but the bowler was the only one that really went up with a shout, and guess what? The umpire says not out. They've skipped through for a run, and now the total's 38 for 1. I like the way that the Sussex batters have just taken the runs where they can. They're running between the wickets rather nicely. A couple of precarious moments, I think, last week for some of the batters I saw, but nice to see some good running. Anderson again from the sea end, who bowls to Allsop, who just pushes this into the offside. A rather dramatic tumble in the field. No addition to the total. Is it always as sunny and glorious as this, Adrian? Down in Hove? You're going to say yes, of course. Yeah, well, it is a lovely cricket ground. We had last week. We had the first instruction of the season for weather. We lost 13 overs to bad light on the second day or third day, second day. But it does look fantastic when it's like this.
Anderson in to the batter, Allsop, who just, again, defensive push into the offside to mid-off, and there is no run.
Tom Allsop has he's had a difficult time since he came to Hove, but really good to see him in the runs last week. I spoke to him after the second day. He made 66, which is his top score so far for Sussex. But prior to that, he got a nasty rap on the finger. He was fielding at slip, And there were concerns he'd broken a finger attempting to take a slip catch. Fortunately, that wasn't the case. And I just wondered if that was sort of the lucky break that he needs.
Martin Anson once again. Oh, the lovely delivery. It was edging towards leg side and it fooled the batter Alsop. And thick outside edge meant it squirmed into the point region, and they've run through for a single. Yeah, not convincing, but you've got to take the runs where you can. End of the over, and it's 39 for 1 for the Sussex batters on this. Have I mentioned this? A lovely, beautiful sunny day here in Hove.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Rita Green. If you're listening via the BBC app and you want to watch the live stream provided here by Sussex County Cricket Club, then please go to the website, click on the link, and you'll be able to see pictures as well. And it's the first time many of the people at Hove would have heard you commentating, Rita. So it's really good to meet you down in it. And I don't want to go over you may have already discussed it with Kevin, but we'll talk about your cricketing career in a minute. As in comes Cullen down the hill bowls to Alsop, who's forward and plays to mid-off, and there is no run. So just tell us about your cricketing career and where it's taken you, and perhaps how women's cricket has changed over the last, well, it seems to change all the time, but certainly over the last few years.
Indeed, yes. So I'm very grateful to say that I've played some county cricket myself for many years, and played club cricket and won the national championship as well with my team in the Berkshire area. But yeah, it's all been very, very good fun.
Cullen in bowls, let go outside the off stump by Tom Alsop, taken not cleanly by Simpson, and there is no run.
That kept awfully low.
It did keep low.
Something to keep an eye on from the batter's perspective. But yeah, cricket has definitely been a major love of mine since birth, I'd say. And I think for many of us around the ground, I think it's probably the same. But no, I've played cricket with the likes of a certain Isha Guha and Claire Taylor. So, some of the best I've been playing with. Very grateful for that.
Cullen in bowls, and Alsop slightly uncertainly forward. Just think I may have wrapped him round about the thigh pad, or maybe just at the top of the bat, dribbles out on the offside. There's no run.
And the women's game, as you mentioned, and we were chatting earlier as well, I'm absolutely delighted and amazed at the development of women's cricket. I mean, I'm pretty ancient, but or my kids think that anyway. But when I was playing county cricket, etc., the crowds were nowhere near what they are today.
Cullen in bowls, driven nicely by Alsop. That's the best shot that he's played. That's beautifully punched away through extra cover. It's rolling up the hill. It may not get to the boundary. The fielder is in hot pursuit, and it's literally just pulled up inside the boundary. They'll think about coming back for an all-run 4, which doesn't happen too often at Hove. In the end, they settled for 3. So good shot by Alsop. He goes to 10, and Sussex to 42 for 1.
Yeah, I was going to say shot of the day, but shot of the day for 3. That's you're probably thinking I'm going slightly bonkers there, but a beautiful stroke into the offside. Lovely drive. It really does give about all the confidence in the world. But no, I could talk about women's cricket for a very long time, but it's so great to see the crowds.
Here comes Cullen again bowls, and Orr just plays up to mid-off. There is no run. It is the end of the over, and Sussex are 42 for 1 with Orr on 13, Alsop on 10. Sorry, there's one more ball to go in the over. I do apologise. 42 for 1.
Yeah, I could talk about women's cricket, any cricket for that. But what I love about the development now is that whether you're a girl or a boy coming through school, etc., there is a real feeling to pick up a cricket bat, crick up the cricket ball, and have a go.
Cullen in bowls, and Orr forward plays to mid-off. There is no run. That is the end of the over. 42 for 1. Orr on 13. Alsop on 10. Cullen's figures 2 overs, no maidens, 0 for 7, and that's the end of the 17th over of the morning.
I know the 100 might be, has mixed feelings for many, but I went to a couple of 100 games last year with my own children, actually, and watching women's game and a men's game on the same day. What a crowd. Yeah. I must admit the 7 or 8 chaps behind me on a stag do were pretty entertaining as well as the cricket, I'll be honest. But it's all part of the day, isn't it?
Yeah, and I have to say that, I mean, there's been a lot of talk with fellow commentators around the circuit for the last couple of years about the 100, and there were a few who were quite anti, but people used to ask me my views. Rita, I just say, sorry, I'd let you do this ball from Martin Anderson.
Yeah, Martin Anderson up the hill and past the umpire and bowls. Slightly down the leg side, nicely pushed into the onside by Alsop, who briskly runs through for a single. It's 43 for 1, and nicely played there. Really saw it early, pushed it into the onside, and there is a single to add to the total.
And I think my view was always, anything that attracts more people to the game of cricket, what's not good about that? That was always my feeling, and I do understand that some people have reservations and the long-term effect on the counties, and I guess that's another story. But I think in terms of attracting more people to the game of cricket, that has to be a good thing.
Left-handed Ollie anticipates Anderson's ball, and a nice defensive stroke pushed down the wicket, and there is no run. You're quite right. I mean, if you can get more of an audience, whether it be live or on the telly or on the radio or anywhere, there is a great argument to say that you're expanding the game. I know the purist out there may say there's only one form of the game, and I get that too. I mean, I personally will embrace anything.
As long as it's cricket.
Yeah, exactly. Martin Anderson once again, third ball of the over, up the hill, and an extremely short delivery, a bouncer, and sails well and truly over the head of Ali Orr into the wicket-keeper's gloves. I was sort of smiling. That was such a short delivery. You probably have to have Martin Orr and someone on his shoulders to get anywhere near that one. Yeah,
that was very short. It did balloon over Orr's head. Who's a tall man as well, Alistair Orr.
In the sunshine here at Hove, Anderson up to wicket now and bowls to Ali Orr, who defends resolutely, and there is no run. 45 for 1.
And I do understand that we want to protect county cricket as much as we can do, and there's a lot of talk about the Strauss review and where that's going to take the game. And so I think everyone has a job to protect the game as it is, but I think also the game needs to look ahead as well. Mm-hmm. You can't stand still, because other sports will be catching up.
Very true. Anderson in once again to bowl past the umpire. Defensive stroke there by Orr, and there is nothing to add to the total. It's a debate that will rumble on, isn't it? Forever and a day.
Yeah, and when you started playing cricket, and when you were playing county cricket, was it quite difficult? I mean, because now the women's game is really on a par with the men's game in terms of the 100 and in terms of the World Cup, etc. Was it quite difficult to get a foothold in the game?
It really was, and it was very much a amateur game in many ways. Anderson up to the wicket and bowls, and pushed into the offside by Ali Orr for a single. Definitely played the ball away from the body there, Ali Orr, but nicely controlled. Yes, it really was difficult to get in. It was actually quite difficult in many ways to get the commitment from a decent squad in the county game. It was at that stage of the game where there were so many young players. I was one of the oldest in the team I was in my 20s, and I could drive, etc., and had a job. Anderson up to the wicket and bowls to the left-handed Alsop through to the keeper, and there's no addition. It really was a completely different game. I'm always honoured to mention Claire Taylor. Afternoon Tales, if you're listening, I'm sure you are, who, she has her own plaque, she has her own banner at Lord's in terms of her international prowess, but she's not a player that had a huge amount of money coming into it from a sponsorship perspective, and she's one of the most humble people you'll ever meet, but she's also one of the greatest women's cricketer of all time. Did she have the TV audiences or the radio audiences that the women's game have today? No, but I don't forget the players of the past, but I'm so excited about the players of the future.
In comes Cullen down the hill, bowls to Orr, who plays onto the leg side and takes a comfortable single in the end, Alistair Orr. He looked up and he called Tom Alsop through, and Alsop was very quickly through. Orr goes to 15 and Sussex to 47 for 1. And I have to say as well, Rita, I think the fact, and I'm not flying a flag here for the BBC or terrestrial coverage in general, but I think generally sports that are getting some exposure on terrestrial TV must help as well, and certainly the 100 had a bit of that last year.
Really did, yeah. My 9-year-old was glued to it, and so she's picked up a cricket bat.
In comes Cullen, bowls wide outside the off stump, taken by keeper Simpson, and there is no run.
And I'm more than happy to partake in a bit of a game in the backyard as well, so as you can probably tell.
And where did your love of the game come from? Did it come from your parents, or?
So yeah, I'm from a sort of a Southeast Asian background, and I mentioned I sort of had it from birth. I was playing on the beaches of the south coast of England for many years with my brother and his mates. That's where I started.
Comes Cullen racing in, bowls, and again wide of the off stump, and also lets that go through to keeper Simpson. There is no run.
But then going through to university, so pushing on from the sands of the south coast to university level. Actually, I went to a university that was really blessed with a very decent team and really put major focus on the women's game, and that's really important as well. Whether it be at universities, at club level, at school level as well, getting the girls as well as the boys really excited and playing mixed cricket as well.
Cullen in sunshine in and bowls to Allsop. That's well dug out by Tom Allsop. It was well pitched up by Cullen, who feels of his own bowling, and there is no run.
Yeah, it definitely is a great. And actually, one of the big points that I think is a great advantage to the women's game, and I promise you I will talk about other things, I promise you that, but rather enthusiastic about it, is actually playing at county grounds like this. I remember playing down in Taunton once, and I remember that like it was yesterday. Playing at major county grounds as a female cricketer is absolutely fantastic. And we brought a bucket load of spectators with us as well and made a racket.
In comes Culligan, bowls to Allsop, who's forward and plays solidly into the offside. There is no run. It's the end of the over, is it? Or one more ball to go in the over. I used to love playing beach cricket. I've got two brothers, and so if we're on holiday, and a game of beach cricket was great fun, and you get other people on the beach joining in as well. Just sort of happy days, aren't they? Until the tide comes in, of course.
It's one of the most competitive games
I think
ever
it's
had.
great. Yeah, great fun.
Yeah.
Two slips go down, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, two men back on the leg side, a deep kick and a square leg, as in comes Cullen bowls, and that's a poor delivery, and it's played away by Allsop, found the gap between cover point and cover, drilled away to the boundary for 4 runs, and the applause around the ground is both for that shot from Tom Allsop that moves him onto 15, and the fact that Sussex have got the 50 up, 51 for 1. The man out, Tom Haynes, who was comprehensively bowled by Shah Afridi for 17. Sussex winning the toss here this morning and electing to bat. They've had it's been some good bowling by Middlesex this morning, who on another day Rita might have picked up more than the 1 wicket they have picked up.
Definitely. They've ridden the storm, Sussex, this morning. A beautiful drive there into the offside, and a lovely ripple of applause in the crowd as well, and quite rightly so. That's very much the longest boundary of the game that we're going to see. Anderson from the C end, up the hill to Orr, who just clips this into the onside, nicely played, and skips through for a single, 1 to add to the total. 52 for 1. Nicely timed there. Not a huge amount of jagging back and massive movement for the Middlesex bowlers in probably the last half an hour or so. I think for me they've ridden out the storm, the early storm, I'd say, Adrian. But you've got to be mindful that the Middlesex bowlers are they may be young, but quite frankly have got a huge amount of talent. Right, round the wicket now for Anderson, up the hill and clip through into the offside to the backward point area for 4. A really nice drive. It was there to be hit. It was wide. It was short and quite rightly clipped away by Allsop and adding 4 to the total. It's now 56 for 1, and we are into the 20th over of the day.
Lovely shot, wasn't it? A bit too much width, really, from Anderson, and well dispatched by Tom Allsop, who it's quite difficult when you come to a new county, and I spoke to Tom about this last week, and he's desperate to make a score. The more games you have when you don't make a score, as the pressure starts to build. So I don't think there was any pressure around from the club, because he's a fine player, Tom Allsop, but it was really good to see him in the runs last week, making 66 against Durham, and he's carrying on today where he finished last week. There's no play going on because the ball, I think it went underneath the advertising board.
It went underneath,
I think so.
There was a scurry around in the car park over there. I don't think I'm parked round there, but don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, if you're parked round there, I don't think there was any damage to any cars, don't worry. But the ball has been retrieved. And we're back on play. Yeah, Tom Alsop, 26 years old. He's probably in the prime of his life in terms of his county career. Anderson up the hill to Alsop once again, who clips it into the onside, and they run through for a single. There's always a bit of a cry by the slip fielders, but it was no doubt a very controlled shot into the offside, onside rather, and one to the total, 57 for one.
I think it was a move that suited both parties, really. I mean, Tom Alsop just along the coast in Southampton, so I think to come along here to Brighton, clearly wasn't going to get a lot of championship cricket at Hampshire, so a chance to come here and play and give an assurance that he's going to bat up the order as well is perhaps what Tom was looking for.
You've got to grab that opportunity, don't you, in any game for sure. Anderson up the wicket, up the slope rather, and bowls, and it's let through to the keeper by Orr, and there is no addition. Yeah, I mean, how would you see the Sussex season so far, Adrian? Clearly not the results that Sussex were looking for, but how would you summarise it?
Yeah, and certainly not the results they're looking for. In fact, Sussex haven't won in the Championship. This is the 17th match in a row. They haven't won for 16 games.
Anderson up the hill into bowl, and a lovely clip into the onside by Orr. And will it go to the boundary all the way? No, nicely fielded, way in the deep, and really nicely done. Really lovely shot. Really there to hit. Leaned into it nicely, clipped into the onside, and it's now 60 for one. Really nice shot there, Adrian.
Beautifully played, wasn't it? Just clipped off his legs nicely. Yeah, and I think any assessment of Sussex this season has to be around the fact that, I know coaches, and Ian Salisbury hasn't used their injuries as an excuse, but their bowling attack has been, really weakened by the amount of injuries that they've had.
Last ball of the over from Anderson. It's a defensive stroke into the onside by Alsop, and there's no addition. So I calculate that, if my maths will be good to me. Yeah, 9 off the over, so slightly expensive there from Anderson, but it's now 60 for one, and we are steaming into the 21st over of the day.
Yeah, and I think it's true to say that Sussex, to win a game of county championship cricket, you've got to take 20 wickets, and I think it's true to say that Sussex haven't looked like taking 20 wickets in a game. But when you look at the injuries that they've had, when you're without the likes of Robinson and Garton, Carson the off-spinner, Hudson Prentice the all-rounder who came from Derbyshire last year, returning to Sussex, he hasn't played. Who else is on that list of bowlers? Jack Carson, the off-spinner. So they've had a lot of injuries, and that's been very difficult for the club to cope with. But here comes Cullen running in down the hill, bowls to Orr, who's wrapped around about the thigh pad. The ball dribbles out into the point area, and there is no run. So I think from that point of view, the fact they've got a decent bowling attack in this game, the side looks far more balanced. The joy has been watching the form of Cheteshwar Pujara, who's just been majestic. And I think the innings down here last week against Durham, I've seen him make a double 100 at Derby. He batted beautifully at Worcester, but the double 100 here last week, particularly his 100 on the Friday, was just a joy to watch, really. In comes Cullen bowls, or is forward, plays to mid-off, and there is no run. And he looked, when he came out to bat last Friday, it was amazing, really, because it just didn't look like he was going to get out. It was just beautiful. And also when you watch Pujara bat, and you'll see him later today, before every ball he does exactly the same thing, Rita. He holds the bat, always seems to check his grip every single delivery, and then he's ready to bat.
He's so meticulous.
That's the word I was looking for. That's exactly what he is. In comes Cullen down the hill, right top over the wicket, drives, and Orr drives straight back down the ground. Cullen can't field of his own bowling. It's racing up the hill. I don't think it'll go for 4, but it's certainly a couple for Alistair Orr, who was looking for the third that was never really there. Throw comes in, 2 more to Orr, who's looking increasingly confident. Alistair Orr, he goes to 21, and Sussex 62 for 1. If you want to join Rita and I's conversation, we'd love you to do so. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, or you can tweet at BBC Sussex Sport, or your Twitter handle, Rita, is
Rita Green UK.
There we are. Cullen, bright sunshine, racing in, comes in and bowls, and Orr is forward and plays to mid-off. There is no run. He does give that little appreciative nod, doesn't he, Ali?
He
or
does.
as if to say, well bowled. He's not being sarcastic. It's almost a habit. as he plays the ball to mid-off.
There's some batters that show absolutely no expression or no verbalage out in the field at all. But there's others that show a huge amount of expression. I think Alior gives ourselves here in the commentary box a lot to keep an eye on. Love it.
And comes Cullen again, bowls and driven away by Orr. Doesn't quite time that. He might be a little disappointed. That was slightly wide of the off stump, but he played the ball straight to cover.
There's so many mind games that go on out there, aren't there, Adrian, though, in terms of the nods to the bowler, etc. I'm sure in the back of his mind he's like, no, I'm going to
thump it for four.
Exactly, yeah. Just do that again.
He's also a big bat twiddler, is Alior. You watch him, he 3 or 4 twiddles of the bat before he takes guard. In comes Cullen again, down the hill, bowls and all lets that go outside of the off stump. End of the over from Cullen, signalled by umpire Blackwell, and Sussex are 62 for 1, Orr on 21, Alsop is on 20. Live cricket here on the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London. You can watch the live stream via the Sussex Cricket Club Matchday Centre. The sun is out and it's a decent crowd here at Hove today for the opening day of this fixture. I know Alistair's dad, Duncan, is a listener to our commentary, so I don't know if you're listening, Duncan, but Ali's batting very nicely this morning, but put down off the second ball of the match.
And hasn't he taken advantage of that? Yeah, very early on in the innings, yes, first over of the day. And if you came in a little bit late, you missed that. But that's the case with the beautiful game of cricket, isn't it? These moments come and go, and then you can sit around for a very, very long time until the next opportunity out there. But going back to what we were saying about Pujara, but what I think is fascinating about this particular fixture is there are so many head-to-heads out there. Obviously, Pujara is someone that we're all looking forward to seeing back. Not yet. If you're a Sussex fan, not yet. Don't worry. But in terms of Ollie Robinson as well, in terms of big team news this morning for Sussex, but also Rizwan and you know, how can I go on without talking about Afridi as well? So many absolutely quality international players here at Hove, and I'm looking forward to all of it.
Yeah, and actually Pujara, interesting, talking to Ian Salisbury last week, and he was talking about the effect it's having on the young batsman, and I said, actually, you know, as a young player, you want to go and pick his brains when you want to say to him, well, should we go out and have a drink or a coffee, and I just want to talk to you about, you know, because it's a great experience for these young Sussex players to learn from people like Pujara and indeed Rizwan.
Right, we've got a bowling change.
We've got a bit of spin.
Yeah, first spin of the day. Holman from the C end. So the keeper, we've got a first slip in play. Well, actually, it's probably a second slip, actually. Very wide slip there, ready, for a potential catch. That's obviously what the slip field is there for, but Holman in from the C end, in past the umpire, and bowls, and short and wide and cut. But there's a sweeper out there in the deep on that short boundary, and Sussex skip through for a single, 63 for 1. Reasonably early for spin, or?
Yeah, I mean, Luke Holman bowled really, really well last September, a game that Middlesex won by an innings of 54 runs. He took 10 wickets in the match and span Middlesex to victory. So you have happy memories of this ground.
Luke Holman, right arm over the wicket, and a lovely push into the onside to the point region by Orr, but there's no run, nicely fielded, and the score is still 63 for 1. Absolutely no wind now at the ground. The flags are firmly down. That may change shortly, but certainly no wind to massively talk about today. Holman in past the umpire, up to wicket and bowls, and a very much flighted delivery there to Orr, but jagged back into the offside, and there is no run. From a spin perspective, it'd be fascinating to see in these early stages whether there is actually any real movement to contend with. Holman in again from the C end, a faster delivery there, and very, very wide delivery, so wide that Alior basically couldn't even reach the delivery to the left-handed batter, and there's no run.
I think he rather got away with the one there, Luke Holman. Alior looking to hammer that one away through backward point, perhaps be a little disappointed he didn't cash in.
Fifth ball of the over from Luke Holman. Up to wicket now, bowls, and Ollie simply pushes this back into the onside, and there is no run. I sort of smile there, Adrian, because I think Luke Holman's eyes firmly lit up for that delivery. Thought maybe about dancing down the wicket, but thought again. Ollie faces Luke Holman with the last ball of the over and a defensive push into the onside, but between the fielders, so they scamper through for a single. Very nicely done. Last ball of the over there. It is 64 for 1, and at the end of the over there.
We'll have an update to do to listeners on BBC Radio Sussex shortly, but perhaps for another 5 minutes or so. Ben Stokes playing for Durham today, down at Worcester. Durham batting first off 66 for 1 at New Road. The only other game in Division 2 of the County Championship in Cardiff, where Leicestershire have had a pretty torrid season so far. They're bottom of the Championship, are 58 without loss against Glamorgan. In the First Division, Essex 57 for 2 against Yorkshire. Hampshire 55 for 1 against Gloucestershire. The County Champions Warwickshire 58 for 2 at Old Trafford against Lancashire. And Surrey 40 for 1 against Northamptonshire. So I think Martin Anderson is going to change ends here and is going to bowl from the Cromwell Road end, bowling with 2 slips, a third man, backward point, cover mid-off. Mid-on, there's a deep square leg and a fine leg as Anderson, right arm over the wicket, is in and bowls to Orr, who plays to mid-on. There is no run. One of the great things about Alistair Orr, for a young man, he's only 21, he was given his opportunity last year, is that his concentration levels, and also he doesn't get phased if he's bogged down for a long period of time. So he's already faced 72 balls for his 22. So he won't.
Extremely patient.
Yes, it
72
is.
deliveries.
Yep. And he won't have been phased by the fact that he was dropped as well. He waits as in comes Anderson, in and bowls, and that's short, and all ducks underneath that delivery through to keeper Simpson. And there is no run. I wonder whether we might get a blast from Afridi before lunch, because he did bowl beautifully, didn't he, in that opening spell?
He really did, and he did last week as well against Leicestershire. I was there at the Hove Cricket Lords to see that. I think he was pretty disappointed, though, by leaking a few runs. I think as any true professional, there's always room for a little bit of improvement. But yeah, bowled beautifully there too.
Anderson in again bowls, or lets that go outside of the offside. Taken low down by keeper Simpson, and there is no run. Yeah, Afridi's 7 overs, 1 for 17 this morning, and he did beat Tom Haynes on a number of occasions outside the off stump before removing him with a beautiful delivery that hit off stump.
You may have thought it may not be his day, actually, in terms of the number of beaten deliveries there by Afridi. But I'll come back to you, ask you about Ben Stokes. I'm fascinated with your thoughts on Ben Stokes and the captaincy.
Anderson in again, bowls. That loops over the head of Alistair Orr through to Simpson. Again, there is no run.
Any surprise for you?
No, I don't think it was a surprise. I mean, he's England's best cricketer, isn't he? I mean, and what a wonderful cricketer he is as well. I guess it's just everybody's concern, really, that is it just loading too much on him? You know, you're batting, bowling, captaincy. People talk about when Ian Botham did it, when Andrew Flintoff did it. Is it right to burden him with the captaincy as well? In comes Anderson bowls, or covers up, plays out into the offside, and there is no run. We spoke about this last week, actually, Rita, and we were saying, and in my mind, I was sort of, I don't know, I'm probably a bit old-fashioned, really, but I was thinking back to Mike Brearley when he was captaining England, and a player who perhaps didn't deserve his place in the side on performances alone, but he had that captain's brain, and I wonder how much that is worth. But again, I don't know if there's anyone around in English cricket who could fulfil that sort of Brearley-type role. Anderson in and bowls, and looking to play that on the leg side, is rather squared up. The ball ricochets into the offside, and there is no run. That's the end of a maiden over from Martin Anderson, who's now bowled 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 16. Sussex are 64 for 1, or on 22, also on 21. Haynes the man out for 17. You're listening to Live Cricket, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Rita Green.
Yeah, I couldn't disagree with you at all, Adrian. I think it's going to be a theme of that over the next couple of days. Who was on the short list, really, for the captaincy? I think Ben Stokes is very much at the top of the list. It would be fascinating to see whether it makes a difference to his play. Right, Holman again from the CM. We're going to continue with some spin. Right arm over, and also just pushes it into the offside. Nicely done, actually, into the gap. And there is one to add to the total, 65 for 1. It's suddenly gone a little bit overcast, but sun will be out, I'm sure, very shortly.
I'll just interrupt, if I may, because we've got an update to give to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex and Surrey, as in comes Holman and Bowles, and driven down the ground by Orr, back to Holman, and there is no run. Holman again tosses the ball from hand to hand. Just the one slip as Holman is on his way, and Bowles, and forward is Orr. Plays it straight back down the offside of the wicket, fielded by Holman, and there is no run. Holman. This is a glorious day for the cricket here at Hove, Sarah, where Sussex batting first are going along nicely now. They're 69 for 1. Alistair Orr is on 26. Tom Alsop is on 22. The only man out, Tom Haynes, the skipper, who was bowled by Afridi. A lovely delivery for 17. Sussex winning the toss and batting first this morning. Meanwhile, at the Oval, Surrey also batting, although they were put in by Northamptonshire. Surrey are 48 for 1. Ryan Patel, the man out, for 19. Rory Burns is still there. He's on 19. Hashim Amla is on 9. Surrey 48 for 1. So, in comes Holman. Kevin Hand back with us as Holman comes in over the wicket and bowls, and Orr punches that one away on the offside. He picks up a single as Alistair Orr. He goes to 27. Sussex 70 for 1. If they were able to cut the live stream, that would be much appreciated. Back in the studio.
Oh, do you think they're still listening to you, Harmsy?
A slip is the only close fielder. As in comes Holman, right arm over the wicket and bowls, and also clips this nicely to a wicket. They think about a single. It isn't there. It is the end of an over which cost Luke Holman 6 runs, and Sussex are 70 for 1, Orr on 27, Alsop on 22.
Yes, it's a good start now for Sussex. The spell by Afridi this morning was brilliant. I think it's most consistent. If you were to look at his pitch maps so far for Middlesex, I think he put it in the right spot all morning. I think it's that kind of pitch. I think you really are going to have to toil away on a good line and length. But down that slope from the Cromwell Road end, he's got the reward of a wicket. Should have had 2. There was a drop catch. That was a dolly. You know, it was a gimme early on from Orr. He's on 27 and on strikers. Here's Cullen charging in bowls, and in fact, it's a change. Anderson's been switched, hasn't he? Anderson's gone up. My apologies.
Yes. I just wonder whether we might see a bit of a Afridi before lunch, maybe for a 2 or 3 over burst, because he did bowl well this morning.
I'd have thought that would be the right call. And he bowled well to the left-handers, didn't he? And it's still a left-handed pair out there. So, I'd have thought that would certainly be the right call. But these two have done a really good job for Sussex. Under a bit of pressure at the start of the season, as Anderson comes in again, bowls right in behind this one all. There's no run.
Gary Knight has been in touch. Big Sussex fan up in Horsham. He says, I've looked into my crystal ball this morning and it tells me that Sussex will end the day on 348 for 6. And this evening, West Ham will be Eintracht Frankfurt 2-0 to reach the Europa Cup final. He's a big hammer, is Gary.
I commentated on one of the Europa Cup games this year.
Right, which one was
it? Was it Dynamo Zagreb, I think? Memorable, as you can tell. Anderson. In bowls, a bouncer. Here it goes to Simpson.
Gary goes on to say, in other news, there's an interesting interview with Jofra Archer in today's Daily Mail where he says he feels like his elbow problems are fully behind him and he's planning on playing a couple of Sussex second 11 T20 games this month, so to be ready for the opening match of the tournament proper against Glamorgan on May the 26th. It'll be wonderful to see him back. Kind regards, Gary. Well, I do know that Jofra is back. He was on the ground here last week.
Anderson past the umpire, bowls, good length, eased away with an open face by Orr down to third for a single, who's to 28. That'll be a fearsome attack with Finn and Archer in a T20.
Yes, it would be.
50 partnership,
50
my apologies.
Partnership between the two. A nice ripple of applause around the ground.
98 balls, 64 minutes. Raced by, hasn't it?
Yeah. So we'll hopefully catch up with Jofra over the next couple of weeks or so and see how it is. I think I guess it's fingers crossed. Let's hope these elbow operations have done the trick, and not only can he play white ball cricket, but who knows whether he might play some red ball cricket later in the season. I think it's very much a case of seeing how things go. But thank you, Gary, for your email.
Anderson just full of a length, and Allsop forward on the off stump, drives to mid-on. With a bit of shape back in towards the pads, just very much the inside of the bat from Allsop, which got him excited out there in the middle. Hasn't been too much to get them excited about since the Afridi spell, which was the concern this week. Noting Gary's prediction for the close of play score today. Pujara, Rizwan, Robinson and Garton in for this one as well. A strong-looking Sussex side. As this ball from Anderson is delivered with a grunt, just full of a length once more, and defended to mid-off by Allsop. End of the over, 71 for 1. Allsop 22 or 28. And yeah, no Helm, Roland Jones or Finn for Middlesex. That's not to say there isn't a fair bit of bite out there in this bowling attack. Cullen pacey, Bamber Mr. Consistent, Anderson full of promise, the all-rounder, and Afridi the star quality. And this man who took a 10 for here last year, Luke Holman. So there's plenty there for Hanscom to play with regards his deployment of bowlers, but not that experience of Roland Jones or Mercer and that form of Helm.
So it's going to be Luke Holman. Picked up 10 wickets here last season. Comes into bowl to Alistair Orr. And on bowls down the leg side, clipped away by all through mid-wicket. He picks up his 29th run, and Sussex go to 72 for 1. I'm indebted to Brian Owen, a fellow journalist here in the press box at Hove, writes for the Argus paper in the town, who's telling me that George Garton's last appearance for Sussex in a championship match was as a batsman in this fixture last season. He made 17 in the second innings, as in comes Holman and bowled. Full toss, hammered away by Allsop. The fielder didn't see that, but actually it was a horrible delivery by Luke Holman. It was a full toss, and Tom Allsop belted the ball away through mid-wicket for 4 runs. But the fielder down on the deep mid-wicket boundary just held his hands up to see, I didn't see that at all. Where's it gone? Allsop cashed in. He goes to 26, and Sussex 76 for 1. Yes, George made 10 in the first innings before he was a victim of Luke Holman, and 17 in the second. He was also a victim of Luke Holman. That was the last time. He just played in that match as a bowler, did George Garton. As a batsman, what am I talking about? Batsman, not a bowler. So thank you, Brian. Comes Holman again, bowls, and forward comes Allsop, plays down the track. Holman fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. Rubbing the ball on his trousers, Holman tosses the ball from hand to hand. A slip is the only close fielder. 3 men saving 1 on the offside. Holman in and bowls. Allsop clips to mid-wicket. And there is no run. The rest of the field, 3 men saving 1 on the offside. There's a sweeper on the cover boundary. A mid-on mid-wicket. A deep backwards square. And a deep mid-wicket as well. As the sun has momentarily gone in, and comes Holman over the wicket, bowls forward, is also playing off model forward defensive shot out into the offside, and there is no run. Allsop on 26 or on 29. These two coming together when Sussex lost the wicket of Tom Haynes for 17, who was bowled by Shah Afridi, and the total was on 21. Holman again in and bowls down the wicket is Allsop, plays onto the onside, and again there is no run. It's the end of the over as a seagull makes its way fairly close to our microphone. The wind has got up. I can see the Middlesex flag is now on the flagpole. It was there. It wasn't there at the start of play, but both the Sussex and Middlesex flags are up, and they're both fluttering away in the breeze on a very pleasant day down here at Hove. Sussex 76 for 1 at the end of the over, or on 29, also on 26.
Anderson again from the Cromwell Road end. Good morning to Peter Holman, Luke's dad. He says, stuck back in Islington, but really enjoying the coverage. Hope to be down for the weekend. Meanwhile, just wondering who's fielding in which positions. Let's go through them again. Hanscom's at slip, and White is at second. As here comes Anderson past the umpire. He bowls and driven. Nice looking shot. Up the slope it goes, straight to mid-on. Well, hasn't quite got all of it, and mid-on Bamber will catch it, and they've taken 3. Throw comes in, and a dive at the end as well from Orr. 79 for 1. This is that applause. What a lovely sound. It tells you a good number in here at Hove. So yeah, 2 slips in place, Hanscom and White. Third is Cullen. Point is Holden. Cover is Stoneman. Mid-off, Robson. Mid-on, Bamber. Deep mid-wicket, or deep square, he is actually just backward of is Holman, and Shaheen Shah Afridi is just below us to our right. At long leg. Anderson in bowls onto the hip of Allsop, who just tucks in behind it, turns into the onside, no run. Bamber coming around.
Yeah, and I apologise to Luke's dad, because it's quite difficult as someone who hasn't seen Middlesex this season, because pretty much all the Middlesex players, in fact, without exception, have all got their Middlesex caps on.
Oh no, this was an hour ago. Don't worry, Adrian, it was me.
And you can't and you can't see that, and they've got no numbers because they've all got jumpers on. So it's difficult to know who the fielders are.
Anderson bowls a bouncer through to the keeper. It goes. No run. 79 for 1.
Winston's been in touch from Girvan in Scotland on the west coast. He says, hello Adrian and Kevin. As an old aficionado of Kev's, it's very nice to welcome him back to Hove, even if I'm going to do so from Bolly, Scotland.
Hey, Winston.
Also nice to see a good start by the lads. Hope it continues tomorrow and we get to see another classic exhibition by Pujara.
Anderson full and clipped through mid-wicket by Allsop. And that will be 4. Mid-on won't get there, neither will Holman from the deep square. And 87 for 1. Middlesex, just a little bit of thought here before lunch how to just slow this down a little bit. I've just rattled along the last few overs. This pair, all 32, Allsop 30. Shaheen Shah Afridi's warming up at long leg. Hanscom with his hands in his pockets. That slip settles down now as Anderson awaits the ball to be returned from Bamber. Robbie White, glovesman at second. Hanscom, a glovesman himself, settling down at slip. Simpson goes down now, and this ball's full and driven straight again, straight at mid-on. Just over pitched a little in this over. Anderson, will Bamber catch this one? Yes, he will, just inside of the rope, and it's a more comfortable 3. 86. For 1, Allsop moves to 33, or has strike. Anderson has 1 ball left to his 27th. Yeah, I think perhaps straight back to Afridi now at Cromwell Road for a 2 before lunch, maybe.
Well, you'd have thought so, because he did bowl really well this morning. What, 7 overs, 1 for 17 on another day. He might have had 2 or 3.
Comfortably the pick of the bowlers this morning.
Yep,
Bamber didn't do anything wrong. He bowled well. Went past the edge a fair bit. Anderson bowls a bouncer to end the over. White had been removed from second, slips a short mid-wicket for that one, actually. But it was a bouncer that he went with. Perhaps having suggested he was going to go full again, mid-on and move a little straighter. But end of the over it is, 86 for 1. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London. Together on the BBC Sport website and app for this one. If you do get in contact with us, don't forget the hashtag BBC Cricket. It's at Kevin Hand BBC, at BBC Sussex, or you could email us sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, or at Rita Green UK. We've actually got a message in from Baskar. He says, nice to hear your commentary, Rita, waiting for Pujara and Rizwan batting. By the way, Sussex looking good. Quite extraordinary, the social media following that Pujara and Rizwan get. Pujara's got 2.7 million followers on Twitter. How many are you up to now, Adrian?
About 2,000, I think. not quite Pujara levels. As it comes, Holman around the wicket comes in and bowls to Tom Allsop, who plays nicely into the offside to extra cover. There's a good stop, but it doesn't result in saving a run. Who's that there at short extra cover?
Max Holden. Get your Downton Abbey reviews up on Twitter.
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
You'll have them in the droves.
I enjoyed it.
Hashtags going.
Virtually no one there, but it was. I enjoyed the film. In comes Holman, right arm around the wicket. Past umpire Watts, he's in and bowls to Orr, and Orr is forward, plays it down the onside of the track, and Holman fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. 87 for 1 are Sussex. Holman tosses the ball from hand to hand and is in again. Around the wicket, bowls, and Orr just plays defensively into the offside, and there is no run. That game here last year Kevin, there was that mammoth opening partnership for Middlesex of 376 from memory. Between Mark Stoneman, who made 100 and, what did he make in the end? 174, and Sam Robson 274. Or Luke Holman picked up those 10 wickets. He's in now on bowls and all stretching forward into the offside. There is no run, fielded by Max Holden, who rather missed out actually. All those runs, 676 for 5, and Max Holden made 1.
Who was it in at 3? Was it Holden?
It was Steve Eskenazi who batted at 3. He made 4, and then Robbie White made 109. In comes Holman again, driven firmly by Orr. Doesn't quite time it though, fielded at mid-on. And again, it's a dot ball.
I remember that whoever it was in at 3, that was in my memory, it was Eskenazi. As you mentioned, Holden's low score there. It was a case of all those runs and whoever came in at 3. Yeah, they could have.
Yeah, Eskenazi made 4, then Robbie White 109, Max Holden made 1, and Martin Anderson a very rapid 88, batting at number 6.
Still awaits his maiden ton, Anderson.
And comes Holman again, over the wicket this time, driven straight down the ground. Nice looking shot by Alistair Orr. He picks up a single. You probably heard the cry of yeah as he called Tom Alsop through for the single. And he's going to pinch the strike, is Alistair Orr. He's on 33. At the end of the over, Sussex are 88 for 1, all 33, all 34. Tom Haines, the man out, for 17. Luke Holman, 4 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 15. If you've joined us for the first time this morning, a very good morning or good afternoon now, wherever you're listening from. But there is a decent crowd here at Hove, quite a lot of spectators enjoying the sunshine in the southwest stand away to our left-hand side. Sussex winning the toss, deciding to bat. They lost Tom Haines, who was bowled by the man who's going to take up the attack now, Shara Afridi, for 17. Alistair Orr dropped off the second ball of the match at square leg by Mark Stoneman off the bowling of Afridi, who's now going to come and have probably a couple of overs, I think, here.
Should get 2, shouldn't he?
Yes, he should do. Certainly with Luke Holman bowling from this C end of the ground. And a good over rate here from Middlesex. They bowled 28 overs this morning, and the scoreboard displaying they are -1. So well done, Middlesex.
Pete Hanscom's hot on that. Middlesex, probably the worst in the country for many years for their over rate. Paid the price for it in 2017, -2 that season. They went down by a point. So Pete Hanscom has come in and solved it in an instant. Incredible how the skipper saved it.
Well, I think it's good. I mean, I have to say, I see no reason why sides shouldn't bowl 60.
It's poor.
And Sussex indeed were deducted a point at Worcester earlier on this season for a slow over 8.
Here's Afridi, 2 slips, a gully. There's a short mid-wicket as well. All crouching down now as Afridi is in, bowls full straight and watchfully tapped to mid-on by Orr, who just gently brings the bat down on that one. So Hanscom slip, White second. Gully is Holden. Point Stoneman, mid-off Robson, mid-on Bamba, short mid-wicket is Holman, deep backward square leg is Anderson, and long leg. Deep backward square leg is Cullen, and long leg is Anderson. As here's Afridi, he bowls onto the hip. It's turned backward square on the leg side by Orr for a single. He moves to 34. It's 90 for 1 now, Sussex. And you just feel for Middlesex, this is an important little 10 minutes here. If they can pick up another one, Afridi's passing a message to Hanscom. He wants one more across from the onside. Who, says Hanscom, who? Mid-wickets is the answer. Luke Holman is being pushed across into the covers, which is interesting, because you'd have thought he would be going with a straighter line before lunch here, but he's brought him across to short extra cover from short mid-wicket. So 6-3 field as Afridi approaches. He bowls now, and good line and length, and pops a little on Alsop. He ends up with the bottom hand off as he plays defensively into the offside, where it's fielded at point. Just comes down and prods away on the surface. We were chatting, Rita and I, about that, running down the slope. You have a quick bowler who bangs it in. You're wary of one keeping low down the slope. If it just hits that gradient, shoots on a little, that one picking up a bit of bounce for Afridi, who's midway through his run-up now. Bowls and down the leg side, just pushes that one through. And you'll have heard, actually, I was just about to say it if I'd have had time before he bowled, that the wind really picked up on that delivery as well, and blowing across from left to right as we sit. So pushing Afridi to one side, which would be down the leg side as he delivered that ball.
Steve Finn came up for half an hour or so last week. It was good to see him, and he was talking about sometimes the difficulties of bowling down the slope here at Hove.
Freedy bowls just full of length and played defensively to extra cover.
Particularly if you haven't bowled down the slope before. But I have to say, I agree with you. I think Afridi has been the pick of the Middlesex bowlers by quite some distance this morning. He's bowled really well, and as the one bowler to have really troubled the batsman. Might have picked up a couple of wickets this morning.
Still a more than bustling breeze thumps on our effects mic and across the ground here at Hove as Afridi bowls, and this is driven away just in front of point, no run. Around comes Stoneman with the scrambling stop, and Allsop remains on 34. Sussex 89 for 1, or likewise has 34, and he too has the strike. With 2 to go to lunch, and Luke Holman to continue with his leg spin up the slope here to the lefties. The gradient, we should say, for those who aren't fully accustomed with Hove, it's a straight up and down here, isn't it? Unlike Lords, where it goes from one corner of the ground to the other, or one corner of the square to the other, we should say. But this is straight up and down. You're either running straight up the hill or straight down it here at Hove.
Plenty of runs in the second division this morning. Durham 97 for 1 at Worcester. Sean Dixon, who made a very good 100 here last week, is 48 not out. And Keegan Peterson on 20, the man out. And Alex Lees for 27, as in comes Holman and bowls to Orr, who works that onto the onside to mid-wicket. And there is no run. And Leicestershire making a good fist of things down at Cardiff against Glamorgan. As Holman is in again around the wicket, bowls, and Orr using his feet drives firmly to mid-off, but again there is no run. Yeah, Leicestershire 81 without loss. Hassan Azad on 45, Sam Evans on 23. Leicestershire bottom of the championship. Sussex go to Grace Road next week. Here comes Holman again, bowls, a nice looping delivery, and Orr is carefully forward, plays it onto the onside, and there is no run. That sounds like some sort of a hoover or something in the background, a vacuum cleaner.
It's all these crumbs you've left from the muffin earlier today.
But thank you,
state of this
but thank you for bringing it.
It's not usually like this, Rita.
Holman. We've got some biscuits that we haven't opened yet. In comes Holman and bowls, and Orr drives straight back to Holman, who feels well off his own bowling, and there is no run.
Biscuits will need an industrial-sized hoover by the time you finish with those.
Yeah, we will, yeah. And we've got, it's a big big packet of biscuits as well we've got to work our way through over the next 4 days. Slip is the only close fielder. Holman on his way again from this CN, comes in and bowls, and Orr steps away to the leg side, drills the ball back to Holman. He's annoyed with himself, is Ali Orr. It's a little short, and maybe Holman got away with one there. Nonetheless, it's a dot ball. Orr remains on 34, Sussex 89 for 1. In the first division, Essex 63 for 2 against Yorkshire. Hampshire 68 for 2 against Gloucestershire. And comes Holman again, hammered away into the offside, and a really fine bit of fielding out there on the cover boundary. Orr will pick up a single. He goes to 35, and Sussex to 90 for 1. It's the 1 run off of the over.
It was lovely fielding. He picks himself up, Afridi. He doesn't need to come and bowl this next over. Good from the fast bowler doing that.
Yeah, very good. And very encouraging when from the spinner's point of view, you see a quick bowler throwing himself around the outfit. You know, what's a change in the field, I think, does Shah Afridi. Holman, 5 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 16. Sussex are 90 for 1, or 35, also on 34, and I suspect this will be the last over before lunch.
He's full of enthusiasm, full of energy, Shaheen Shah Afridi. He seems to love his batting, clearly loves his bowling, and loves his fielding as well. He's about to turn and run down that slope like a child running down the hill towards the sea, having just spotted the first wave it had seen of the summer. Here he comes down towards the sea end, Afridi, to get the over up and running. 90 for 1. In he comes at great pace, bowls, and right behind this one, Orr defends back up the track, and there's no run. Oh, it's a day for it, isn't it? Probably the sea temperature's not quite there yet, I guess, and actually this breeze probably, but the sun out, you can just imagine skipping across those. It's mostly a stony, cobbled beach, isn't it, Hove? There's a few sandy patches.
David has been in touch. He says, I'm listening today from sunny Jordan. There we are. Loving my time in Amman, the capital, listening to your coverage and enjoying your description of what sounds a lovely day at Hove.
Length ball from Afridi, the inside edge, trickles away towards square leg where Cullen Fields, no run.
David says, I was supposed to be meeting my barrister, Sarah, but sadly she has contracted COVID, meaning I have more time to enjoy your coverage. I hope Sussex finally managed to get a win on the board and kick on for the rest of the season, says David, all the way over in Oman. So lovely to hear from you. And another listener from overseas, watching through YouTube.
Freedy into Orr on 35. All traps the bat down on this one and trickles back to the bowler.
And that's Grant Skinner from, and I know you were in touch last week, Grant, and I apologise, I'm probably pronouncing his name totally incorrectly. He's in Auckland, but a place called Pukekohe, which is Pukekohe. Pukekohe in Auckland. And it's less than 2 hours before midnight, so thank you for getting in touch, Grant. And a final one from Martin, which I'll read.
to Rita Haskell.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to Hove for the second session of the first day. Middlesex asked to field by Sussex this morning, the hosts, and the hosts will be pretty happy with their decision at the toss. 1 down at the interval with 90 on the board and 4 on 35. Allsop on 34. Haynes, the man to fall to Shaheen Shah Afridi. Ethan Bamber opened the bowling with Afridi this morning, and he'll open the bowling after lunch from the sea end here at Hove. You're listening to BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London and BBC Sports online on the website and on the app. Also live on those streams if you haven't found them yet from either the Sussex or Middlesex website, carrying our radio commentary for the wonderful live streaming services across the country now. 90 for 1 it is at lunch, and it's going to be Bamber to Allsop with 2 slips, a gully, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. And Bamber, with his bustling approach, his right arm over, he bowls a nice line and length. Allsop defending away into the onside, and there's no run. I'd suggest that's probably what Bamber just needs to do. Just leave it on that spot. Hope for a mistake or just a little bit of assistance, for which there was not too much this morning, neither through the air nor off the surface for the bowlers. But good, hard line and length bowling is pretty much what's going to be required on this surface from what we've seen so far. The ball is into its 32nd over. So a chance still that it might just come to life a little bit as Bamber moves in, bowls, over pitches. It's driven to mid-off by Allsop and another dot ball. Your commentary team for this one: Adrian Harms, myself, Kevin Handon. With me after lunch, Risa Green. Welcome back, Risa. And it was a good morning for the hosts.
Indeed. Good afternoon, Kevin. Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, the hosts definitely could probably feel like they won that morning. They definitely rode their luck, especially in that first over. It could have been all so different for the start of the innings.
Bamber moving away from us. He bowls now. It's left alone outside of the off stump by Allsop. Through it goes. 90 for 1.
How was your lunch, Kevin? All good?
I haven't had it yet. I haven't eaten it yet. Look, there it is, a jacket potato, chili con carne. What did you go for?
I feel terrible now. I wolfed down my lunch within seconds. A lovely pie and a delicious coconut jam tart thing, and a can of pop. Quite frankly, it was delicious. So thank you so much for a wonderful lunch. I get that in early.
Yeah, make sure we get another one tomorrow. Thank you, Sussex. Here's Bamber, bowls, and nice line and length again. This time Allsop solidly in behind it, turning to the onside where Afridi fields.
Yeah, lovely action, I think, from Bamber, isn't it? He's got quite a bustly, busy action. Those red soles of his shoes as well are quite on the fashion level as well. Not that I'm an expert in that, but in terms of his action, really bustling. He was an important member of the attack last weekend against Leicestershire, and he's got to play a huge part today, I'm sure, and across the next few days.
Bamber around the wicket. We're going to have the perfect line of sight for this one from our commentary position. As this ball's full and clipped to mid-on, where Afridi fields. And, I'd suggest a good idea for Bamber to come around the wicket here. He's bowled well, as he always does. He's bowled consistently, as he always does. None for 13 off 6.5 now. Without much assistance, without any luck, which I think bowlers perhaps on this surface might just require a little bit across these 4 days. But you make your own luck. You've got to leave it in the right spot. If you do so often enough, Something will come your way. Here's Banbury Bowls, just outside off. It's left alone. While end of the first over after lunch, 90 for 1 Sussex.
First over after lunch. Nice crowd here at Hove. The sun has just gone in, just momentarily. I'm sure it will be out very soon again, so don't panic. But you can hear on the effects mic, the wind is picking up a little bit. And as we look at the pitch, it's from left to right and what would that be? West to east, I think, isn't it? In terms of my geography here. But it'll be interesting to see actually if that plays any part over the next few days. What can we talk about the morning? There were a couple of moments of fear, definitely. Afridi will start from the Cromwell Road end, as he did do before lunch, and he was absolutely blisteringly brilliant in that morning spell, wasn't he, Kevin? So many balls flying past the bat.
Yeah, the most consistent.
But only one wicket.
I did ask another observer who's seen a lot of the Middlesex games so far this season if they agreed was it his most consistent spell of the season, and it was indeed.
Alior on strike to Afridi, who bowls rather fast, push back to the bowler, and Afridi decides to do what all good fast bowlers should do, picks up the ball, slams it towards the stumps.
Did it hit the boot? Did it hit the boot of Orr on the way through? Because Orr gave Afridi a long old stare after that.
May well have done. I think there was definitely a couple of words in there as well, but aggression showed by Afridi there in that first ball of the over. So he comes in again from the Cromwell end and up to the wicket and now bowls, and that one is a bouncer. Nice short delivery there, and Alior just dips his shoulders down and it flies through to the keeper.
No, I don't think it did actually, looking at the replay. Just missed the boot. He kind of skipped out of the way of it. It just missed what was Orr's off stump.
Sorry, it was one of those where there was absolutely no chance of a run out. It was absolutely more about the theme of aggression from Afridi to the batsman more than anything. Afridi, once again, the Pakistani bowler from the Cromwell end, in to Orr, who defends in a very solid manner, pushes it back to the bowler, and there's no run. 90 for 1.
This will be a pitch that Afridi is more accustomed to from international level. I'd suggest that it was very much, in fact, myself, I think, last year commented in that fine victory for Middlesex that it was as close to Test cricket as he could get, the surface here last year. And this isn't far off it again, I'd say. Not too dissimilar at all to the surface where Middlesex racked up their record first-class score.
22-year-old Afridi in from the Cromwell end to Orr, who pushes it and drives it nicely into the offside, the backward point region. There's a chase on towards the boundary, very long boundary there, and these Sussex batters, they go through for two to the total 92 for 1. Nicely played there. Maybe from a Middlesex perspective, a bit of a thick outside edge, but all along the ground, wasn't it, Kevin?
Yeah, I mean, one thing is I don't think it's a lightning quick surface. I mean, that was there and there's plenty of time for it. He's a quick bowler, Afridi, isn't he?
Afridi in or facing the left-handed batter and push really nicely on the back foot again to the same area, that backward point region. A far easier chase for the fielder, and they scuttle through for 2 runs. 94 for 1. So you're thinking in terms of the wicket, from Afridi's perspective, he's licking his lips and thinking, actually, you know what, I'm really used to this type of surface. It's going to be my day.
Yeah, I think he's just got to put it on that spot, top of off stump. I think if you're off your line at all, then there's runs to be had for the batters on this surface, and that's all you can ask for, really, isn't it? From a batter.
He did that beautifully well this morning, Afridi. Orr is facing Afridi, who lets that one go. And from our vantage point here, Kevin, there's no run there. You can say from a batter's perspective, nicely left. From a fielding perspective, it was reasonably close. Don't get too excited, ladies and gentlemen.
I like that ball, second to last there of the over, just run away down to third. He had all the time, didn't it? And the one, as you say, where he was stretching for it, very much outside of the bat, but it wasn't onto him quickly, bringing that edge into play. You're just kind of thinking, slips. No, he had loads of time playing that end, even though he played it a little uncomfortably. What's something's been run out here? It's almost as though he's left a tag on the back of his shirt, as though it's just been brought out from the shop for Orr. It looked as though somebody was just removing something from the collar, a tag or a... It's just something pestering him around the back of his neck.
That's a bit of a mystery. What that was all about.
Bamber around the wicket he bowls, just full of length, driven up to mid-off by Allsop, and there's no run, 94 for 1.
Although it's really annoying when you get a new shirt and you forgot that you've left the tag on, you're out to bat, and of course with the gloves on, the pads on, everything, it's all very cumbersome to try and get rid of the tag. That may have been the case. We're trying to get some drama in here, aren't we? On the pitch in terms of the quick stealing as well as in the clothing department.
Like I said, I think it's going to be one of those matches. You just have to sit back and and look for some good cricket in terms of getting the basics right. And from the bowlers, that's just working on that pitch map, isn't it? As Bamber's around the wicket and on the spot again, he's just got to leave it there and hope he can find a bit of assistance off the surface. A mistake from a batter.
And so far, we've seen a couple keep low, haven't we, Kevin? Especially from the Cromwell end, actually coming in. But not a huge amount of disruption, quite honestly, for us to comment.
Well, as we were saying, there was that one that was nearly bowled, wasn't there? Ducking underneath the bouncer. It was only just over the top of leg. Bamber moving away from our commentary position. Bowls now and left alone once more by Allsop outside off. It was one that had the bottom hand taken off that just leapt. Just found a bit of extra bounce coming down the hill of Freedy earlier, didn't he? But again, with his pace as well, if he just hits a sweet spot, then of course he will extract bounce even down the hill. And that'll be the other thing. Send him up the hill in a little while of Freedy and see what joy he can have from there. And Bamber is a bowler who generally comes down the hill at Lords. That's going to be the next move, I think, surely, for Hanscom, is just to switch ends for the pair of them and see if that brings any reward, as Bamber again on the spot, eased away into the offside. Fielded in the covers by Holden, no run for Allsop. But this is the mark of Bamber. He will just consistently hit that spot. So how many he'll push past the edge whilst doing so, we have to wait and see.
You can hear the seagulls in the air. Yes, we're incredibly close to the beach. It's about 400 yards, I believe. I haven't checked it out myself. I can't wait to, actually. Let's go for a run down on the beach, but there we go. Another thing entirely.
Bamber bowls a little shorter and rocking back. Allsop's able to turn this one away through square. He'll pick up 2. Moves to 36, 96 for 1.
The game's really nicely poised. 2 batters from Sussex really nicely in, Orr on 39 and Allsop on 36, Kevin. From a Hanscom perspective, what do you think is on his mind right now to try and vary it up, try and get that breakthrough? Desperately, I'm sure he's desperate to get that breakthrough.
Bamber to Allsop. Bowls, driven down the ground, lovely shot for 4. Shot of the day, perhaps, so far from Allsop. Moves to 40, and that's the 100 up for Sussex. And a lovely way to do it. And the umpire's lost his hat in the breeze that's picked up here. 100 for 1, it is. Allsop 40 or 39, end of the over. The deployment, I guess, still a little bit of chat at lunch with the head coach, Richard Johnson. Jay Dernbach, the bowling coach, is here. What could they have done better this morning? Freedy and Bamber didn't do much wrong. I think the only thing you could say on this surface is very, very much like last year, just keep hitting the top of off stump. You're not going to get... bad wickets take balls, so you'll get cheap... bad balls take wickets, so you'll get cheap wickets in that sense, but you're not going to get cheap wickets hanging it regularly outside off stump on this one. You're going to have to keep tight to that off stump and just persevere.
Freedy again from the Cromwell owner, who with a bouncer to start with on the first ball of the over, and there's no run. 100 is up, 100 for 1 for Sussex. They've ridden, we mentioned this before, they've ridden their luck a little bit this morning. They'll be looking to really plough on. A beautiful day here in Hove, sort of 16, 17 degrees, really nice spring day. Freedy will be for sure looking for his second wicket of the day. 2 slips, gully point, as Freedy comes in once again, and a forward defensive stroke from Orr, who's on 39. Now, Ali Orr has been incredibly patient. 115 deliveries faced today for those 39 runs. We're really looking to keep that concentration going against an extremely competent and fast bowler coming in, steaming in from the Cromwell Road end. Third ball of the over coming up. The breeze is picking up a little bit. You might hear that on the effects mic. The left-handed Alior on strike, and lovely drive into the cover area. They scuttle through for one, they scuttle through for a second, 2 added to the total, and it's fielded in the deep. The total is 102 for 1.
One of the reminders, one of the chants of the field's early season: bowl at the shins, bowl at the shins, at the shins, boys, at the shins. This isn't a blast your pads off kind of track. And I just wonder at the moment, actually, do they need to draw their length back slightly, Middlesex? Both batters are very happy sitting on the front foot here to Bamber and Afridi.
Afridi in for the fourth bowl of the over, past the umpire, and it pushed into the onside. No run there, straight to the fielder, and the total still 102 for 1. You're right. It's one of those wickets where you're gonna have to work for it. I don't think there's many.
He pushed him back first ball, didn't he? And what's that, fourth ball now? Next 3 have all been full. Full is fine, and goodness me, listeners to Middlesex over the years will know my cries if they bowl too short too often. For many years, not so much in the last couple.
Afridi in past the umpire, and a defensive stroke once again to mid-off, and there's no run.
It feels like they're playing in with too much time at the moment, and part of that feels like they're happily sitting on the front foot. So maybe on this particular surface, Middlesex are a fraction too full, especially coming down the hill from Afridi. We haven't seen anything really climb or spit. There was just that one that the bottom hand was taken off, possibly by all, off a fuller length. It just feels like you might have to, and again, you'll have, if you do go that slightly little bit shorter on this one where perhaps there isn't express pace on it, you'll have to be very disciplined on your line.
Afridi again, once again, and clipped into the onside, the shorter boundary area. It's scuttling through to the boundary, and in fact, it is 4 runs as indicated by umpire Blackwell. 4 to the total, 106 for 1. That moves Orr to 45, also on 40, and it is the end of the over. I may have been a bit early. 106 for 1. I think it seemed to be a little bit ahead of the scoreboard. There we go. That's the first of being ahead.
But I think it played out that way, didn't it? All 5 deliveries. First ball was pushing back, and then after that, everything else was sit on the front foot.
He's waiting for it. He's just waiting for that delivery, and actually pounced on it really nicely in terms of clipping it into the onside.
I think after lunch, the coach would have told them as well, if it was required, or the captain, or whoever, turn back, look, immediately after lunch, go full on off stump, see if the feet are moving, see if there is a little bit of movement. There's a silly mid-on in place now as Bamber's around the wicket bowls, and that is edged along the floor to slip, rolling to his left is Robbie White at slip. Hanscom is the man that's moved to silly mid-on, so it's a slip. I mean, this is a real indication of the pace of the pitch. Slip, a gully, cover, extra cover, mid-off, silly mid-on, wide mid-on, a mid-wicket and a long leg. So only 3 behind square. Slip, deep gully and long leg. Bamber moves up the hill again. All supper weights. He bowls very full and he's driven as far as cover. So, yeah, look, they've got a tightly knit field there for Allsop, and they're going to keep him on the front foot at the moment.
Also, can feel a little bit aggrieved there, actually. Hit the fielder directly, either side of the fielder, and that's probably right through to the boundary. Interesting, that silly mid-on fielder, just trying to get in the eye line of the batter, just trying to veer it up, it feels like, actually, the Middlesex team. And why not?
Bamber tools up, left alone, outside off. I wonder, 4 on the onside at the moment, do they need that mid-wicket? I mean, he's coming around the wicket to the left-hander, so if he goes a little bit too straight, it's an easy clip through the onside. But with a silly mid-on in place, perhaps mid-on or mid-wicket, one of the two could be removed with a straight mid-wicket. Or extremely wide mid-on. Just put that second slip back in place, because that would be galling for the bowler, for the team, if an edge were to fly through second now, with the ball only in its 30s. As this is a good length from Bamber, and left alone once more by Allsop. Outside off from around the wicket. What is it? 36th over now. Yeah, it's interesting now. This is 20 minutes after lunch. These two will feel in again, in the 40s. Ready to go, ready to push on. Be very happy with the decision to bat first now, Sussex. There's a little bit of debate, a little bit of a rumour that Middlesex might have fancied a bowl this morning. If so, they got their wish, asked to field by the hosts. Bamber's past the umpire, bowls, and a bad length there. Felt he was almost belatedly floored to that one to defend Allsop. But yeah, that feels like the challenge now. It's almost like a spinner, isn't it? Bowl as short as you can while forcing the batters to play on the front foot. At the moment, they're just sitting too happily on the front foot, the pair of them, to both bowlers. And again, a change, as I said, just, in answer to your question, that just maybe changing ends for Bamber and Afridi, just see if they can extract something different. Well, this ball's still got a little bit of life in it as Bamber's in, bowls short, and he's hooked away for 4, and well, there we go. It just sits up, and that's what we're talking about. You go too short, you're going to have to be pretty accurate. That was not really a long hop, but right arm around to the left-hander, onto the ribs. He just had to work with it. And 4 more, end of the 36th. Sussex are 110 for 1. Orr has 45. Allsop has 44. And Middlesex have a little bit of work to do here.
It's all incredibly comfortable from a Sussex perspective. If you're a Sussex fan and you're listening in on or at the ground here, you'll be delighted with the fact that we've got 2 batters at the wicket, both eyeing up their half centuries, very much in. Not a huge amount going on the wicket or through in any other way from a bowling perspective. All to do for Middlesex though. But here's Afridi in from the Cromwell Road end and drifting down leg side and clipped very, very nicely into the onside. Is it going to beat the fielder? Yes, it is. 4 more to the total for Orr. Really nicely clipped, beautifully timed, lent into that one nicely, and quite frankly deserved a 4. Scores 114 for 1, and Orr is up to 49.
Yeah, gone full again. This time full and straight.
Slightly back of the length will probably just vary it up a little bit more.
I was just going to think they've either got to go. I mean, he threw the bouncer in first ball of the last over.
Afridi in for the second ball of the over this time to Orr, who's beaten and absolutely squared up. A really good response to being clipped for 4 on that first delivery. No run there, and quite frankly, beaten all ends up.
Bent his back a little bit more on that one, didn't he? He was a little bit more oomph in that, and also the length. Orr was in no man's land as he played that. He was, there was no sitting forward on the front foot to that one.
Or twiddles his bat and probably forgets about the last delivery and faces Afridi, who comes in again from the Cromwell end, past the umpire and again onto the offside, down leg side, but this time straight to short sort of mid-wicket, and there is no run. 114 for 1 into the 37th over of the day. I'm Rita Green here with Kevin Hand, and privileged to be in this wonderful position here in Hove. It couldn't get any better in terms of our position, can it?
No, exactly. And you watch, these guys are doing it against Afridi. We're watching Afridi bowl. It's lovely. But it just goes to show that best cricketer in the world. He's got he's got his work cut out here.
Left arm over and to Orr once again, who's on 49. I'm sure he'll be twitching a little bit, trying to get another one to be able to raise his bat for a half century. But I may be getting ahead of myself if you're a Sussex fan. If you're a Middlesex fan, you'll be desperate for a wicket. It seems like an awfully long time ago that Haynes was out for 17. As a reminder, if you're a Middlesex fan, close your ears for the moment. First over of the day, a drop catch very early on, second ball of the day. But it's pretty much since then has been, I'd say, Sussex's day. Afridi again from Cromwell Road end, in again down the leg side and beautifully clipped, very nicely timed by Orr to the boundary, and indeed the 50 is up for Ali Orr. Really lovely innings. Yes, he was the one that was dropped in that first over of the day on 53 not out from 124 balls and 5 fours mixed in there as well. 118 for 1.
Dropped off the bowling of Afridi by Stoneman, who's the man who retreats from mid-wicket to collect it over the boundary rope. I did think at the time, I wonder how costly that will be. Whether, you give it a chance that early in the morning.
Afridi won't be too pleased with this over, but another ball coming in from Afridi from the Coral Road end, and again just glancing down leg side, push to mid on, and there is no run. End of the over. It's 118 for 1, or on 53, and Alsop on 45. I gave him an extra run there, 44. Don't worry, I'll go back one run. But Kevin, it's definitely a lull in the game from a Middlesex perspective. They will be pretty disappointed. The fact the runs are ticking over. There's not massive amount of pressure from either end, or am I being slightly unfair?
No. I think it feels like Middlesex have given it the chance now after lunch. They've put it right up there on the off stump, but the Bastards have been more than equal to it. They've sat on the front foot, played it with time, and here we go. Middlesex are going to try and get the ball changed. So Stoneman, Bamba, Hanscom, they're all coming to the umpire saying, have a look at this, umps. He'll put it through his little device, which looks like a pair of handcuffs. And a little bit of taking him a while, is it? Yeah, I think Middlesex have got to change a ball. There we go. Change a ball. They've got their wish. That ball's... the ball's rolled from the... standing umpire to the square leg umpire, who turned and was signalling for the new ball to the old pavilion away to our left, and it was almost a very awkward moment, I thought, for umpire Blackwell there. I thought as he was walking away, that ball was just going to land underneath him. It could have been his Glenn McGrath moment. Wouldn't that have been awful?
I was just thinking that you need to be a bit careful with the ball rolling through on the ground and stepping on that. You can have a nasty injury, as Glenn McGrath knows full well.
Would England have won the 2005 Ashes if Glenn McGrath had stepped on that ball? I think we all know the answer. And if he's tuned in, Jason Gillespie, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it is over in Oz. I did get a message from him earlier on. I've asked every time I'm with Dizzy, you get to a certain point in the evening, you ask Dizzy. I'm still not answering that, Kev. Somebody was hosting an evening with Gillespie once, and I said, if you really want to get him right in the middle of it, or at the start if you want to warm him up nicely. So Jason, if Glenn McGrath hadn't have stepped on that ball in 2005, would England have won that Ashes?
And what an Ashes series that was, from start to finish. There's been a few of those. A few years ago, not so much recently if you're an England fan.
It doesn't feel that long ago, does it? It's the problem.
Indeed.
Although that was the last peak, wasn't it? And we've slumped now English cricket back to the 90s, apparently. The lowest Test points total. Here's Bamba with a changed ball from the C end. He bowls, and very solid defence from Alsop. Interestingly, he's gone straight back over the wicket here with the ball to see, right, okay, let's see what it does. See if it does anything different. Anyone who was tuned in last week was commentating for Middlesex on that game. My colleague on that day, Matt Floyd, was teasing me about my not so much theory. The players were telling me this new batch of balls they've got this year, not quite to their liking. They're a little bit unsure about this new batch of balls this season. As here's Bamba bowls, good line of length through it, goes to the keeper, no run, 118 for 1. And they openly said, I mean, this is an off-the-record chat, but, they openly said that every year, obviously, the balls behave a little bit differently. You got, this is the batch for this year, and right, how do they behave? Swing early, go soft at whatever over. So anyway, they're still working this current batch of balls out. They're not wholly happy with them just yet, I think. But if you manage to get a replacement ball now, as Middlesex have done in the 37th over, I doubt this is this current year's batch of balls, because you wouldn't have had a whole stock to call on. So this should be last year's batch, shouldn't it? So here's Bamba in bowls, and this is played on the back foot to mid-on, 118 for 1. And I've seen a lot of this so far this season, this attempt to get the ball changed.
Yeah, it's quite a possibility, although, I'm sure there was a ton of balls that have been used in practice, etc. But I know you have to be far more controlled, don't you? That batch of extra balls that may be brought out for a changeable. But it's a really good point, actually. Do you think maybe that's on their mind? I found it fascinating that the umpire took the decision pretty quickly, actually. Sometimes it gets thrown back up, just get on with it, lads, and the question gets asked a few overs later.
Bamber bowls, and this is bumped back to him, full ball, very much the inside of the bat from Allsop, who's looking towards the covers. Well, it used to be the old way, didn't it? It was like by the third attempt, the umpire eventually caved. But now they do have this little handcuff device, don't they? It looks like a pair of handcuffs. And if the bowling's bad enough, so the excessive appealing. But yeah, so anyway, they'll try and slip the ball through the device. So clearly, it mustn't have gone through easily enough. So that seems to be what it was. There was a certain amount of hesitation when they were trying to get the ball through the device. This here's Bamber, and off the back foot, that's played away nicely by Allsop. How well has he timed it? Races across the square to the longer boundary, and Sloman slides, he'll keep it in. They've taken 3, and Allsop's on to 47. 121 for one Sussex. And slightly shorter on that occasion. Is that the century standard? Is indeed. 100 up off 177 balls, 115 minutes, and very much appreciated here at Hove, where it's been a tricky start to the season, and indeed it's been a tricky 12 months, as Adrian has been telling us.
The crowd quite rightly delighted with the progress of the Sussex batters today. They've really carried on where they left proceedings just before lunch, or on 53, Allsop on 47. So quite a stand we're looking at here today. And quite frankly, from a Sussex perspective, you just want to keep it going.
Bamber has 2 slips once more with this change ball now. Oh, that nips back in and hits somewhere amidship and falls away harmlessly enough in that sense into the offside, but not harmlessly for Orr. He's in a little bit of pain there. He hasn't gone down in his haunches just yet, but a little bit sore for him. Time for me to take a break. I think Adrian Harms is about to replace me on the mic. You're listening to BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London, and the BBC Sport website and app, carrying these commentaries as ever with those live streams as well. A few words from Rita Green. It will be Adrian Harms.
Thank you very much, Kevin. And if you're just joining us here in Hove on a lovely day, the sun has gone in, but don't worry, it's a very lovely day. The chance of rain today, I think, are less than 10%. So I'm going to put my neck out and say there's probably not going to be rain here today. Hove, the site of Sussex against Middlesex in this LV Insurance County Championships. And it's definitely been Sussex's day. They won the toss, decided to bat, and it's a freebie in from the Cromwell Road and steaming in to the batter Allsop, who pushes it into the onside, come back for 2, and 2 added to the total. Allsop, we're definitely keeping an eye on his goal. He's up to 49 now, 123 for 1. He'll be looking to make it at least one more for his half century. And I'd like to welcome back Adrian Harms. Hello, Adrian. And from a Sussex perspective, you must be delighted.
Well, Sussex is going along very nicely, aren't they? I mean, I was looking since lunch, they've added 33 runs in the 8 overs since lunch, so they're going along at 4 overs since the lunch break. And Allsop and Haynes, as you were saying, a century partnership now with 102, so Sussex will be very pleased.
Second ball of the over from Afridi, who comes bounding in to Allsop, who defends solidly, and there is no run. It's fair to say, actually, it's a completely different game for Middlesex this week than last week when I was watching Middlesex play Leicestershire. Leicestershire also bowled first, and a certain Afridi was on a hat-trick, put it that way, on the first day of the game at Lords. He's not having his own way, but he's had the only wicket of the day so far. Afridi in from the Cromwell Road end and left by the batter. Goes through to the keeper, however, the keeper doesn't quite catch it. It pings off the glove, but batters decide to stay put, and there is no run.
Yeah, I think Sussex will be very pleased. I mean, it is a good batting wicket. I was quite surprised when the suggestion was that had Middlesex won the toss, they might have decided to bowl this morning, because wickets down here this season have been really good for batting, none more so than last week against Durham.
2 slips, Gully and point. Afridi in again to Allsop, who defends again, and there is no run. A completely different field for Afridi versus Bamber here at Hove, and quite rightly, there's a quite good sense of aggression and speed from Afridi. Afridi, the youngest of 7 brothers. I mentioned this before, and I'll keep mentioning it. They must have had the most fantastic family games of cricket in their backyard. Afridi in again from the Cromwell Road end, and Allsop just pushes it into the onside, and indeed it is a half century for Allsop, who raises his bat to the crowd with a very nice warm applause from everyone here at Hove. 50 runs of just 80 balls and 6 fours thrown in there. A really nice innings there from Tom Allsop. I'm sure he'll want to continue that for a while, Adrian.
Well, he will, and he batted very nicely last week here, Tom Allsop. He made 66 in the game against Durham, having missed out in his previous 3 innings for Sussex. And I was saying earlier that down at Worcestershire he damaged a finger looking to take a slip catch. And there was a bit of concern that the finger may have been fractured. The good news is it wasn't. And Tom batted in both innings of that match, perhaps slightly handicapped, but he's batted beautifully last week and he's carried on in similar vein today.
That's great news. And hasn't he come back and written off that injury if he had one? Oh, and a beautiful delivery there from Shah Afridi, a Yorker, and well dug out from Orr, who somehow got his bat down. It squirmed into the onside. 1 added to the total, and it's 125 for 1.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Rita Green. You may be watching via the live stream on the Sussex Matchday Centre, and if you're not, you can click onto that and see pictures as well, and you'll see there's a little cloudy this afternoon, far more cloud than there is blue sky. The weather forecast is good, so fingers crossed we won't get any interruptions today, and Sussex going along very nicely. Beginning after lunch on 90 without loss, now 90 for 1, I should say, with Haynes out for 17. But the partnership between these two worth 104 as Ethan Bamber runs in right arm over the wicket past umpire Watson bowls, and Orr plays firmly into the covers. And there is no run. Really good to catch up with some Sussex supporters at lunchtime outside of Greg's Cafe, particularly Steve Harris, who's a Sussex supporter, made his way down from Inverness, spends a bit of time in London and a bit of time in other parts of the country, but that's his home. So that's a fair deal of commitment to come all the way from
indeed
from Scotland. So it was really good to catch up with Steve as Bamber runs away from us. Up the hill and bowls, and Orr is right in behind this, plays it down the track, and there is no run.
Great effort, Steve, from Inverness all the way to the other end of the country down here in Sussex. That's pure commitment. Love it. But it's well worth it in terms of the cricket today.
Well, I mean, in Sussex, we all know Sussex have had a difficult time of late. They haven't won a championship match since they won in Cardiff. That's over a year ago, and finished bottom of the county championship last year, but the strategy here at Hove, as in comes Bamber over the wicket and bowls, and Orr lets that go outside the off stump, and there is no run taken by Simpson, as about the youth policy. And what they have needed is 1 or 2 experienced heads around the younger players, and they've got that this year in the batting lineup, certainly initially in the season, with Pujara and Rizwan. Mohammad Rizwan will be going back, we understand, for a T20 series that Pakistan are playing against the West Indies, but whilst he's here, Sussex want to make the most of that. And encouraging on the outfield at lunchtime, we saw Jofra Archer out on the field as well. We understand Jofra is going to play some T20s for Sussex. In comes Bamber over the wicket bowls. Forward comes Orr, plays into the offside. There is no run. I guess everybody would love to see Jofra back in action with the red ball, and I'm sure he would like to play red ball as well. But I think a lot depends on how this elbow shapes up when the T20s get underway.
Yeah, great to see him in the outfield. Taking some catching practice. But it's just great to see him out on the pitch in any form, really. But you're right. That injury is always a tricky one to know how he's going to respond. But I bet from a Sussex perspective, you cannot wait to have him back.
Absolutely is. Bamber is in again and bowls, and Orr is forward, plays down the onside of the track, and there is no run. And certainly in terms of ticket sales here at Hove for the T20s, if Jofra Archer is going to be playing, you'd have thought, the T20s are always well attended here. But I'm sure that everyone will be delighted just to see him back in action, and let's keep everything crossed that his recovery continues as planned. And we're back to his mark, literally down in front of us. He's running away from us, looking straight down the wicket as he comes into bowl to the left-handed Alistair Stories and bowls and all, clips this to mid-wicket. And again, there is no run. Good tight over from Ethan Bamber, who's got very respectable figures. 11 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 26. Sussex are 125 for 1 with Alistair Orr on 54, Tom Alsop on 50. This partnership were worth 104 between this pair. Just a quick look around the other games in the second division of the Championship. Durham going along very nicely at Worcester. Sean Dixon in the runs again. He's 68 not out. King and Peterson on 30. The man out there, Alex Lees for 27. Durham 128 for 1 at New Road. And in Cardiff, Leicestershire have lost a wicket. Sam Evans out for 29. But Leicestershire 97 for 1 with Hassan Azad has reached his half century. He's 50 not out.
And we have a change of bowler from the Cromwell Road end. This time Blake Cullen is picking up. No wickets so far in the innings, and with 14 runs given away, 4 overs this morning. Cullen comes in down the hill to Alsop, who defends, and there is no run as the ball goes into the onside. So if you're a Freedy fan, just keep watching, keep listening, etc. However, a bit of a break for the very charismatic Pakistani bowler. Yeah, some absolutely say he's the best in the world. And what I love about listening to him and hearing him and actually seeing him play is that he puts a huge amount of enthusiasm into every part of his game. Cullen in from the Cromwell Road end and nicely defended by Alsop. And there is no run. It's great, isn't it, to see on the county circuit so many wonderful players out there with the bat, the ball, and even in the field. And if you're a young cricketer out there, come on down to a county cricket ground and watch these people play and try and get some inspiration from it and maybe a couple of tips.
Well, absolutely. Particularly with the likes of Pujara and Rizwan in the Sussex side.
Cullen in past the umpire, and this one's left by Alsop and straight through to the keeper. No run. Yeah, indeed. You know, Basker, by the way, thank you very much for getting in touch on Twitter. Looking forward to the Pujara Rizwan battle. Should we call it? Should we big it up? Why not? But there's loads of little head-to-heads going on in the game with a Freddie out there and Ollie Robinson as well from a Sussex bowler's perspective. And I love those little side stories. I think we play it up a little bit more than it actually is, but why not? Cullen in again to Alsop, who drives this one to mid-on, but straight to the fielder, and there is no run.
I think it's certainly worth mentioning as well in terms of the Sussex batting, which has been a subject of much debate over the last few seasons amongst Sussex supporters, that Grant Flower is now here as the Sussex batting coach. He came during the winter months. And you look at the emergence of players like Tom Clark, who's made his first championship 100 this season. He's working with all the players, and unquestionably that's made a difference as well to the batting department.
Cullen in, the right-hander to Alsop, who gets on the back foot, pushes it into the onside, and there's no run. So 2 batters at the crease right now, well and truly in. Both of them over the 50 mark as well, way over the 100. Run partnership, all going swimmingly well. Not massive amount to talk about in terms of scares for Sussex with the bat. Certainly not in my memory over the last few hours. A drill you hear in the background, don't panic. Cullen in again. Nice over so far. Very tight, and indeed it is a maiden for Cullen. No runs in that over as it was a maiden. 125 for 1. Yeah, I just thought I'd better tell everyone don't panic with the drill in the background. We're still here, and it's been a wonderful day for Sussex so far. Middlesex well and truly looking for that next wicket.
Yeah, a lot of building work going on here at Hove at the minute. For those of you Middlesex supporters who haven't been to Hove for a little while, you'd have seen it last year that the Cricketers pub has now gone on the corner, and a new apartment block being built which has gone up dramatically during the winter months. All of those apartments, I'm told, are sold, and the pub will return, but in a different guise in that corner of the ground, and the work's continuing
Decent view, I'm sure.
Oh, wonderful view, and a great view if you've got something that either looks towards the cricket ground or towards the sea. Ethan Bamber, what can he do? Running in under now cloudy skies here at Hove, running away from us, comes into bowl to the left-handed oar. It's a ball of good length, and Orr just plays it straight down the onside of the track. Bamber fields. That's the 13th delivery without the run. 2 maiden overs before that. Orr on 54, Alsop on 50. At the field, there's a slip, a backward point, cover, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, a deep backward square and a fine leg. Perhaps that tells you something about the fact that Middlesex here just trying to dry the runs up a little bit. Ethan Bamber just moving his fine leg a little finer down at the far end of the ground and by the players' pavilion as Bamber is on his way again. Bowls and or tucks this one through mid-wicket. They picked up 1. They'll think about coming back for 2, and in the end there's a comfortable couple of runs. Alistair Orr, he goes to 56. Sussex to 127 for 1. My apologies to Middlesex supporters. I'm not familiar with all the Middlesex players, in as much as they've all got jumpers on, and apart from the fielder at backward point, who's got his shirt on with his number on, that's Luke Coleman there. The others have all got their jumpers on, so it's very difficult to see who's actually fielding the ball. What I can tell you is that Ethan Bamber is running away from us. He comes in and bowls, and Orr flicks this off the hip nicely down to deep backward square and collects another single. Does the young Sussex left-hander. He goes to 57 and Sussex to 128 for 1.
It already feels as though this needs to be a 4-day game, doesn't it? It already feels that way. A lot of toiling in the field potentially by the bowling team, but I may be wrong. I may be struck down by my comments, but yeah, 4 days. I think we need at least 4 days for this one.
Yeah, interesting change in the field now, because there's now a very straight mid-on, very short straight mid-on, as in comes Bamber and bowls and flicked down the leg side by Tom Alsop. Let's just make sure that came off the bat. I'm not so sure it didn't come off the thigh pad. We'll wait for the umpire's signal. No, came off the bat. Alsop picks up another run. He goes to... was that 51? 51's is the scoreboard. 129 for 1. Sussex winning the toss here this morning. The first time that Tom Haynes has won the toss this season. And electing to bat first. The skipper out though for 17 when Sussex were 21 for 1. As in comes Bamber to bowl to Orr, and a ball that would have hit about middle stump. Orr is forward, plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. If you'd like to get in touch via email, or you can tweet at Kevin Hand BBC.
Yeah, and you can get in touch with me, Rita Green UK.
All right,
indeed,
Rita.
the wonders of modern technology.
All right, BBC Sussex Sport. I'll read you the scores in the first division of the Championship at the end of the over. As Bamber runs away from us, comes into bowl to Alistair Orr. He's in bowl, short, pulled away by Orr, and then more runs here, and he's dropped. The second time he's been dropped. It was short, it was pulled away by Alistair Orr to the fielder at deep square leg. It really should have been taken, and it's another chance that goes down, and it's Mark Stoneman again. So Mark Stoneman has now put Alistair Orr down twice. He was put down off the second ball of the match when he hadn't scored. He's now been put down with the score on 129. Orr is dropped when he was on 57, and that's a bad drop. I mean, I thought he had it. He did have it, and then he dropped it. And his skipper is going to have a word to Mark Stoneman, who just stands with his hands on his hips. And sometimes the cricket field can be a really lonely place, but I'm afraid that's a bad drop by Mark Stoneman.
It absolutely was. Mark Stoneman once again with the drop. This one far easier in the main, at deep square leg. It was in the air quite a long time, but pretty much to the fielder and dropped. I thought for a moment Adrian here had it, and then he dropped it, and then he had it again. But no, it fell to the ground. So the game goes on, and wow.
Well, also, I thought what was interesting about was that Middlesex had been bowling for that, because they had a very defensive field, and the runs had dried up a little.
Oh, in to bowl is Bamber. No, it's not. No, it's not.
No, he is out. It's been put down again. That's the third catch that's gone down. So it's a short delivery from Cullen. Alistair Orr pulled the ball straight back over the bowler's head. He thought he was out. He was looking absolutely disgusted with himself. It was a difficult diving chance to mid-on. I think that might be Hanscom, the skipper who's up there at mid-on. Sam Robson. I'm sorry, we're confused because there's no numbers on the back of the Middlesex shirts. But another chance go down and Orr gets another life. It's time on 58.
Cullen in once again to Orr, who just pushes it into the offside. And what a couple of deliveries, quite frankly, Adrian, that the Sussex team will want to forget, as well as probably Middlesex. A couple of drop catches, a couple of wickets should have been tumbling, and it just hasn't been Middlesex's day in the field so far. They will be ruining those chances. Cullen coming down the hill from the Cromwell Road end, and Orr is still there facing a 58 not out. Cullen once again into bowl and defended nicely, and there is no addition to the runs. Wow, what a course of events over the last couple of minutes.
Well, my reading of that was that Alistair had given that up. It was a short delivery. He went to pull it over mid-wicket. He just top-edged it. It looped over the bowler's head. To be honest, it was quite a difficult chance from what I could see that Robson was running towards it. He dived. I think he got his hands to it, but Orr had given it up. He was disgusted with the shot that he'd played.
Cullen in to Orr, left-handed batter, and it's in the air, and it's been pulled towards the boundary, and in fact it's actually gone all the way, if the umpire will agree with me.
So I think the fielder's going to signal it was 6.
Yes, indeed, I thought it was 2, and the umpire was only going to give a 4, but indeed it was a 6, pulled very nicely by Ollie Orr after a horrible couple of deliveries that he's received over the last couple of minutes. This time he picked that one up nicely. It was a shorter delivery, and it was there to be pulled all the way to the boundary, in fact completely over it for 6. First 6 of the day so far, 136 for 1.
Well, that's what he was intending to do with the previous delivery, that he ballooned back over the bowler's head.
Cullen in to bowl to Ollie Orr, who receives this one and cuts it through the offside. And what a couple of overs this has been, all the way, no, not quite to the boundary, cut off by the fielder. And into the wicket-keeper's gloves. It has been a pretty tame afternoon so far with the ball and the bats. But in the last couple of overs, what have we seen? A couple of drop catches, and indeed no wickets to talk for. And from a Middlesex perspective, a 6 and a 2 so far this over, and Cullen will be coming in once again from the Cromwell Road end.
I'll just pick up Rita, because we've got an update to do to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex. So in comes Cullen bowls, and Orr beaten outside the off stump. Sussex. Yes, thanks, Danny. Sussex winning the toss this morning, electing to bat first, losing Tom Haynes for 17 when the score was on 21. But a recovery flew Alistair Orr, who's on 66, and Tom Alsop on 51. Sussex now 138 for 1. But if I was Ali Orr, I'd buy a lottery ticket today, because he's been dropped 3 times on the way to his 66, twice in just a couple of balls. So Ali Orr still going well. He's on 66. Meanwhile, at the Oval, Surrey batting first against Northamptonshire. They've lost a couple of wickets since lunch. Surrey now 101 for 3. Rory Burns is the man still there. He's on 53. Yeah, it's beautiful down here. A bit more cloudy this afternoon. Good news for Sussex in this match, Danny, in that Ollie Robinson is back in the fold. England have allowed him to play. And further good news is that Jofra Archer, we've seen on the ground here at lunchtime going through some warm-ups, and Jofra very confident, we understand, that he's going to be able to play in some of the T20 matches here at Hove that get underway at the end of the month. So good news all round for Sussex today. Well, it ought to be, and I'm sure if they haven't sold out, that with Jofra back, then they ought to be queuing around the block, really, because everybody loves to watch him play. Clipped away down to fine leg by Tom Wilson. Was that gone all the way to the boundary for 4? No, it hasn't. Just a couple of runs. Kevin Hand will be back with us at the end. It has gone for 4 runs. So Alsop goes to 55, the total 142 for 1.
That's the first drop, Stone.
So we're just having another look at these drops. There was a pull from Alistair Orr, and it went straight pretty much to Mark Stoneman. I mean, it was slightly above his head, but I think at this level you'd expect that to be taken, as in comes Anderson bowls and driven down the ground by Alsop. He remains on 55. Sussex 142 for 1.
Mark Stone will be hugely disappointed with his performance in the field. I'm sure he'll be wanting to write that one off and move on.
Very next ball.
So here we go. It was short and it was pulled, but over the bowler's head. And yeah, I mean, I think that was the hardest of the three, to be honest. As in comes Anderson, bowls to all solid players out onto the offside, and there is no run, but nonetheless a chance. I think we have to say he's been put down 3 times, but I think the last one was the hardest of the three. Robson was diving full length to catch that.
Yeah, that was a hugely difficult chance at the end, but you know, we all say it, don't we, in the game of cricket. Catches change games and wickets change games as well, and only one to talk of from a Middlesex perspective today.
In comes Anderson, bowls, hit on the pad, that must be close. He was just falling over in his crease slightly there, Tom Alsop. Allowed, if perhaps slightly unconvincing appeal. I can only think that maybe that was just going down the leg side, but it was worth a shout. Alsop remains on 55. So I think the feeling is, looking at the third drop, as to whether the fielder who was at mid-off really should have gone for the catch.
Sam Robson. Unless Bamber called it earlier.
Right, okay, so did Bamber go for the catch? Or was
Yes.
Bamber went for the catch in the end, but I think it should have been Robson who took it. Anyway, in comes Anderson, bowls and played down the onside of the track by Tom Alsop. So it was actually Ethan Bamber who dropped to the catch. But the feeling that maybe the fielder at mid-off, who was Sam Robson, was perhaps better placed to go for it. Unless, of course, Bamber called, as Kevin Hand, who's just watching that replay, you know, and if someone does call and says, yes, that's mine, to avoid some sort of horrible collision, that's the best way of doing things. But nonetheless, Alior has had 3 lives already. In comes Anderson, bowls, and Alsop is solidly forward, plays to mid-off. Good recovery from Anderson, 5 dot balls to finish the over. At the end of that over, Sussex are 142 for 1. Rita's going to leave us for half hour or so, and Kevin Hand is going to come back and join our commentary team with Alistair Raw on 66. Tom Alsop is on 55. Sussex 142 for 1. The man out, Tom Haynes, out some time ago for 17. And I don't know what Alior's done in terms of, I say he ought to buy a lottery ticket or something, because he's, 3 fortunate escapes, certainly 2 of them he should have been caught.
Poor old Rocky. It happens, doesn't it? You drop one and then you drop the second, you think, oh no. Bad day. Bad day in the field for Middlesex, and one of those days where you can't afford these catches to go down. As in comes Blake Cullen, he bowls just full of length, a solid forward defence from all, and there's no run. Those two drops are from bumpers, short pitch deliveries. And we were talking about Middlesex's length, perhaps just a little bit too full on a track that's not offering anything off the air, off the surface or through the air. There's not a great deal of pace in it. The batters are sitting quite comfortably on the front foot for the most part. They've just got to pull those lengths back slightly, Middlesex, I'd say, as in comes Cullen, bowls, and that one's on a good length and squares up or thick edge all along the floor to Holden.
Funny enough, it was a no ball as well.
Oh, well, that would have really rubbed salt in the wound for Middlesex, wouldn't it? Or added insult to injury, whichever.
Paul Bennett got into. Kevin. Paul Bennett got in touch last week listening to the Durham game. We were talking about nicknames in the Sussex dressing room when Finn Hudson-Prentice was on commentary, and Paul had some nicknames for Durham players.
Cullen attempted Yorker, it's dug out, and a quick single's taken through to the non-striker's end. Oars through, he's on 67, 145 for 1.
And in fact, Mark Stoneman was one of those that was mentioned. There were various nicknamed in the Durham side. So one was Colonel, which we got, which was
Mustard,
Colonel.
Yeah.
The other one.
Go on, test me. Go on, Colonel Mustard.
Rocky.
Yeah, Stoneman.
Yeah. The others were Grievous.
General.
Apparently, it's Grievous Bodily Harmison.
Cullen bowls outside off stump through to the keeper. It goes. Well, it was Star Wars Day yesterday. Reference has probably been lost on the Adrian, hasn't it, General Grievous?
And the fourth one was Spud.
I know this. Is it Borthwick?
It's Sean Tate, Sean Spud Tate, apparently, according to Paul. Paul, thanks for getting in touch, listening up there in the northeast of England. Kept us entertained last week with some emails, so thank you very much.
I know Borthwick was Badger, wasn't it?
I don't know. Right, okay.
Here comes Cullen. Down the hill he goes, onto the legs. Leg by taken to back with a square on the leg side. Tried to whip it away. Allsop couldn't do so. Yeah, the Badger. Borthwick.
If you'd like to join our conversation via email, it'd be lovely to hear from you. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, or you can tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport or at Kevin Hand BBC. Either one of those methods will get through to us here in the commentary box at Hove. Well, we've just got the best view in the house this week, looking straight down the wicket.
Cullen to Orr, and Orr cuts hard in front of backward point Max Holden with a desperate dive to his left, almost a despairing dive to his left as another boundary is struck, and that's the 150 up. 150 for one, brought up in the 45th over, and there was a lot of excitement about this young Middlesex attack, including from myself for this game. Been a lot of excitement about these young Middlesex players for a few years now, but there was a slight fear as well that if this surface in any way reflected the one of last, as Cullen comes in, bowls, and this ball's clipped away into the onside, fielded by who's moved across mid-wicket. It's the skipper himself, Hanscom. And there's no run to end the over. 150 for 171 or 55 Allsop. If this track were to represent anything such as that last year, where Middlesex hit their highest first-class score, then this young attack would really have to be on top of its game. Now, as we mentioned, 3 drops, or must surely be looking to 3 figures, as he's been the man who's benefited from the 3 drops. But equally, have Middlesex done much wrong? No, because they have persevered on a very, very full length on that off stump, which is the right thing to do. But I do think now, this ball, 45 overs old, they are going to have to try and find some different means, which I think we can see in the field that they're trying to, Adrian. But again, just the lengths as well. I think they just need to go to a slightly shorter length and see what they can get.
Martin Anderson is running in from this C end of the ground, up the hill, bowls to Allsop, who covers up and plays
Good
to
start.
off.
Good start. Top of off. If we watch this over, if we watch it ball by ball this over and do our own pitch map, Adrian, I think it is at that stage now for Middlesex. They've really got to look to these bowlers to just keep hitting that right spot over and over again. Because the drops have come off, well, a leg stump half volley and 2 bouncers.
Anderson, as the sun reappears, bowl short, pulled away by Allsop to mid-wicket. That was a good stop, a stinging stop, because that was really hit very hard by Tom Allsop.
To the skipper. He's got away with that one. Just, but again, that shows you the margins, how difficult they are. You talk about,
I think he's going off the field.
Oh no!
That was absolutely hammered and fielded by Hanscom, who immediately took a look at his finger and has immediately gone running off the field. Now I'm wondering if that's maybe popped out. Let's hope it's nothing.
No.
He doesn't look to be in huge distress.
No. Or maybe it's just a slight cut the nail or webbing or.
He's gone running straight up, but that was absolutely belted by Tom Allsop, and he's gone running off the field as Peter Hanscom. So let's hope that he's okay. So the skipper is off. Who would replace him?
It's Josh Carey's.
In comes Anderson again and covering up his Allsop, plays him to the onside, and there is no run.
Grandson of Frank and son of Michael Atherton.
Right.
Josh Carey's.
Opening batsman as well, isn't he?
Yeah. And a fine young off spinner also. Good 80 to his name. He's very unlucky to have lost his place in the side. Hanscom's arrival and Robson's return from an injury, meaning that 2 had to drop out from the start of the season. Young Jack Davies.
Anderson in bowls, covering up his Allsop, plays down the onside of the track, and Anderson fields off his own bowling. There is no run.
So yeah, a little unlucky to have lost his place. Well, very unlucky after a fine 80 at the start of the season. Middlesex will hope that that is not another injury to add to the list for Middlesex.
It was certainly hit really hard, wasn't it?
It was.
Allsop, who's waiting now. Martin Anderson runs away from us. He's in and bowls and clipped away by Allsop through backwards square leg. He picks up a single. Is that Stoneman who's sweeping out there? Gets in the throw. He throws the ball with some venom. He'll be annoyed with himself, having put down those 2 chances. Alistair Orr, since he was dropped the 2nd and 3rd time, I wonder if he's just thinking, do you know what? This is my day today. God, why wouldn't you?
He better be.
I mean, he's at a 6.
Second ball of the day.
Yeah. Yeah, it's right. He could have been back in the pavilion after 2 balls of the match. In comes Anderson, over the wicket bowls, and all covers up, plays down the onside of the track, and there is no run. He remains on 71, end of the over. Sussex 151 for 1, or 71, Allsop 56, Anderson 7 overs, rubbish. 9 overs, 1 made, 0 for 32.
See, I think that's about the perfect length that he just finished on there. All was almost in position too early on the back foot, and although that sounds as though it was comfortable, you do just think, well, hold on a minute, it's not coming on nicely onto the back. They're getting it away easier off the front foot than I think they are off the back, unless it's a long hop or a wide for them to cut. I think they'll be wary that it is on the slower side, this track, so the slope can play into it. Will it keep a little bit lower again coming up the hill? You'll think it should get a little bit of extra bounce there for Anderson. You want to get over the top of it. All of a sudden it keeps a fraction low. Likewise for Cullen running down the slope now. I do think that one thing they've got to do is just try that short of a length, just to see if they can persevere on that. And Anderson did it better in that over. Here's Cullen beginning anew, and Fulham defended by Allsop right in behind. Fine, it wasn't. Again, if they're going to be kept on the front foot like this, what you've got to do is keep it absolutely perfectly on that off stump, because anything even remotely pushing towards middle, it just runs into the onside. Batters at this level happily score off the stumps. And it's not a two-pace pitch, so they're not going to be worried about going through with the shots. We haven't seen anything in terms of leading edges or through the shots too early yet. Cullen moves in, bowls. That one's too full, driven down the ground. It's a sweet half volley from Cullen, and a sweetly struck 4 straight back past him. Allsop moves to 60. Sussex move to 155 for 1. And for sure, Adrian, there are shades of last year's encounter between these two sides here at Hove, but the roles reversed. And also, what they are doing wonderfully well, Orr and Allsop, which is the role of the 1, 2 and 3, is protect your best batsman at 4. Pajura still to come. Cullen. One slip goes down. He bowls, and it's bumped into the offside. Goodness me, now I just mentioned about being there too early. It was just a bump, I think. It was toe end of the bat. For a moment, I thought he was through it too early, and it was just going to dolly up. But ball, bat and ground all coming together at once. Bumps away in between cover and mid-off. No run again.
Thought for a minute he caught that on the full, and that was going to carry to mid-off, so we were both deceived.
Just as I said, there hadn't been one that had stopped and someone was through it too early, and it hadn't. But for a moment, I thought it was one that just hadn't come on. As here's Cullen, bowls onto the hit, turned away, back to a square on the leg side, and 156 for 1. The difficulty with this pitch is it's almost a pitch where bowlers got to be perfectionists, haven't they? Anything off the top of the off stump, and the batters are looking pretty comfortable. I do think, as I say, though, the next change, which will be soon enough, before this ball gets too old, is get Afridi on down here at the C end and send Bamber up to the Cromwell Road end. See if the change of ends bring a change of fortunes for those guys. As Cullen bowls, top of off and sitting on the back foot to that one. A single's taken by Orr, just fine of the cover fielder. Stoneman with an angry throw. He misses the stumps, and backing up his Holman out at deep square. Still, he'll be spitting about the 2 chances he put down, giving Orr a 2nd and 3rd life in this innings.
Yeah, I think the problem is, and with every run that gets added, you probably just feel worse and worse about yourself.
Yeah, and it's going to go one of 2 ways for Stoneman, isn't it? He's going to get a big one himself, or he's...
He got a big one here last year.
Yep. He and Sam Robson.
174 he made last year.
Different looking bowling lineup this year for Sussex, though, isn't it? With Robinson and Garton.
Yes, it is.
Very youthful attack last year. Cullen's around the wicket now. He bowls, and Allsop halfway forward, defends to mid-on. End of the 47th. Racing through today. There's only 48 left of a fine first day for Sussex. By the sea. They are very much on top here, having won the toss. Is Hanscom back on? Yes, I think he is.
Oh, well, that's good news. You never like to see anyone
Where
leaving
is he?
the field.
Where is he?
Is he gone?
Takeris is heading off, and I think that's Hanscom running towards us from the direction of Cullen, where he may just have returned to the field to stand down the bowler at the Cromwell Road end. Who's he going to look to send up there? As I say, I'd like to see Bamber. I'd like to see Bamber have a go at the Cromwell Road end now.
That was rather nice, actually. I think Tom Alsop just went over and inquired how Peter Hanscom was, and Peter Hanscom put up his hand and sort of acknowledged. So that's really good to see. I like to see sporting behaviour in cricket. Martin Anderson is going to start a new over from the C end. Comes in and bowls to Orr, who drills that one. It doesn't go where he intended. It flies past second slip. It wasn't a chance. It went very quickly past the left hand of second slip and raced down to the boundary for 4. Orr goes to 76. Sussex to 161 for 1.
Had there been a second slip in place, would it have been a chance? My thinking is yes, very much so. It would have been straight into the paws of second slip, and Orr. Well, you can't call it a life because it didn't go to hand, but that would have been as comfortable a catch you could imagine for a second slip.
I thought Orr was already on 72, so maybe the scoreboard hasn't caught up as in comes Anderson bowls and Orr covers up into the offside. There is no run. Yes, there we go. Orr is 76, 161 for 1.
I did mention, did I not, that I do think they'll regret taking out that second slip at some stage. Just has the feel of it as though there's enough in this surface that the edge will be taken. At the time, I think there was a silly mid-on in place, as well as a mid-on and a mid-wicket. It's still a 5-4 field, but with a mid-on and mid-wicket, a deep square and long leg.
Anderson on his way again, bowls and Orr clips this through mid-wicket. You probably heard the cry of way. Now, it's Hanscom who fielded the ball, because he certainly fielded that one-handed. I just wondered whether he caught his left hand with that
Can't
stop.
see any taping on any of the...
He definitely favoured...
yeah, it is. There's taping on that...
he favoured his right hand then, most definitely.
Taping on that left thumb, isn't there? So perhaps it was the webbing, just a split in the webbing.
I'm sure he wouldn't be on the field if it was... Well, he'd want to be out there, I'm sure, but he certainly did favour the right hand. Anderson in short delivery and Orr ducks underneath that. The ball goes through to Simpson, and there is no run. Let's see how he catches the ball now. I know he caught that with 2 hands as John Simpson threw the skip of the ball. And again, there is no run. So the field, there's a slip, backward point, cover mid-off. There's a sweeper on the cover boundary. Then the leg side field, a mid-on, mid-wicket, a deep backward square, and a fine leg all the way down to the distance. As in comes Anderson. Oh, that's another short delivery, and again, Orr just ducks underneath that. The ball goes through to Simpson. And again, there is no run.
Just watch Hanscom working hard on the ball there, and one of the theories on this new batch of balls this year that I heard from an opposing player was that actually it swings a lot later in the day than you expect, this one, that all of a sudden it reaches an age where the ball starts to come to life, which they really wouldn't expect, which would be overs 50, 60 onwards, where you think, anything's in the ball's gone.
Anderson in bowls, or so ball good length, just fends out in the offside. There is no run to end of another over. 161 for 1, or 76. Alsop on 60. Anderson 10 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 36. So we've had exactly 48 overs in the day. There are another 48 to go, provided the weather holds and the clouds. Well, there is quite a bit of cloud around. There's quite a bit of blue sky as well. The clouds are high and the forecast good. So with a bit of luck, we'll get through the day, and I have to say Middlesex to be commended on their over rate, which is showing on the scoreboard as being level.
Pete Hanscom, I doff my cap. He has solved a long Middlesex battle with the scoreboard, with the over rate. He was working feverishly on the ball there on his return to the field, Hanscom. He really was. Ball 48 overs old now. He's also not removed Cullen. It was obviously a pat on the back to say well done as he rejoined the field. Cullen's around the wicket still from the Cromwell Road end, and he bowls a nice line and length once more, which Alsop defends. I was happy with the lengths of Anderson in that last over. They're not sitting on the front foot to him. Cullen here likewise. Unless it's been a long hop, ball, it's not being punched happily off the back foot here, there and everywhere, so I'd just like to see him test that a little bit more now at this stage, which it seems as though they've moved to as Cullen comes in, bowls, that was too full and clipped away into the onside. Doesn't quite time it, was very much the inside of the bat from Alsop and fielded at mid-wicket. But yeah, there'll be a return for Luke Holman soon enough. He's grazing a deep backward square leg in front of one of the hospitality boxes. And around the wicket again nicely. In top of off, just right in behind it. Is Allsop. Neil Smith, the second 11 scorer for Middlesex, says Max Harris for the seconds has taken 5 for 27 to add to his 83 in the second innings at Radlett versus Hampshire's second 11. Tim Mercer, as I mentioned, was playing in that game as well. Thank you, Neil. Yep, Bomber Harris, young Max as he's known. Greatwood's another one for Middlesex to keep an eye on, as here's Cullen, very wide on the crease, delivers this one, went Fuller, perhaps looking to bring in that mid-wicket, mid-on, see if also falls away into the offside at all. It was clipped just wide of Bamber, but he prevents a run at all.
With that drop catch, Kevin, or certainly both of the drop catches, it was certainly something that I think Middlesex were trying to play for. They were trying to dry up the runs a little bit, weren't they? And that's why it'll be so frustrating that those chances went down.
Line and length again, defended by Allsop. Peter Mead says Sussex had Naveed Arif as a signing for a few games. His nickname? Barry. Barry Arif.
Very good. Very good.
Thank you, Peter. And Annie Chave, good afternoon to you. With no Sussex game, I'm really enjoying watching the live stream of Sussex batting against a powerful Middlesex bowling attack. Very excited to hear Jofra is there too. Have a lovely time at beautiful Hove, Kevin Hand. I will and I am. Thank you, Annie. As this ball's all wild down the leg side from Cullen. That's a wonderful take by Simpson, tumbling away to his right, preventing even a bye. And 161 for 1 it is at the end of the 49th. Any sign of a change? Goodness me, Mark Stoneman. Is he changing ends for Cullen? We do see Stoneman used to change the ends a lot. So let's see if that's what it is for Stoneman once more here.
Well, maybe a chance to redeem himself for poor old Mark Stoneman. He's been a couple of chances down today. 161 for 1, as Kevin was saying. A light aircraft making its way somewhere across the ground. Wherever you're listening, a very good afternoon to you. You can join our conversation on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London. Myself, Adrian Hunt, alongside Kevin Hand, Rita Green, the other member of our commentary team here at Hove today. And it's going to be Mark Stoneman who's going to bowl right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Alistair Orr. Just the one slip in place. He's in and bowls, and Orr is hit on the pad as he looks to glance that one down the leg side. The ball bounces down in front of him, and there is no run. Orr on 76, Allsop on 60. This partnership now worth 140 between this pair. Stoneman in and bowls, and Orr drives to mid-wicket. And there is no runs. Hanscom fielding at mid-wicket. Stoneman again. Or drives on the full. Stoneman fields of his own bowling, and there is no run. You didn't see your correspondent there talking about Jofra Archer, who was on the ground today. He's been around for about a week, Jofra, so good to see him back. Hoping to play in some T20s, which is not that far away now. In comes Stoneman again, bowls, or is forward, plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Tidy over from Mark Stoneman. Apart from that slip, 3 men saving 1 on the offside, a sweeper on the offside boundary, a long on mid-wicket, 2 men back on the leg side as in comes Stoneman, bowls, and Orr lets that go. That was a good lead by Ali Orr. I was expected to see the stumps being rattled, but that was a good leave by the young 21-year-old Sussex opening batsman. Stoneman again bowled short, pulled away by Orr onto the leg side. This time it's just going to be a single fielded at deep mid-wicket. Orr takes a single and pinches the strike. He goes to 77. Sussex 162 for 1, having won the toss here this morning and decided to bat. Tom Haynes, the man out for 17 when the score's on 21. Bowled by Shah Afridi, who I think it's fair to say has been the most dangerous of the Middlesex bowlers. The others have toiled away. It's a wicket that's not giving an awful lot of help to the seamers at the minute. But without wishing to dig Mark Stoneman out in any way, it could have been a lot different. Alistair Orr has been dropped 3 times. The last one, particularly difficult, Ethan Bamber diving full length. But the 2 that Mark Stoneman put down will both have been catches that I'm sure even he would admit he would have expected to have taken, but he hasn't, and all remains on 77.
So Cullen around the wicket. He's in now, bowls, and this ball's pushed away. Fine of Stoneman at cover. And giving chase as well is Holden from backward point, but he has timed that beautifully. Beautifully to the point that it drags the two of them all the way to within millimetres of the rope when they finally give up. The ball just hitting it just at the moment when one of the pair would have liked to have grasped at the ball. Too late, it had touched the rope. And it's 4 more to Sussex, 166 for 1. Strong ripple of applause. It was the anticipation, I think, that built the applause for that one, wasn't it? But nicely timed shot as well, yes. Cullen to Allsop, who turns into the onside. Now that one just bounced a little on him, didn't it? And again, that's the length I think that Middlesex really need to be probing on this evening. For the remainder of the afternoon, I think the fear for Middlesex is that Ollie Robinson will probably come in and hit that length from the off. It's a Toby Rowland-Jones length, a Tom Helm length, and I'm afraid Middlesex fans fear it's also an Ollie Robinson length.
Well, he does like playing against Middlesex, does Ollie Robinson, particularly at Lords.
And bowls width, it's cut away, not timed, just jabbed down onto it, or on a single take, and he's on to 82, 167 for 1.
Yeah, it's a ground he likes bowling at, Ollie, and I'm sure he'll want to get back in the groove in this match. Leicestershire next week, then the New Zealand tourists here for a 4-day game. And then we go into the T20s, but I'm sure Ollie would love to get back in the England side for that first test match, which starts the 2nd of June, I think it is, at Lords, against the Test World Champions.
Cullen. He's really toiling on that off stump, bending his back. He's getting not much out of it. Sitting forward once more, Allsop defends into the offside. 167 for 1. Getting control of this scoring rate for Middlesex. That'll be trying to bring it back down below 3 and over. That'll be one target for them. Cullen down the hill, bowls, and that's whipped away with a cry of catch it, but goodness me, he's timed that Allsop. 4 more, he moves to 64, back with a square on the leg side. There is a fielder in the deep, a long leg there as well, and it's just fine of Holman, and a further boundary moves Sussex to 171 for 7, and the partnership is now 150. 256 balls, 166 minutes. This is a magnificent stand between Allsop and Orr. After the big name at the top, Haynes, removed.
Yeah, Sussex have added 81 since lunch in
an hour and 20 minutes.
21 overs. So they're rattling along about 4 and over since lunch. Before lunch it was 3 and over.
Yeah, and I think probably Middlesex moving to a few tactics after lunch. They put in a few bumpers, didn't they? On bowls. Back foot. Allsop defends into the onside. Fielded at mid-wicket. 171 for 7. Sorry, 171 for 1. And Allsop 64. Or 82. 51 done. 45 remain today. And, well, so far a session and a half to the hosts. Middlesex need to find something from somewhere.
Nick Silsby's been in touch. Hello, Nick. He says, enjoying the coverage and listening from sunny Perth in Australia. He's rubbing it in here. Our winter T20 competition starts here on Saturday with an expected top of 26 degrees. What's the forecast for the next 4 days in my hometown? Always great listening to the coverage. Thank you, Nick. Well, the forecast is good. I don't think we're going to get as high as 26 degrees. I think we're going to be dry, maybe low 20s. It's still May here, Nick. The great thing is that it's going to be pretty dry, as in comes Stoneman and bowls down the leg side, taken by Simpson, unfussily, no run. I know it's been very dry in Perth, I think, over the last few months, and it's been incredibly dry down on the south coast during the whole of April. We've barely had a drop of rain. As in comes Stoneman again, bowls and cut away by Orr fiercely through the offside. Picks up a single fielded by the sweeper out on the cover boundary, who's Luke Coleman. I know that because he's got his shirt on, so I can see. Well, the others have got shirts on, but they've got their jumpers over the top, so we can't see their numbers, but I can clearly see that was fielded by Luke Coleman underneath the Clock Tower scoreboard, where the flags of the respective counties are fluttering away. Bit of a breeze across the ground. Change in the field, the slipper's gone. I'll explain that in a moment as Stoneman is in bowls. It's Allsop who sits on the pad. That's close. Not given out. Bounces away onto the offside. Throw comes in. Misses the stumps. There could be an overthrow. No, there isn't. Backed up by Afridi. So the story of that delivery was the Allsop was wrapped on the pad. It looked a good shout from Luke Coleman. Managed to get through for a leg by. The throw came in and narrowly missed the stumps, but well backed up. So just the leg by. And comes Stoneman again. Or is forward, plays down the onside. In fact, I said it was a leg by. I must have got a little tickle on that because it showed on the scoreboard as one more run to Tom Allsop. He's on 65. Now the slip is back in for Alistair Orr. So Mark Stoneman, the batsman, guessing he's in again and bowls, and Orr just covers up, plays down the onside of the track, and there is no run. Jamie's been in touch. I think you've probably read this one. Listening from Nicosia, says Jamie, my lad's in the Sussex Academy, missing the county ground, he says, exclamation mark. Played into the offside, does Alior. It's the end of the over. So, Jamie, I wonder why you're in Nicosia. Maybe you're on holiday, I don't know. If you could let us know, we're just being nosy. 173 for one are Sussex, Orr on 83. Allsop is on 65. This partnership now worth 152 between this pair. And Mark Stoneman, 2 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 3. And good to see a little message there from Steve Harris. Great to catch up with Steve at lunchtime today, all the way down from Aberdeen for a few days, or Inverness for a few days. Aberdeen, I should say, for a few days. So it's going to be Martin Anderson, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 36. And Middlesex, well, Peter Hanscom is trying everything here. He's switching the bowling around. But this looks a good deck to bat on and looks a very good toss for Sussex 2 of 1, Kevin.
Yeah, it does. I mean, again, that catch is taken second ball this morning. And what kind of day are we looking at? You know, you managed to pick up the wicket not long after, but it wasn't all. Down the hill comes Anderson, bowls, and that's clipped away down to deep backward square leg where Holman collects it on a couple of bounces. So, yeah, I mean, that's the frustration on a day like this. You've had as many drops, but especially second ball of the day. And Orr's now approaching the century, having received a further 2 lives since then. Anderson past the umpire, bowls short, and was played for a single, just fine at the cover field of Stoneman. He shies at the stumps, they're through. So he misses anyway. Lovely whistle of one of the birds up on the roof. That's distracted me. Where are the seagulls gone? You usually just hear the squawks of the seagulls down here, don't you? Not the whistling of the birds.
Yeah. Sorry, Kev, just a message in from Steve in Port Slade, who says the sound is fading in and out randomly on the YouTube channel. I'm not too sure why that is, Steve. I'll just break off.
Anderson bowls. That's driven away beautifully, wide and mid-off. Lovely shot by Allsop. Up the hill to the Cromwell Road end. It's losing pace. Gave it a good old chunk of the bat. That just holds up, and they've taken 3. Allsop's on 69, 178 for 1.
So just to say, there's obviously a bit of an issue, and he says, can I pass this on? Are you happy for me to pass this on to the club, Steve? If so, I will do. And if there is a problem...
They're hanging on your every word already, Adrian.
Well, you know.
Actually, one thing you can't see from our point there, which you can see on the stream, is it's almost, they may as well put a corner flag up there. There's a near 90-degree angle on the rope at that section just below the dressing room. Is that short down the leg side? Has it taken a little tickle? No. But I do like from Anderson that he's finding that bounce, and he has bowled well, just short of a length today, Anderson, or trying to work it on its way in the end. He was lucky he got nothing on it through to Simpson.
Yes, I thought for a minute he may have gloved that through to the keeper.
Wasn't far off. There's enough there to keep Middlesex interested, and that's why, again, that second ball of the day just looks so costly now. So too the last two drops as Anderson bowls short, and that's hooked away. Good stop by Holman, a deep backward square leg. Hit hard by Orr as he spun on the spot, hooking away down to Holman. And I wondered for a moment the way that he played it with such aggression, whether it was flying in the sky, but no, right over the top of it.
That was a really good stop, actually, because that was hit hard by Ollie.
It was a rasping pull as his. Anderson, good length again, just on the back foot. He's found a single in between mid-wicket and mid-on. All stop, and he moves to the 70s. 180 for 1. That's the end of the 53rd. 43 remain today. There's 11 more until tea, Adrian.
Yep.
Flying through the day so far. Well done, Peter Hanscom.
Well, Sussex have added 90 since lunch in 22 overs. So these two have certainly stepped on the accelerator since lunch, and Ali Orr now within 15 of what would be a second first-class century. His first coming at Canterbury last year, where he made 119. But he's not on strike. It's Mark Stoneman who's coming in to bowl to Tom Alsop, who works that down the ground too long on. The sunshine is back with us. Lots of cloud around, some of it looking a little threatening, I have to say, but there is a breeze across the ground, so the clouds are moving across at a reasonable rate, as all waits. Bright sunshine at the moment. Stoneman in bowls, and Orr crunches that through the offside and picks up a single to Holman, who's back in the action again, fielding in front of the clock tower scoreboard. Orr goes to 86, Sussex to 182 for 1. Benjamin's been in touch. Benjamin Cook, hello Benjamin. Stoneman bowling without a slip, without any close fielders. Right arm around the wicket, bowls and clipped away by Alsop to square leg. There is no run. He says, I'm tuning in whilst working in the office up in London today. Bring back working from home so I can have the stream on. Says Benjamin. In comes Stoneman bowls, and forward comes Alsop. There is no run. Another great start from Sussex. Let's hope we can keep it up for the 4 days. Great to see Robinson back in the squad, but even more Garton after his battle with long COVID. Hopefully he'll be able to perform to his high standards, and we can get that elusive win, says Benjamin, as in comes Stoneman bowls. Alsop forward onto the onside, and there is no run. Thank you for listening. I was reading somewhere, I think it's a firm of solicitors in London, aren't they offering workers the option of a 20% pay cut if they work from home full time? In comes Stoneman and bowls. Forward comes Alsop, clips to mid-wicket. There is no run. And if they've got 182 for 1, Alsop 71 or 86.
You're due off, but before you do, run that by me again. You can have a 20% pay cut if you work from home.
Correct. Yes.
So it's not you may have, it's you may work from home, but you'll have to take a 20% pay.
Correct, yes. Yes. So you would save your commuting costs, and I guess all the expenses incurred with going up to London. Yeah, so that I forget if that was on the BBC website or I read it in a national newspaper. So if you lived a long way for it, say your commute was an hour and a half each way every day, you might think, do you know what, for the extra time...
So would I take a 20% pay cut to sit at home and do this off tube? Rather than sit here with you, Harmsy?
No, because you like coming to Hove. I'm going to disappear from Mo, and I'm going to leave you with Rita.
Adrian Harms, thank you. Here is Anderson bowls, and this ball's run to backward point by Orr. There's no run. Sun's out again at Hove. Some cloudy sky in the distance. Actually makes it quite a lovely looking picture with the sun beating down on the ground and grey skies behind the Cromwell Road end. Nothing to threaten us, just heavy interspersed grey clouds around the sky in the distance. They're not filled in. Anderson in, bowls, run down to third, and a single taken. All moves to 87. 183 for 1. What I didn't note, the edge through the vacant second slip, was that or Allsop? If it was or, then goodness me, he really has had a fair old share of the luck today. It was a diving effort by White to try to get a hand to it. Welcome back, Rita.
Let's try that again. Hello, Kevin. Hello, everyone.
Anderson bowls short and pulled away. That's 4. That one's set up for Anderson to Allsop. He moves to 75, 187 for 1. 5 off the over, 3 balls gone.
The pace has definitely increased, Kevin, in quite a...
But not in the ball, though, for Middlesex.
Not from a Middlesex
pace
perspective.
Has decreased in the ball and increased in the scoring rate. Yeah.
And it seems as though there's another gear to the Sussex batters.
Adrian's enjoying it so much he's broken open the biscuits.
A celebratory biscuit.
Is that Hoover still around? A mess he made with that muffin today. Anderson's in, bowled, and forward goes Allsop, pushing into the offside. 187 for 1.
I know we talked about the dropped catches, etc., Kevin, but it's so difficult, isn't it, as a player to rule that out of your mind, especially when there's 3 of them in such a short period of time. But what do they need to do then to really pick themselves up, Middlesex, to just to move on and wait for the next one?
It's really interesting. He's throwing the ball to Stoneman, the off spinner. Now 2 left-handers out there. Anderson bowls, and this is punched in between Stoneman and Hold'em, and runs here. Could be 4 more. It kept his pace nicely there earlier, not this one. A slide from Stoneman, and they've run 3. Allsop's on to 78, 190 for 1 in the 55th over.
Yeah, really nicely punched into the offside, waited for it, and in fact waited into the ball and pushed it between the fielders. It was for a moment definitely going to go over the boundary, but just held itself up there. But a lovely timed stroke into the offside.
Let's go through the bowling figures in a moment. Work out how Middlesex get through to that second new ball. As Anderson is in, bowls, and this is punched again off the back foot. Well, it was more of a guide, this one, just sat up and guided it in front of, this time, the backward point Holden for 2.
Yeah, the Sussex fielders batters are making it look rather easy in terms of finding the gaps between the fielders and taking the chances where you can. There have been some beautiful strokes in the last sort of half an hour or so. They've really upped the game in terms of the run rate, and quite frankly, why not from a Sussex perspective? Middlesex definitely reaching around for reaching through the gears themselves, trying to get anything they can, and going to Mark Stoneman with spin, which is slightly surprising. Kevin, would you say?
Yeah, very much so. I mean, I don't know whether it's partly go on then. You've had a rotten day. Let's see if you can find some luck with the ball from the skipper, because there's also Max Holden who could bowl a bit of off spin to the 2 left-handers, and Luke Holman, the leg spinner.
Stoneman from the C end to Allsop, who just pushes it back down the wickets, fielded, and there is no run. Yeah, really interesting psychology here, isn't there, with the drop catches from Stoneman. Here's the ball, see what you can do. He's got his sunglasses on, he's coming up to the wicket and bowls, and skips down the wicket, does Allsop, and pushes it into the onside nicely between the fielders, and they run through for a run. It's 193 for 1, or on 89, Allsop on 79. A massive partnership here from the Sussex batters. Stoneman in again from the C end. A quicker delivery here, and or on the back foot, and drives it to the mid-on region. It's Afridi who fields the ball nicely, throws it in with some pace to wicket-keeper Simpson, and there's another one to add to the total, 194 for 1. Stoneman from the C end to Allsop, who goes on the back foot and once again just pushes it into that mid-on area. It's got a one-day feel to it to a certain degree right now. The runs are flowing from a Sussex perspective. 195 for 1. Kevin's got his head in his hands. I don't know if it's because of the brightness right now, or the brightness.
The brightness.
Right, Stoneman with the next delivery from the C end. This another quick delivery to Orr, but goes on the rocks onto the back foot, pushes it back down the wicket, and there is no run. I like the way that Stoneman's varying it up
That was a good one, wasn't it? We'll see that on the replay in just a moment.
Stoneman to Orr, who sweeps it or attempts to sweep it down the leg side and completely misses it. It goes through to John Simpson, and there is no run. End of the over, and it is 195 for 1. Sussex definitely trooping on in quite an accelerated manner here at Hove. And Kevin, yes, I know it's brighter, but don't despair too much.
No, well, this man could lift anyone from despair. Shaheen Shah Afridi. They need that X factor now from Shaheen. You know, the fact that he's bowled his most consistent spell for Middlesex in his time with the county, and it's reaped the reward of just one wicket. It tells you a little bit about the surface, really. I think that. All right, he could have had 2 if that other drop catch was held, but. He's bowled so well and hasn't been able to extract anything really other than the reward of beating the bat with a good line and length delivery. The skipper Hanscom will really hope there's a little bit of inspiration here from Afridi. 1 for 40 from 13 Afridi. Bamber none for 31 from 12. He's been the most economical of the 5 mainline bowlers in this match. None for 53 Anderson, most expensive, but he's been a little bit more the enforcer. Cullen going at a similar run rate. 2 slips crouching down as Afridi is left arm over the wicket, and this ball's hit up in the air and chipping mid-off for 4. Well, is it going to go? It might just plug. It does. Again, it's almost like a corner flag down there. 90-degree angle where the rope is away in front of the nets at the far end of the ground at the Cromwell Road ends. I can't imagine he meant to chip that.
Yeah, very much a lofted drive, well over mid-off, and for all it was worth, it was 4 runs, but it completely died, didn't it, up the slope. Didn't quite get over the boundary rope.
He's on to 90 all. And he's on strike as Afridi is in, bowls, and that was driven to the side of mid-off. They've taken the quick single. The throw comes in from Robson, and a single more to the total it is. So, sorry, Allsop's moved to 83, Orr on to strike with the 3 taken by Allsops. He's now moved to 91. Allsop's back on strike on 83. And quite the first couple of deliveries of the over from Afridi. I hadn't realised that Orr had already crept into the 90s before the start of this over. As here is Afridi, bowls, and Allsop turns for a single to deep mid-wicket, which brings up the Sussex 200. The first batting point coming up in the 57th over, 200 for 1. Orr 91, Allsop 84, and again, echoes of last season about this start here for Sussex, but the roles reversed.
And Sussex are keeping the run rate ticking over for sure. 200 for just the loss of 1 wicket, with 2 batters in who are looking for a 3-figure innings.
Afridi wide on the crease, bowls, and not quite a half volley, but Orr on 91, happy to lean into it, drives with an open face, only to hold on a point.
I mean, up until now, to a certain degree, Afridi has been very, very economical, just over 3 runs and over. But it's noticeable that the Sussex batters are not afraid to drive, and especially with those slightly over-pitched deliveries, are really eking out those runs in the offside. And it's noticeable that they're fearless at the moment.
2 slips crouched down, Hanscom and White. First and second, Afridi bowls, and a little closer actually, that one to Allsop, and he drives through the covers for 3. He along, and he's looking good now, and in fact it was Orr, my apologies. He's moved to 94, Allsop back onto strike.
You can see what Afridi's trying to do in terms of having the fuller delivery, trying to let the ball swing in any way, shape or form. It's not really working that way with a lot of drives and very much in the beat of the bat so far, but you can see what he's trying to do.
taken out a slip to reinforce the covers. And this ball's defended to points by Allsop. They run end of the 57th, 203 for 1. There were 8 runs off that Afridi over. What have they got? 23 to the second new ball, Middlesex. They've got 7, mercifully, I think, to T. T can't come quick enough here for Middlesex, really. Here's Luke Holman back into the attack, the leg spinner from the C end.
Yes, Luke Holman with the duty to bowl the next over here from the C end. And we see on the right-hand side to us, Kevin, that there's a few more on the field for Middlesex. I doubt they're going to help, though. A complete bunch of pigeons on the right-hand side, for about 20 to 30 of them. But let's hope they stay safe. But it has absolutely been Sussex's day so far. And from a Hanska perspective, trying to mix up the bowlers. Holman once again, but this time, from the C end, with 56 on his back, and this time facing Ali Orr, who's on 94 not out. 203 for 1 is the score for Sussex. Holman in and bowls, and rocks onto the back foot does Ali Orr, and cuts it into the offside for a single. The score is 204 for 1. That one was definitely there, short and wide and ready to be cut.
Yeah, I think the job for Holman here, try and break this partnership, but if he can't, he's going to have to try and hold down an end for 10, 12 over spell.
Holman looking for more spin from the C end, and also dances down the wicket, and in the end opts for a defensive front foot stroke, and there is no run. Yeah, the jumpers are off now for the batters. They mean business. Holman again with the third ball of the over to Allsop. Past the umpire and bowls. Quicker delivery, short and wide and cut through. And there's a sweeper out there, Bamber, on the boundary rope area just next to the clock tower scoreboard. And quite a sight that is, isn't it? With the blue clock face and the 2 flags fluttering above the scoreboard area, with a rather fancy scoreboard at the front. Holman once again, who bowls to Ali Orr, and really nicely fielded by cover point, and that is Holden, who is right there. So really nicely fielded. You need that in the field. You need to get some sort of energy in the field and stopping the 4 runs and getting any excitement you can. Once again, Holman bowls, and once again this is a defensive stroke, and there is no run.
Peter Holman, Luke's dad, is in contact again. Better Middlesex news from Radlett, Kevin Hand. North Middlesex's Max Bomber Harris with 5 for to go for his 83 off 51 balls. I didn't realise it was off 51 balls.
Holman into Orr, who rocks back onto the back foot, and this time gets past that cover fielder and out to Athan Bamber, who juggles it but manages to keep it in the fielding area. And there is one more to the total. It's 206 for 1.
Right, I'm off, I think. Has Adrian got an update to do? Peter Mead says, my company office is my home, no worries about work from home, but if someone told me they'd give me a 20% pay cut for doing the same job in a different place, I'd immediately start looking for another job. Good point, well made, Peter.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Rita Green here with you at Hove, with Adrian Harms as well, who's shortly going to do an update.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. It's going to be Afridi who's going to come into bowl to Alistair Orr. A couple more messages have come in, which I'll read out in a couple of moments' time, but it is Afridi from the Cromwell Road end, 206 for 1. Alistair Orr on 96. Afridi comes racing down the hill, bowls to Orr, who looks to flick that one down towards fine leg, misses out. The ball goes through to Simpson. There is no run. So Andrew Grand has been in touch. He says, hi Adrian, just woken up on holiday at Pacific Grove, California. Good to see the score, which must be Sussex's best start of the season. And I can watch it on a big screen via YouTube whilst I have breakfast. Good to see Ollie, Rob and George Garton back. Thanks very much, Andrew. That sounds wonderful, doesn't it? Pacific Grove, California.
That sounds warm.
Sounds lovely, doesn't it? And comes Afridi down the hill and bowls, and Orr looks to pull that one away over backward square leg. He's got his eyes on that short boundary as Alistair Orr wasn't really in a position to pay that hook shot.
It's just too quick for him. Went through him far too quickly.
Yeah.
Missed it completely and straight through to the keeper. We truly are international. Sorry, Adrian.
We are, yeah.
In every way.
It's amazing. You know, you just never know who's listening and where, Rita. I love it. As in comes Afridi from the Cromwell Road end in bright sunshine, bowls to Alistair Orr, and Orr plays out into the offside. They're going to take a quick single. Allsop's going to get his skates on here, and I suspect, had that hit the stumps, I think Tom Allsop might have been gone. It was a risky single played by Ali Orr. He's on 96. He played it into the offside. He took a quick single, and I think Tom Allsop had to go. You're trusting your partner when it's played in front of the stumps. I'm sure Alistair Orr is coming down and saying sorry about that. But, I mean, we can't see. We're behind the bowler's arm. Julian up in the top tier would have had a better view than we have, and I reckon that if it hit the stumps, it would have been out. Yeah, I think Julian's putting his thumbs up and saying it would have been out. Yeah, it would have been out. Afridi comes in over the wicket, bowls to Allsop, who's looking to play that on the onside. He's rather squared up. It ends up best bowler here for Middlesex. He's caused the batsman.
He's got the only wicket of the day, of the game so far. And from an economy perspective, a pace perspective, yeah, he's definitely the one that Middlesex will look to change this game.
Afridi, just the one slip in place, runs in down the slope, bowls, and also drives to the onside, and that's going to go for at least a couple of runs. It's heading towards the boundary. I think Holman will cut it off, and he does do so. It's a good bit of fielding out there by Luke Holman, but Allsop comes back for a couple of runs. He goes to 87. Sussex to 209 for one, and this partnership now worth 188 between this pair.
Yeah, going back to the potential run out a ball or so ago, Adrian, I think you can always tell if it was close from the fielders, and it was abundantly clear that was awfully close, but you've got to hit the wicket.
Freedy comes in again, bowls, full toss, hammered away. That's probably going to be 4 runs. The fielder's in hot pursuit. It's a long way out there, and they might well overhaul it. It could just be the 3 runs to Tom Allsop, but it wasn't a great delivery from Freedy. In fact, they're going to settle for a couple of... Did they go for 3? The kid come back for a third, did they?
Yes.
And Allsop goes to 90, and Sussex to 212 for one. Orr on 97, Allsop is on 90, so Tom Allsop has pinched the strike with Ali Orr just 3 short of his 100, and this partnership between these two now worth 191.
2 batters in the nervous 90s.
Yeah. Duncan's been in touch. He says the pitches at Hove seem to be weighted in favour of the batsman and do not produce a fair contest between bat and ball. We'll get Kevin's thoughts as well as your thoughts on that as we go through the next over. Rita, think this result could turn into think this can result in some fairly boring matches. Any thoughts, says Duncan. In the meantime, it's going to be Luke Holman who's going to carry on from the C end of the ground. To see you through this over is going to be Rita. Yeah,
the light-haired Holman into bowl once again. Right arm over, and that was short and wide, and there to be cut into the offside. And they run through for a single with the sweeper on the boundary, though. It was always only going to be a single.
I wonder if I take this delivery just while Ali Orr is on 97. We've got some sort of a Hoover or something in the background which isn't helping, accompanying Ali Orr, who's 3 runs away from his century. Oh, there we go. Hoover's gone. That's good. In comes Holman, bowls to Orr down the leg side, and Ali Orr really feel he's missed out there. That was a very loose delivery from Luke Holman. Down the leg side, Orr looking to sweep the ball down towards fine leg. The ball went through to Simpson, and there is no run. Holman again tosses the ball from hand to hand. He's in and bowls, and Orr is forward solidly. He plays down the onside of the track. Holman fields off his own bowling, and it's another dot ball. Total remains on 213 for one. We have an update coming fairly shortly on BBC Radio Sussex. As in comes Holman again, bowls, and Orr clips this one back to the square on the leg side and picks up his 98th run. Sussex to 214 for one. Sussex have really stepped on the accelerator here since lunch. Rita, they've added 124 runs in the 30 overs we've had, so they're going along about 4 on over. Holman over the wicket, bowls, and also cuts firmly through backward point. Good shot. That's going to run away for 4 runs. Beautifully played by Tom Allsop. hammers that one away through backward point. He goes to 95 and Sussex to 218 for 1. So Allsop within 5 of his 100 or within 2 of his 100. And this partnership now just 3 runs short of a double 100. As yes, I have. Sorry, Danny, we missed the cue there. Apologies. It's getting very exciting here. Sussex 218 for 1. Alistair Orr is on 98. Tom Allsop is on 95. This partnership now worth, Danny, 197 for Sussex. The only man out, Tom Haynes, who was out for 17 when Sussex were on 21. Meanwhile, at the Oval, Surrey are 134 for 4 against Northamptonshire. Rory Burns still going strong. He's on 72. Yeah, there's a decent crowd here, Danny, and this is the best Sussex batting performance of the season, really, so far at Hove. These two, Orr and Allsop, have batted beautifully. Tom Allsop is on loan from Hampshire, Danny. This will be his 5th first-class century if he goes through to that. He's on 95. Ali Orr, well, he's been dropped on 3 occasions, but he's made the most of his luck, and he's within sight of his 2nd century in first-class cricket for Sussex. He's on 98. So far, Danny, a really, really good day for Sussex. In comes Afridi running in down the hill from the Cromwell Road end to bowl to the left-handed Alistair Orr. He's in and bowls, and forward goes Orr, plays to backward point, and there is no run. Orr remains on 98. My apologies to the presenter there on BBC Sussex, because I think his headphones are slightly wonky. And I didn't hear, so I was indebted to you, Rita, for pointing at me and saying, "You're on."
Oh, well, there you go. It's all good.
So
all
thank
good.
you. Andrew has been back in touch from Pacific Grove in California. And I'll tell you what he says. How incredible is that? That someone's listening in California while having their breakfast. Amazing, really. Afridi comes into bowl to Alistair Orr. He's in and bowls, and Orr places through into the offside. They've taken one, Orr running to the danger end. He goes through for the single. He's on 99. And Sussex to 219 for 1. Andrew says Pacific Grove is incredibly beautiful, but not warm.
Oh, okay.
The year-round temperature is in the 60s Fahrenheit. They don't do Celsius here, and today it's a bit chilly. Good to see these two motoring along. So the 60s will probably be about, about 16 degrees, something like that. I think 15 is 59. In comes Afridi, bowls to Allsop, who drives through the offside, runs here for Tom Allsop. Could be 4 of them. The fielders are in hot pursuit. I think they're just going to drag the ball back inside the boundary, and the field batsmen thinking of coming back for a 3rd run, but don't. So Allsop goes to 97. This partnership is now worth 200 between Tom Allsop and Ali Orr. 200 in 314 balls in 201 minutes. It's been a terrific effort by these two. Sussex were 21 for 1 when Tom Haynes was bowled by Afridi. But these two, certainly Ali Orr has ridden his luck. Tom Allsop hasn't given a chance, and he's now just 3 away from his 1st century in Sussex colours. In comes Afridi, over the wicket bowls, and Allsop drives down the ground, and that could be a lovely way to go to his century. He's driven through mid-on, it's rolling towards the boundary. What a knock that is by Tom Allsop. He jumps in the air. He hugs Alistair Orr. The Sussex players on the balcony away to our left-hand side all stand and applaud. Allsop takes off his helmet, waves his bat towards those players. People standing around the ground here at Hove. Tom Allsop, 101 in 142 balls, including 12 sumptuous 4s. It's the 5th first-class century of his career, the 1st in Sussex colours, and that's a wonderful knock by Tom Allsop. 101 not out, Sussex 225 for 1.
Fantastic knot there from Tom Allsop, and plenty more runs to come from him. He'd be thinking that anyway. In comes
Afridi, bowls, and Allsop covers up, plays down the offside of the track, and there is no run.
Wonderful reception from the Hove crowd, a standing ovation for Tom Allsop, and I fear from a Middlesex perspective there'll be more milestones to come. We have the century now from Allsop. We had the 200 partnership for these two as well from a Sussex perspective. Yeah, it's definitely rolling in Sussex favour as it is at the moment, Adrian. If you're a Sussex fan, you'll be delighted.
In comes a freebie running in down the hill, bowls to Allsop, who lets that go outside the off stump. There is no run. End of the over, 225 for one, or on 99. Allsop on 101. A freebie now 16 overs, one maiden, one for 61. A couple more emails here. John has been in touch. He says, "Hi Adrian, if you're paying a lot of money for your commute using reliable rail services, a journey normally taking 90 minutes could take nearer 3 hours. He says, ever tried using the 700 bus from Portsmouth to Worthing? You could do a lot with that saved time." He says he's very impressed with the quality of the commentators this week. So there we are. There's a comment for you, Rita, and that's from John Holden, who sits on the top tier behind Judy. Commentators, well, they've heard you before, Kev. So thank you, very kind of you, John, for getting in touch. Now, can Ali Orr replicate his partner and go through to 100? He's just taking strike again, is Alistair Orr. There's just the one slip in place. The field, as you expect, is in on the single. I wonder if Ali's dad Duncan and the family are listening. Perhaps they're just sort of slightly listening with their eyes shut. We shall see. Will Ali Orr go through to his second first-class 100, his first here at Hove? In comes Hole and bowls, clipped by Orr, straight back down the track.
A real tempter there for Ali Orr.
Well, it's nicely flighted, wasn't it?
Yeah, gave it plenty of flight.
He's into his 8th over, Luke Holman. Figures of 0 for 25. Sun out here at Hove as in comes Holman. Bowls to Orr. And Orr clips that onto the leg side. They were thinking about a single. He's desperate to get that 100. And Tom Allsop gave a categoric no. And that was the right call from Allsop. Orr twiddles his back nervously and waits again as Holman is on his way in. Around the wicket and bowls, and Orr clips that again to mid-wicket again. It's a dot ball, good bowling from Luke Holman, good captaincy by Hanscom, who's got the field in, saving the one. If Ali Orr is going to get this 100, he's going to have to work for it. He's on 99, facing his 200th ball. In comes Holman, bowls, and Orr is forward and plays to mid-off. There is no run. 4 dot balls in this over so far. 2 overs after this until the tea break. The sun has gone in and waits again. Bowls, driven through the offside, driven to backward point again. It's another dot ball. I thought for a moment that had breached the field. 5 dot balls. Ali Orr showing admirable patience.
It's tense. It feels very tense.
He does. He adjusts his helmet and just waits as Holman keeps him waiting. For the gamesmanship from Luke Holman. Well, who can blame him? Comes in around the wicket, bowls to Orr, and Orr plays that straight back to Luke Holman, who feels of his own bowling. It's a maiden over, so well bowled Luke Holman. Well batted Alistair Orr because he wasn't to be tempted. 62 overs gone. Sussex 225 for one. Orr on 99. Allsop on 101.
Some wonderful mind games going on out there in that last over. I love this part of the game, you know, in terms of the position of the game. It's in Sussex's favour. But Luke Holman, credit where it's due. He kept the batter waiting for a couple of those deliveries. Really flighted a couple of the deliveries as well and tempted Orr potentially to skip down the wicket. It had none of it though, didn't he, Orr? And hit the fielders a couple of times. You thought he was going to sneak through for a single, so he'll have to wait if he's going to get to 3 figures. It is a freebie from the Cromwell Road end who comes into the Centurion Allsop, who lets this one go through to John Simpson, and there is no run. It feels like it's tense, but it shouldn't have to be. But you know what? Any batter out there who's played the game, whether it be in any form of the game, any level of the game rather, you know, if you're on 99 not out, it's a tense time. Credit where it's due. There's plenty of time potentially for Orr to get to a century. Here comes a freebie once again in and bowls to Allsop, who just pushes it into the offside, and there is no run. 2-2-5 for one. We're very close to the tea break, which will be on the mind of both the fielding side and the batters as well. Bit of a chat going on with the square leg umpire. Sorry, Adrian. And
no, I was just going to say, I'm sure Ali Orr would like to get to this 100 before tea if he can. And I've said that noise you can hear in the headphones, it sounds like a Hoover, but I've got an answer to what that noise is.
And it's not my helicopter coming in. A freebie into bowl to Allsop, who defends this one, and there is no run.
David's been in touch and he says it's not a Hoover but the big yellow crane the new Tate building away to one of those lovely new apartments that are going up. David Harrison from Ashdown behind us.
Construction watch.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you very much for that correspondence.
Well, we've got people around the ground here.
Yeah.
Letting us know what's going on.
Love it, love it. And there's plenty in the ground right now watching this intriguing game. Afridi again comes in, and this one's let go by Allsop 3 to the keeper, and there is no run. So far, no runs in this over. You're completely right, though, from a Ali Orr perspective. You'll want to be wanting to get to 100 if you can this side of tee.
Well, I'll imagine he's not going to enjoy his tee if he goes in there on 99. Should we just like to get it done and dusted?
Probably won't have much of an appetite, I would have thought.
Well, no.
Or maybe that won't get
I
away. Afridi for Middlesex, down the slope into bowl, and this one's a really wide delivery and completely let go by Allsop through to the keeper, and there is no run.
Well, it was very nearly a wide, wasn't it? Did you ever score 100 in your career?
Yes, I did, and I'll remember it forever.
Right.
You
Where was
you
it?
got it. Oh, it was on our home ground
Right.
in the Berkshire area.
Right,
yes.
okay.
Yes, it took an age, I might add.
You still did it, though.
Yeah.
Well done, you.
Only the one.
I never did.
Oh.
Never got anywhere near. Got a couple
In your
of
head.
half centuries, and that was it.
No, just the once.
They're giving Allsop the single here off the last ball of the over, just to keep all hanging around.
Allsop on strike and defends this one from Afridi, and there is no run. End of the over. It's 225 for one, and we're very close to the tea break. In fact, yes,
one
just
more over.
one more over to go. I thought for a moment there, Adrian, that Afridi was off into to get a cup of tea, but no, just going to his fielding position.
Well, very commendable over rate here by Middlesex, because we've just gone 20 to 4, and there's just one over to go until tea. So well done to the Middlesex players for getting around quickly in between overs. But Luke Holman is now going to bowl to Alistair Orr, the 21-year-old. Who is 99 not out. He twiddles his bat at the far end of the ground, adjusts his helmet and waits as Holman runs around the wicket, bowling to Orr. He's in and bowls, and Orr is forward solidly, plays it straight back down the track. Holman fields off his bowling, and there is no run. There's a slip, and then four fielders on each side, the off and the leg side, all saving a single. Holman in again, bowls to Orr. Oh, it's caught, and he's on his way for 99. Ali Orr has gone. Can you believe it? One run short of what would have been his second century and the first century at Hove, and he's caught in the last over before tea, low down at first slip, and Ali Orr has gone for 99 with Sussex on 225 for one. He can't believe it. Caught by Peter Hanscom, the skipper. Let's listen to the applause for Ali Orr as he drags himself off. He's getting a standing ovation, is Ali Orr, which will be some comfort to him. But it's a sympathetic round of applause, because I'm sure the majority of people on the ground would have loved to see him go through to three figures. But it's not going to be the case. The Sussex players on the balcony all stand and applaud. Orr walks off. He's absolutely furious with him. But he's just desperately disappointed. Orr is out for 99 on the stroke of tea. He drags himself, dragging himself up the steps of the pavilion away in the distance. Well, it's been a tremendous knock by Ali Orr. He's ridden his luck. He's been dropped on 3 occasions. But ultimately, it's Luke Well, welcome back to Hove for the final session of the day here in this match between Sussex and Middlesex. The umpires, Watts and Blackwell, making their way out to the middle, and drama right at tee. With Alistair Orr caught at slip by Peter Hanscom off of the bowling. Luke Holman for 99. The new man making his way out to the crease is Cheteshwar Pujara, who's been in wonderful form for Sussex since he arrived. Double 100 at Derby, a double 100 here against Durham, 100 against Worcestershire. But you got a feel for Ali Orr. Peter Hanscom didn't make it easy. He brought the field in, he kept the pressure on. I've had an email in from Alistair's dad, Duncan, who says he's been hiding behind the settee from the first few overs, hoping Alistair wouldn't get harpooned by one of Alfredi's deliveries. Am I safe to reappear? Then he says, ouch, loose shot on 99. P.S. His mum is in the ground somewhere. So I'm sure it's a huge disappointment for Ali and for Ali's mum as well. But you know, what more can you say, really? He played some lovely shots. He had a bit of good fortune, dropped off the second ball of the match. Dropped subsequently a couple of times, but there will be more hundreds to come, Duncan, I'm sure about that. Alistair out right on the stroke of tee. The new batsman is Pujara, who's going to face the final two bowls of this over from Luke Coleman. Final four balls, I should say, comes in bowls, and Pujara swings the first ball for 4 runs. Well, it's a long hop from Luke Coleman. First delivery after tee, and Pujara just smashed the ball away through mid-wicket for 4 runs. And he's on his way. Not a batsman who's renowned for his attacking prowess, particularly Cheteshwar Pujara, but that was short and that deserved to be hit for 4 runs. Holman in again, bowls, and another full toss. That's going to be 4 more. So 2 rather nice deliveries straight after tee, and Pujara not hanging around. Drilled the ball through mid-on for 4 runs. He's on the back of this excellent trot of form, making 203 last week against Durham, 109 the week before against Worcestershire, and a double 100 up at Derby as well. As in comes Holman, bowls, and Pujara is solidly forward, plays into the offside. There is no run. 201 not out. If you watch now, Kevin, you'll see he holds the bat every single delivery. He does this. Holds the bat slightly above the horizontal and then settles into his stance. Just the one slip in place. As in comes Holman, tossing the ball from hand to hand. He's in and bowls, and Pujara drives through the offside. They think about a single, but it isn't there. So that's the end of that over from Luke Holman. It seems a long time ago that he started the over. An over in which he dismissed Alistair Orr, who was out for 99, right on the stroke as he caught by Peter Hanscom at first slip. So Sussex 233 for 2, Allsop on 101, Pujara is on 8. Ethan Bamber is going to bowl the next over from the Cromwell Road in 12 overs, 4 maidens, 31 runs, yet to take a wicket. Sussex 233 for 2. My co-commentator for the next half hour or so is going to be Kevin Hand, and from a Middlesex perspective, that was desperately needed, picking up a wicket on the stroke of tee.
Oh yes, they needed that breakthrough, and well, 16 overs to the second new ball becoming available. They could do with a couple more here, couldn't they, just to get them going in this innings, Middlesex, and then hope that they can try and make it an innings of 2 halves. Try and rattle through with the second new ball if they can open a door. But that door is barely ajar at the moment as Bamber runs down the slope from the Cromwell Road end to Bolt Allsop on 101, and the left-handers forward driving up to mid-off. There's no run.
Much as Ali Orr will be disappointed to be out on 99. Wonderful partnership, 204 between Orr and Tom Allsop, which saw Sussex from 21 for 1, and it's not too often in the last couple of seasons here at Hove where Sussex have built a good foundation like that. So he can be more than happy with his contribution, disappointed though he'll be out on the stroke of tee.
Bamber, he's past the umpire, bowls, and inside part of the bat from Allsop as it's pushed to mid-on.
Steve Harris has been in touch. Saw Steve at lunchtime. He's come all the way down from Aberdeen. Spends a bit of time down on the south coast. But good to see Steve at lunchtime. I talked to Steve at lunchtime about pitches. And he was saying, I've since read Andy Bull's piece in this year's Wisden. It's well worth a read if you haven't already seen it. So I haven't seen it, so I have to have a read of that.
Bamber, arms pumping in bowls. This ball's bumped to Stoneman at cover. No run, 233 for 2, end of the over.
And perhaps...
not end of the over. Sorry, 2 to come.
And perhaps we could have that conversation, Kevin, about pitches, because there is a lot of talk about pitches that, the feeling seems to be that we want good batting pitches in this country where bowlers have to work very hard for their wickets and increase their skill set. When they go abroad, maybe taking wickets isn't as easy. However...
Bamber bowls outside off, it's left alone, through it goes to the keeper.
Has the pendulum swung back too much?
Yes.
We've seen quite a lot of games this season.
We were having this conversation at tea, weren't we?
We were, yeah.
What did I say? I've forgotten.
Well, I was talking to some of the guys in the press box about the game at Bristol last week, where Surrey made 603 and Derby were 440 odd for 2 at the end of the third day. Now, is that a good game of cricket?
No, absolutely not. No. But,
is that a scorecard that's going to make people think I must go and watch county cricket?
There was a fair bit of criticism there. Middlesex saw a flat one like that at Neville Road a good few years ago. There's Bamber bowls, lovely shot through the covers. Again, it's going up to the corner flag, isn't it? So Stoneman, it's a Stoneman or Robson who's going to have to give a hard chase from mid-off. That's got Pajara's legs going after... or at the start of his innings anyway. And for Allsop, 236 for 2.
And I'm sorry, and it follows up from an email that Duncan Scott very kindly sent in. He says the pitches at Hove seem to be weighted in favour of the batsman and do not produce a fair contest between bat and ball. I think this can result in some fairly boring matches. Any thoughts? So we are discussing it, and it's something for you all to join in on.
The biggest problem with April and May cricket is it all goes through in a flash in 2 days, and batters don't have the opportunity to learn how to build big innings, spend time at the crease, build big innings, and bowlers don't learn to bowl consistently in good, as they say, areas. As here's Bamber, who bowls to Pajara, right in behind this one. He pushes up to mid-on. That is the end of the over, 236 for 2. Pajara has 8 and Allsop has 104. This pitch is a great example, as it was last year in the game between these two counties. You have to bowl a consistent line and length if you want reward. And for a young attack, they're going to learn the hard way on this one. If you're off the top of that off stump at all, there's runs to be had for batters, especially batters who are well set or of the class of Pajara. So, and this guy here now, Luke Holman, talking about him getting a lot of bowling at Lords last week, which he wouldn't have particularly had before. The most bowling he's done in a first-class match down here in the 10 for last year. This time he's up against Pajara. And, this will be a sharp learning curve for him and a really, really good experience, even if it doesn't go well.
In comes Holman and bowls to Allsop, who's driving down the ground. To mid-on, they're going to take a single, but Jarrett's going to need to hurry. The throw comes in, misses the stumps by a mile, and Allsop comfortably goes through to 105, the total 237 for 2. I just wonder, Kevin, groundsmen are caught between the devil and the deep blue sea here, aren't they? Because if they produce seaming wickets, everyone says, well, that's no good. It's
first game of the season, the one at Lords, was a little on the slow side. It was the perfect April track.
Yeah.
And if Murtagh and Sidebottom had been fit the entire match, then I'm sure there would have been a result for one or other side.
In comes Holman again. He's coming over the wicket to Pajara. Pajara is forward driving down the ground and picks up a single down to mid-on. He goes to 9, 238 for 2. I just wonder whether if the balance shifts too much towards the batsman, if they're playing on good wickets all the time, do they learn if they come against a wicket, maybe if they're abroad for England turning?
No, because I think here, you watch Pajara now facing Holman. This is going to be a real learning curve for Holman, but I think it'll be
Holman in bowls, and Allsop plays this away into the offside, gets a single as it breaches the cover field. One more to Allsop. He goes to 106, the total to 239 for 2.
There's a great opportunity here for spinners in this match to learn their trade, and he'll have no better opportunity than trying to bowl to this man.
Holman Over the wicket bowls to Pujara, short, pulled away by Pujara. That's gone for 6. That's pulled over square leg for 6 runs. Too short from home, and it was a long hop, really. And Pujara's not going to miss out, and he just pulled that over square leg for 6 runs.
First ball, long hop, put away for 4. Pujara is seeing Holman's leg spin like a beach ball at the moment. And all those colours of the beach ball, he can clearly see what that ball's doing through the air. He's got no concern whatsoever. He's using his feet beautifully to the pitch. And if Holman drops shorts, then he's immediately onto that back foot and putting away. So, yeah, this is a job for Holman to do here. And in answer to your question about batters, what are they learning? They're learning how to spend long periods of time in the middle. And that is something, even on a flat track, that you have to learn. How do you spend long periods of time in the middle? The concentration that's required, the number of deliveries that you need to leave well alone. Because if you keep engaging, you're going to do it too much and you'll nick off. But leave as much as you can, force the bowlers to bowl at you, and then score your runs.
I think that ball might have gone out the ground, actually, because Ian Blackwell has just gone to get some...
A replacement
ball has been bought out by Brenda over there in her seat in the front row of the Spenkama Pavilion. So Pujara's has got 15. He's gone 4-4-6, or I think 4-4-1-6. Holman again. Over the wicket bowls, Pujara forwards, a ball of good length, plays it down the onside of the track. Luke Holman gets applause from his teammates, no run. 45 for 2. Good to hear people's views on pitches. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you'd like to get in touch, or tweet at Kevin Hand BBC as in comes Holman bowls, and Pujara with a flick of the wrist eases this down to deep mid-wicket, picks up a single. He goes to 16. It's the end of the over. 246 for 2. Pujara on 16, also on 106. You're listening to live cricket on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Kevin Hand. And if you'd like to watch the live stream, then go to the Sussex Cricket Club Matchday Centre, click on the relevant links, and you can see pictures of Hove, which is looking a picture in the sunshine.
The perfect cricket pitch is slightly imbalanced, isn't it? That it leans ever so slightly towards the bowlers. That's the perfect playing surface, isn't it?
Yeah.
That the bowlers just have the upper hand. Because it's hard to take wickets. It's hard to take 20 wickets to win a match. The problem is, in Championship cricket, April, May, September, it's been too easy to take 20 wickets.
Yeah.
A lot of that's to do with the time of the season, the difficulty for grounds staff preparing pitches at that time of year, as his Bamba bowls, and Pujara's gone! Caught at backward point. That was loose early on. His 10th delivery. He's gone for 16. Ethan Bamba with the breakthrough. And, well, Afridi doesn't even get the chance to have a look at Pujara in the first innings. Holden with the catch, sharply taken at backward point. Huge wicket. Sussex, 246 for 3.
Well, it's always a big wicket when Cheteshwar Pujara gets out, and he'll be really annoyed with himself. It was a wide half volley outside of our stump. Through the kitchen sink at it. He's caught at backward point. And that's... Well, Pujara looked majestic, hadn't he? Two falls and a 6.
Perhaps a shot too many against Holman had him in playing a shot too many, because that there, it was a ball to be defended, wasn't it? Length ball on off stump, and he was pushing at it, and
he went quite hard in it, though, didn't he?
Yeah, the ball flies square to backward point. That's a huge wicket for Middlesex. It really is.
No, it is, and a wicket that.
And as we said, with that weak number 4 spot that they have, Sussex, if they'd have held that second ball this morning, Middlesex. You're not to be baited today, are you? You just won't be baited, will you? No, that's huge. Look, after the damage that's already been done, to pick Pujara up. How often do we see it when Robson and Stoneman put that partnership together last year, and poor old Stephen Eskenazi had to walk out at 3. Well, you see it here. Orr and Allsop put together that partnership, and poor old Pujara had to walk out after that long partnership. But it does so often, doesn't it?
This happens,
doesn't it?
No, it does.
And now's the moment for Middlesex. Look, that new set. All of a sudden, look at what we're looking at now. That second new ball is 13 overs away, and Middlesex have a chance here through Holman just before tea and the ever-reliable Bamba. Let me just check before I say it. I'm sure he will be the most economical of Middlesex's bowlers so far today, Bamba. And he's picked up a big reward and a big wicket for his side. Ethan Bamba, 2.5 6-2 he's gone at of his 13 overs. On a tough day so far, he's gone at where you would expect him to go on any given pitch, any given day. Brilliant from Bamba. Here he comes, right arm over to Clark. The left-hander away. It's 2 slips behind and Clark leaves alone first ball through to the keeper. It goes. Massive opportunity here for Middlesex. Turn 1 into 2. And they'll feel, look, as I said to you, then, it being an innings of 2 halves, the top 5 and the bottom 5 against that second new ball, which can't come quickly enough right now for Middlesex. They cannot, for a different reason. Before it was a slow crawl towards that second new ball. Now, all of a sudden, they want us to be bumping those feet towards that second new ball as quickly as they can and see if they can make the evening session theirs here on the first day at Hove. Bamba's right arm around the wicket. He bowls to Clark, and down the leg side, he gets a little tickle on it, and that'll pop away. Oh, just down below us. You can hear it on the effects mic. Luke Coleman picks it up, 4 runs.
Yeah, gave it as leg byes. I thought he got a little nick on that, but 4 runs, 250 up for Sussex. One thing I was going to say is that 4 of the Sussex top 5 are left-handers. I wonder whether Bamba was quite enjoying bowling to a right-hander. Not something that Middlesex have seen anything of so far today until Bajara came into bat.
Bamba. Ball. This is pushed away into the onside. It's fielded at square leg. 250 for 3. Clark still on naught then, as you say, leg by as they were. Yeah, look at those bowling figures today. 1 for 61 from 17, Shaheen Afridi. 2 maidens. Bamba, 1 for 34 in his 14th. 4 maidens. Anderson, none for 53 from 12, but he bowled well. He bowled better than those figures suggested. Cullen, none for 43 from 10. Bamba's around the wicket, bowls, full, inside edge, onto the pads, trickles away into the covers where Stoneman, another of the relieved men out there after those drops of ore, fields the ball. He'll feel he owes his side a century here, only to make up the ore ton. Holman, 1 for 43 from 10. And Stoneman, those 4 overs, none for 8. Could still throw the ball to Max Holden. Sam Robson, I'm not sure how that finger is for bowling, whether it's I think it is his right hand, where he'd injured his thumb. Round the wicket comes Bamba, up there outside the off stump, and Clark gets into a nice position, stroke that one away, only as far as Stoneman. It is a wicket maiden. There were 4 leg byes in it, but a wicket maiden, 250 for 3, and the wicket was Cheteshwar Pujara, gone for 16, lasting 10 deliveries, of which he scored 2 4s and a 6. He was caught holding at backward point of the bowling of Ethan Bamba.
You're listening to live cricket, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London, changing bowling from the C end of the ground, and it looks as if it's going to be Blake Cullen who's going to take over the attack for Middlesex. Elsewhere around the country, in the second division, Durham 214 for 2. Sean Dixon in the runs again. He's 103 not out on the back of his century here last week. 186 he made against Sussex. The other game in the second division is at Cardiff, where Leicestershire are 168 for 2. 169 for 2 now against Glamorgan. So here comes Cullen running away from us, coming into bowl to the left-handed Alsop, who flicks this off the hip through square leg. He picks up a single, does Tom Alsop. He goes to 107, fresh from his first 100 in Sussex colours, the 5th of his career. High score in first-class cricket of 150. Tom Alsop. And be delighted to have got his first century for the club for which he's on loan from Hampshire for this season. So another left-hander is going to take strike. 2 slips. That's Tom Clark. 2 slips, backward point, cover, mid-off. Cullen in again, bowls, and Clark is hit on the pad. I reckon that's a decent shout, actually, from Blake Cullen. Tom Clark perhaps playing slightly across the line. I can only think that might have pitched outside of leg stump. Clark survives. So just to give you that field, 2 slips, backward point, extra cover, mid-off. So 4 men saving 1 on the offside, then mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg.
It wasn't bad, you know, actually.
No, I thought it was a good shout.
Just chopped outside the line of leg.
No, I agree. Cullen again. in and bowls, and Clark is forward to a ball of good length, drives to mid on, there is no run. Blake Cullen just stretching a little. Wonder if you just heard his hamstring a little. He's just stretching out his right leg.
Oh, don't say that.
Like,
Not another one.
He definitely stopped as he wandered back. Yeah, he's stopping again, and now he's flexing his. Well, this, he's holding the back of his right leg. Is Blake Cullen? I can see.
I tell you what, if that didn't pitch outside leg, that is absolutely stone dead, isn't it? Look
Yes,
at
it was.
that.
No, I agree. That's why I said it's a good shout.
Look at that. Again, I think they'd have gone upstairs to that. Middlesex would have reviewed. Did it just pitch in line with leg? I mean, that is.
This doesn't look good for Blake Cullen, He's having is that Peter Hanscom?
No, Robson.
Okay, he's got his jumper on, which is why I can't tell who it is. But in comes Cullen running away from us. He's in and bowls, and forward is Clark. Plays 2 mid off. There is no run. Cullen looks okay after that delivery. So let's hope that he's okay. It's funny, isn't it, what a couple of wickets do for a fielding side. A wicket right on the stroke of tea would have buoyed Middlesex, and then picking up Pujara so quickly after tea. As Kevin will say, the new ball is available in 12 overs time. Cullen. Bright sunshine. I think the 12th man may be coming on, as in comes Cullen running away from us, bowls, and clipped nicely by Clark. Through square leg for 4 runs. That was a better shot than I thought it was. It was beautifully timed by Tom Clark with a little flick of the wrists. The ball goes through square leg for 4 runs. So Tom Clark is on his way with a boundary. Made his first-class century of the season against Nottinghamshire in the first match of the season. Followed it up with a half-century last week against Durham, and has proven to be a more than useful all-rounder this season. Tom Clark bowling his brisk medium pace. Almost fast medium, I think, but in comes Cullen running away from us up the hill, in and bowls, and driven beautifully. That is a lovely shot by Tom Clark. One of the shots of the day, over pitch by Blake Cullen, and Tom Clark just eased into a lovely extra cover drive. There's perhaps not a more beautiful sight in cricket than that beautiful extra cover drive by a left-hander, and Tom Clark executed it beautifully. He goes to 8, and Sussex to 259 for 3. Blake Cullen, 11 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 52. I think the skipper is just coming down and having a chat and make sure he's okay. He was certainly feeling the back of his right thigh, Blake Cullen. Let's hope he's okay as he puts on his short sleeve sweater. He's okay. He's coming down to his fielding position, 3rd man. So
He's not wearing his cable knit, is he?
No, he's not.
He's got a number for you.
So he's got his number on the back. So well done, Blake. So I can tell who some of these Middlesex players are, because most of them have got their traditional sweaters on with no numbers on the back. But Blake Cullen clearly with number 19 on the back of his shirt. And it's going to be the wicket taker, Ethan Bamber, to carry on from the Cromwell Road end.
Just the one slip in place for Allsop on 107. Bamber's past the umpire now. Right arm over, he bowls. A length ball dives on its way through to Simpson down the slope.
Elsewhere, plenty of runs around in the Championship. Essex 153 for 2 at Chelmsford against Yorkshire.
2 former England captains against each other, Joe Root and Alistair Cook.
And Alistair Cook is 65 not out.
That's the last time you think you could have said that. 2 former England captains facing each other in county cricket.
Felix Organ on the verge of a century for Hampshire. 212 for 2 against Gloucestershire at Southampton.
Ball's left alone outside of the off stump, through to the keeper it goes.
Warwickshire are 183 for 4 against Lancashire at Old Trafford. Dominic Sibley not out on 84. And at the Oval, Surrey 155 for 4. Rory Burns 78 not out. 3 wickets there for Luke Proctor.
But bowls full, left alone by Allsop through it passes. They're lively in the fields. It was thrown to Holden at backward point. He immediately threw it back to slip, which was Hanscom up to cover and Stoneman. Then on around it goes. They are very quick about getting this ball back to the bowler.
No, I think it's really good to see. I don't think anyone wants to be sitting around watching cricket at sort of 10 to 7 in the evening and you've got a side of the bowl they're over so slowly. I think, and I'll come back to that in a minute.
Bowls, and this is left alone.
And I don't understand where the over eights come from, because sometimes you're sitting around at 20-7 and the over eight shows sort of -2. I just don't see how that can be right. I know we have batsmen that are out and there may be delays during the day, but I think they should be more. Well, it should be more penal not bowling your overs in time. I just don't understand why you can't bowl 16 overs an hour. And Middlesex are pretty much up with that today.
Forward goes Allsop, pushing away to the covers again. Right on the spot where he's been all day.
Well, Middlesex will be very pleased, won't they? Because having picked up that wicket just before tea and a wicket soon afterwards, so Pujara out, is a case of a bit of a rebuild now for Sussex. The new ball available in just 11 overs after this one. And Middlesex, I think, will just be keen to keep things really tight for the next 11 overs and then let Afridi loose with the new ball.
Bamber bowls, punched away out to deep point for a single. Allsop moves to 108 onto strike. Clark, 8 to his name. But that was the end of the over, my apologies. 69 gone, 11 to the second new ball. I'm off. Adrian's on, because he's got an update, and after Adrian, it'll be Rita Green.
Yeah, I think you're on, Kev.
Oh, am I? Oh, yeah. I'm back. Oh, I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah, you're staying on. I'm going to do my update, and then it's you and Rita. And indeed, it is the end of the over. 260 for 3, also 108. Clark on 8, as Kevin was saying. And Ethan Bamber's Blake Cullen, get it right, is going to carry on, despite, I thought, the fact he was feeling the back of his right thigh. Well, he was feeling that, no question at all about that. But he's going to carry on bowling, so maybe a bit of cramp, who knows. But he looks okay, does Blake Cullen. And he's going to come into bowl to the left-handed Tom Allsop, who's at 108. Comes away from us, comes in and bowls, and driven by Allsop. It's a lovely looking shot through extra cover. Not sure he's got all of it, but it's going to be enough to go for 4. No, it's not. A good diving save out on the cover boundary by Luke Coleman, who's out there.
Yep.
And that was a very good stop. And in fact, he's fielded well out there. He's saved several runs, Luke Coleman, and he's saved 2 there.
He's unlucky he's been withdrawn from the attack, actually, because Pujara was obviously giving him a bit of tap, which is fine. But with that second new ball 10 overs away, I'm sure he'd have loved another little go out there.
Cullen on his way, just the one slip in place. Runs over the wicket, bowls wide of the off stump, and also I might rather feel he's missed out there. It was short outside the off stump and he hit the ball firmly, but straight to short extra cover. And there is no run.
Still awaiting a right-hander to bowl out, though, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
All lefties in the top 5?
Four of the top 5, yeah. Then Rizwan is a right-hander. George Garton is a left-hander. So 5 of the top 7.
Where's Robinson going to come in at? The BBC Sport website have got him in at 10. That seems too low for Robinson.
Yeah, I'd be surprised.
Below beard?
In comes Cullen bowls, and Allsop clips this nicely through square leg and picks up a single. He goes to 111. Sussex to 263 for 3. I mean, I haven't seen enough of Aaron Beard batting, but I would have thought that. He's got a first-class 100 to his name as Ollie Robinson. Does Crane come ahead of him? Well, I would have thought he probably bats at 8, but ahead of. He's certainly ahead of Hunt. Beard.
Just working out how long a tail Sussex have in this game.
Right, yeah. I mean, Mason Crane is a perfectly respectable batsman, so in comes Cullen again, bowls, and let go by Clark outside the off stump, taken by Simpson, and there is no run. Middlesex just scenting another wicket here. They've got a couple of slips in place. Yes, a good question. So I don't know enough. I mean, last week Mason Crane came in as a night watchman against Durham and looked, perfectly reasonable batsman. So, and Aaron Beard looked good. But I mean, Sean Hunt isn't known for his batting, but it's not that long a tail. My update to come in a couple of minutes' time. As in comes Cullen bowls and clipped away by Clark down to fine leg. He's going to pick up a couple of runs. Is Tom Clark. He goes into double figures. He goes to 10, and Sussex 263 for 3.
I can't hear anything if you're worried about not hearing your report.
Well, yeah, if you hear the music or something, just give me a retap to do that with the last update. Rita will be back with us in a moment. As the crane swings into action, we can only tell that on the buildings the new apartment blocks. It sounds like a Hoover, but it isn't. It's a crane. As in comes Cullen again, bowls to Clark, and Clark works that one onto the offside. And there is no run. End of Blake Cullen's over, who's now bowled 12 overs. 2 maidens, no wicket for 57. Sussex are 265 for 3. Allsop on 111. Tom Clark is on 10. And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC. Every ball of every game of every match of every county. Today brought to you by myself, Adrian Harms, and Kevin Hand and Rita Green, our commentary team here today. Rita will be back with us when we just do our speak to our listeners on BBC Radio Sussex. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you'd like to email us, or you can tweet at BBC Sussex Sport, or at Kevin Hand BBC, or at Rita Green. Either of those will find its way through to us here in the commentary box. And I think some running repairs maybe for Blake Cullen, who's just down below us. I can see the 12th man coming running around, maybe with a drink or two. Is he coming this far? Well, maybe not. So maybe Cullen is okay. Either way, it's going to be Martin Anderson who's going to pick up the attack from the Cromwell Road end. He bowls wide of the off stump, and in fact that is given as a wide. He looks quite annoyed with himself, does Martin Anderson. Allsop letting that ball go, taken by keeper Simpson, and there is no run. Thanks very much, Danny. Well, Sussex going along very nicely, 266 for 3, but that will tell you that they have lost a couple of wickets here since you were last with us. And right on the stroke of tea, Alistair Orr was caught at first slip for 99, agonisingly close to his second championship 100 for Sussex. His mum was somewhere in the ground as well, so I'm sure the Orr family disappointed today, but 99 is a splendid effort by the young 21-year-old. Then Chester Pujara was out for 16, called at backward point. Tom Allsop is still there. He's on 111. Tom Clark is with him on 10. So Sussex 266 for 3. Meanwhile, at the Oval, Surrey are 171 for 4 against Northamptonshire. Rory Burns going along really nicely. He's on 80. Oh, unbelievable. I mean, he just dragged himself off the ground, and he really did. And there's some steps up to the players pavilion. He dragged himself up there as well. All his teammates were applauding. But it was a super innings. He was dropped 3 times, so he did ride his luck, Ali Orr. But when you're out on 99, that's horrible, really, isn't it? But, his time will come. He's a very fine young player, but he'll be disappointed tonight not to go through to those 3 figures. There's definitely something wrong with these headphones, isn't there? Because I didn't hear the cue there, so thank you, Kevin.
Sorry, I thought you were hearing it loud and clear by that point.
No, in comes Anderson, bowls wide of the off stump again. That's very nearly another wide taken then by keeper Simpson. So I'm going to make way. I'm going to leave you with Kevin and with Rita. And I think the next time I do an update, I'm going to take that pair of headphones because these are clearly playing up. I don't want to annoy the presenter.
You couldn't annoy anyone, Adrian.
Well, I don't know. I might have done there. There we go.
I think you annoyed David Townsend once, but that was only when you didn't laugh at his joke. Here's Bamber outside of off stump. This is left alone by Allsop. Through to the keeper it goes. 111 to his name. The rest of us do it just to keep him quiet, keep him happy. There's a threat that David Townsend, former BBC London summariser, may well be in the country. Adrian Harms. Whether that means he'll be here at Hove and part of the commentary team, I'm not too sure, but he has been known to turn up of a late evening on the south coast as Bamber bowls short, cut away. Anderson bowls short and cut away out towards deep backward point for a single. 267 for 3. Welcome back, Rita.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I seem to have missed a fair amount, and one of the big news is obviously Pujara was in and out, and had plenty to say about Pujara. I have to say that for another day, clearly. I was going to talk about his similarities, in my opinion, to Rahul Dravid, one of my favourite cricketers of all time. Yeah, I didn't mention that. But yeah, there were gasps in the crowd. By the way, I went for a quick stroll with a cup of tea, and I was in the crowd when the Pujara wicket fell, and there were literally gasps. I think there was an expectation, especially with the 16 runs that Pujara knocked around, that there was going to be plenty more. He was absolutely furious with himself, wasn't he? But yeah, back in the hutch, and great news for Bamber, quite frankly. Ethan Bamber toiled out there. Here's Stoneman from the CN to bowls, and the big shout for caught behind, but absolutely no smidgen of a wicket there from an umpire's perspective. What do you think there, Kevin? I don't think it was anywhere close.
No, he settled down pretty quickly, didn't he, Stoneman?
Stoneman with the second delivery of the over, this time to Alsop, who drives to mid-off and takes a run as well, and we're through for another run, so it's 268 for 3. I've got to say that mid-off is quite deep, so if you pace your drive correctly, even directly at the fielder, you're going to get a run. Here's Stoneman in to Clark, who defends, and there is no run. Boy, oh boy, didn't Middlesex need a couple of wickets, and that's exactly what they got. Starting with just before lunch, with a wicket of Ali Orr. Stoneman again, this time to Clark, who defends, and there is no run. So Stoneman doing a job here from the C end. Next delivery from Stoneman, past the umpire to Clark, and a bit of a quicker one actually, and Clark just leant back on that one and went down through to the third man area. He's going to get all the way to the boundary, not quite. The fielder has cornered it off just before the boundary. It just died really in this beautiful outfield here at Hove. The total now 271 for 3. Alsop at 113 off 175 deliveries, and Clark on 13. And Alsop, the Centurion, to receive the next delivery, the left-hander. Here's Stoneman, the next delivery, bowls it in, a quicker delivery, and a massive appeal. This one I thought was actually a lot closer, but it was a quick not out from umpire Watts, and it's the end of the over, and it's 271 for 3. Clark on 13 and Alsop on 113.
Let's have a look at that last one from Stoneman.
It was just that quicker delivery that fooled the batter.
Here it is. Around the wicket to the left-hander. It's got to straighten a bit, hasn't it? And yeah, drifting down. Yeah, that's true. From that angle, you're always going to be pretty unlucky actually to be out LBW. Yep, 271 for 3, 8 overs to that second new ball. So I'm assuming that they'll keep Afridi on ice until the second new ball becomes available. Anderson is about to set off down the hill from the Cromwell Road end. He bowls now. Oh, and a little dabble from Clark. Through it goes to Simpson. 3.76 the scoring rate today. That'll annoy them. But again, you drop the chances that you do, then batters do get in and will score quicker. So building pressure is something they haven't been able to do today with set batters there for so long. But certainly they'll be trying to do it now up until the second new ball. Anderson bowls and forward goes Clark. It's been a strong first day for Sussex so far. Might just still have enough time to have a little bit of a swing to Middlesex this evening.
Yeah, Middlesex got opportunity to grab a couple more wickets, really get into the tail of the Sussex batters, and they may feel like they're on a par today.
Anderson, on his toes. Clark punching through the covers, no run.
Yeah, you've got to believe, haven't you, this wonderful game of cricket. Wickets do turn the matches. Even since the last ball before tea, it has turned a little bit. And wasn't that wonderful tea?
Oh, yeah.
Gosh, that chocolate brownie was delicious. Thank you very much.
What do you call it? Black Forest Gatto, which I think Adrian's just Having at the back of the box is full and straight from Anderson, right behind it. Clark pushing back, and there's no run with fresh raspberries on the side. Did you get the raspberries? You really needed the raspberries with that cake. Oh, you needed the raspberries to go with the cake. It really set the flavour off. Lovely. Where do they come in from then? The corporate boxes next door. From around the players' dressing room, maybe. They used to deliver. I mean, they're still delivering on a slab now, but it was. There's Anderson. Bowls and up on his toes again, punching it in front of point. Clark, he'll look for a couple here. Might even think about the third. They'll settle on 2. Goes to 15. They used to be delivered to this very box each day. I remember by the lady who used to bring them up from. I thought it was from the corporate tents back then that they used to come up on this stone slab that they were served on a whole selection of various cakes. Not far off. It was a brownie or a Black Forest Gatto today. Looked as though it was lemon drizzle or Victoria sponge on the last day of the Durham game. It's still in the fridge.
Delicious.
Had one of those for 11s. Here's Anderson. He's in. Bowls and bowls him. Inside edge, down onto the stumps. Clark's gone for 15. Come on, the cry from Anderson. Middlesex have toiled today, but they have stuck at it. 273 for 4, Sussex.
And a beautiful delivery there, but some indecision there from Clark with the bat. You have to say that it just didn't seem as though he was convinced with the stroke he wanted to play, and he very slowly trudges back towards the dressing room. Yet another wicket for Middlesex. Is this game turning? Who would have thought after that enormous partnership of over 200 runs with Alistair Orr and Tom Alsop, that the game has turned certainly a little bit at least in Middlesex's favour. 273 for 4. Clark out for 15. Yeah, we can just see that delivery once again on the replay. What do you think then, Kevin?
Yeah, and this is the replay from the other end. Oh, a long way wide outside of the off stumpers. Yeah, it's naughty from Clark, and he's paid the price, hasn't he? Back coming down at a 45-degree angle outside off stump, away from the body.
You'd be disappointed with that.
Yeah. Yeah. So Anderson reward, just persevering there or thereabouts, top of off. And that's the game, isn't it? It's a bit like Nasser saying, instead of all the batters who are now batting off stump in the last couple of years, instead it's as though you're trying to tell everybody that's been playing this game for 200 years before they didn't know what they were doing. Well, same for bowlers. The old adage, just keep hitting the top of off stump, ball after ball, there or thereabouts. Corridor of uncertainty, and it was loose, that from Clark early in his innings. Just an offering of the bat, no real foot movement. Head not in position to be playing it back, coming down at 45-degree angle, and on he plays. So out comes Mohamed Rizwan, and 273 for 4. There is an opportunity here for Middlesex to swing this day quite dramatically in the last 23 overs with that second new ball on the horizon.
Indeed, what a sight for Anderson to see the 2 stumps uprooted. Here's Stoneman from the C end, who bowls to Alsop and defends that one. Alsop is still there, 130 not out, so from a Sussex perspective, we'd be looking to Alsop to stick around for as long as possible and keep one end of the partnership going, that's for sure. Here's Stoneman once again, very wide from the crease, and Alsop just pushes that into the offside, and there is no run. Some pressure on the shoulders of Alsop, really, to take the innings through as far as possible. Stoneman once again to Alsop, and this is a quicker delivery, and it's a wicket at the square leg, caught at the square leg area. And just as I said that Alsop has got the pressure on his shoulders to carry the innings, he falls to Mark Stoneman from the C end, and it was a well caught catch there in the square leg area, but there to be caught, and there he did once again in that particular area of the field. You know what? It's turning a little bit. The pressure is being turned up on the Sussex batters. It's 273 for 5.
First class wicket for Mark Stoneman. What a moment for him, and especially after the day he's had with the couple he's put down. That's a massive wicket for Middlesex just before that second new ball, and all of a sudden, has Rizwan faced a ball yet? I don't think he has.
No.
So off he goes, tremendous effort, but all that hard work could be quickly undone here if Middlesex have a strong final hour. So plenty to do, but let's listen to that applause first for Allsop. Take nothing away for him. He will be disappointed. He'd have loved to have seen up to that second new ball and beyond. But what a moment for Mark Stoneman. What a day, what a game cricket is. From the despair of a couple of drop catches, dollies really by his standards, to his first class wicket.
Take a bow, Tom Allsop. I'm sure he'll be disappointed, but that innings of 113 from 179 balls, 12 fours in there as well. What a knock. And really has been the highlight of the day for Sussex. But as you say, Kevin, the game is turning. And congrats to Stoneman as well for that wicket.
Listen, I mean, Middlesex now, they've got a huge opportunity with that second new ball, 6 overs away. Freedy to Rizwan, perhaps, if he's still there by that point. Middlesex will really be trying to get through him quickly here.
George Garton on strike. This is Stoneman again, and Garton doesn't muck about. He drives this one into the deep, out over to the boundary area, but there's a sweeper out there, and there is a run. It's 274 for 5, and this is a really pivotal moment, isn't it? We've got Rizwan, who's yet to receive a ball. He's not been on strike yet. He is now, and George Garton has just received one delivery with 1 run. It really is a brand new partnership, and Middlesex will be eyeing up more wickets this evening. Rizwan takes his time, takes his guard, wipes his brow, and gets ready for his first delivery. Has an arm. I'm going to say an arm guard, but one of those very big sort of swept bands. Here's Stoneman from the sea end to Rizwan, who defends with absolutely everything, pushes it back down the wicket, and there is no run. 274 for 5.
So Mark Stoneman's maiden first-class wicket at 34, and it's the Centurion.
Stoneman with the last ball of the over, I believe. Rizwan! Oh, he thought about, I think, sweeping that, but changed his mind. And indeed, it is the end of the over. I love that. Mark Stoneman just runs off towards him. Is he actually going off the field, actually, for a moment or two? But anyway, the end of the over. And a wicket over as well. 274 for 5, 2 brand new batters at the crease. It's Rizwan and Garton there to face. Now, I don't want to overdo the drama here at Hove, Kevin, but you've got to say, compared to even 20 minutes ago, the game has
this is brilliant.
turned.
Hey, listen, this is what it's all about, isn't it? We've been talking about it all day. I think Middlesex needed this, because I think if Sussex had racked up something massive, as Middlesex did last year, 500, 600, and you've got Ollie Robinson charging down that slope. Here goes Anderson from the Cromwell Road end. He bowls. Oh, this could be close. Big appeal for LBW. Just pitches outside the line of leg, I reckon. Back on his stumps, Garton. Just dropped outside the line, I'd say.
Very, very big shout there for LB. And I love the fact that Afridi, thank you. I'm going overexcited, clearly. Afridi just came round to Anderson, had a little word of, keep it going. And that's what you need in the field, isn't it? A really experienced bowler, even though he's in his early 20s. He's seen this before a million times.
Anderson, wide outside of the off stump. There's a grunt in that one, wasn't there? From Anderson, but
indeed.
Come on, Marcin, the cry.
Mohammed Rizwan at the non-strikers end. That's what I call a warm-up. He's doing like the helicopter movement with his arms. So I'm expecting a couple of sixes and big heave-hos. No, clearly not. But I love the fact clearly he's getting ready for his next.
Anderson bowls and Garton swings hard at a length ball through to the keeper, beats the edge of the bat.
Beaten.
It's all happening now.
Beaten, absolutely. A pretty aggressive field. 2 slips, a point area. We've got a cover point, mid-on, mid-off. Bit of protection there, having a third man. And a fine leg as well, which is currently off the pitch, but he's there.
Anderson to Garton, runs it away down to third, single taken. 275 for 7.
Yeah, the sun is out here at Hove. Really lovely conditions if you're in the crowd and even on the field as well. 15, 16 degrees. If you're listening around the world, thank you for tuning in. If you're a bit closer to home, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London, or on the BBC Sport website as well, welcome along. And Mohammed Rizwan is on strike once again. He's just about to receive his third delivery. After that big old warm-up, what's he going to do next?
2 slips, crouch it down. Rizwan awaits. And Anderson, he's past the umpire. And the right hand is beaten. Beautiful ball. Just drew him in outside the off stump. Probably could have been leaving that one alone, Rizwan. Diminutive figure. Really get across to it. Off with the bat, though.
A beautiful delivery there from Martin Anderson. He'll be buoyed by that. You're completely right, Kevin. I think that could have easily been left, but as a batter, you want to feel the ball on the bat, maybe, especially the early part of your innings.
Anderson brings that one back into Rizwan. Anderson's just got a little something going here, hasn't he? And Rizwan defends into the onside. There's no run. Just got a little bit going here somehow, Martin Anderson. And this is, well, from a bowler's perspective, yeah, that one, it left him all right. The Rizwan one, he could have been leaving it alone. Next ball angles back in, but again, that ball hasn't done much off the surface or through the air today. It had just seemed away slightly on him, but wide enough that, again, he could have been leaving well alone. So it was as much probably the line that he got drawn so far across to play a defensive shot to that got himself into bother. 275 for 6.
Stoneman continues from the sea end into his 7th over to Garden, who plays an extraordinary shot, and it somehow goes out to point, and there is no run. Confidence here in Stoneman, who's continuing to go sort of further out, wider on the crease, varying it up to Garden. Here we go, and there's a sweep, and it kind of wriggles into the area just behind the keeper. And actually, they run through for 2 runs. That was a little bit messy, but end of it is 2 runs, and they're 2-leg buys actually. So 2 more to the total, 277 for 5.
Amazing bit of tension building here.
George Garton waits Stoneman, and there's a drive into the offside between the point and cover fielders out to the sweeper, and there is a run. 278 for 5. Yeah, from the run perspective, it's completely slowed down, but that's completely expected with a flurry of wickets for Sussex. Rizwan on strike now. The 29-year-old awaits Mark Stoneman with the next delivery, a faster delivery, and he flicks it into the onside to the sweeper, who's reasonably close to the boundary near the clock tower scoreboard. Another to the total, 279 for 5. It's just before 5 o'clock on this Thursday evening. The sun is out. Stoneman with his sunglasses on bowls to George Garton, who sweeps the ball all the way to the boundary in the square leg area, and pretty controlled sweep. It wasn't massively in the air. Maybe that'll buoy his confidence for sure. Score is now 283 for 5. Garton on to 7 and Rizwan on 1. It's been a peculiar over to a certain degree. But that 4 will relieve the pressure for Sussex. Next delivery from Stoneman from the sea end. Into bowl to Garton, who just pushes it into the offside once again between the 2 fielders and runs through for a single and nicks the strike at the end of the 76th over of the day, of the game, and it's 284 for 5.
So think at 225 for 1, you'd be able to say 13 overs later to Middlesex, you'll have a chance of knocking them over for short of the 4th batting point.
It's incredible.
That's the swing, isn't it? So, this is the opportunity now for Middlesex. All of a sudden, all those bowling figures look a lot better. That whole card looks a lot better now for Middlesex. Anderson, who certainly played his part. Bowls full and clipped. It's just wide of mid-on. Oh, fumble. Who is that? Afridi. He'll be a let off then. No problem, Shane.
I think he'd be mad at himself.
He will.
There's probably a run in there, but he'll be furious that he didn't pick it up cleanly.
Yeah, we saw him out on the boundary rope with some fine fielding earlier.
But it's a pretty young bowling lineup for Middlesex, isn't it? You know, when we're 200 odd for just one.
And look at how they've stuck at it. They've done a great job. How much as said last year, Sussex stuck at it really well in that tough innings against Middlesex, as is Rizwan on the front foot defending to backward point. There's no run.
Right, who am I to moan about numbers on the back of shirts? But 116 is on the back of Rizwan.
Highest score in Test cricket?
Yeah, what's that significant? And also, how is it you allowed 3 numbers on the back of your shirt?
116th Test cap for Pakistan? No, it can't be. Here's Anderson bowls. This ball's clipped to mid-on. Afridi collects, slams a throw back into the gloves of Simpson. It was just over him. Again, no problem, Shaheen. Anybody else, they'd be getting a fierce there from the keeper and the skipper. They've all just went, yeah, Shaheen, no problem. Don't worry about it, it's fine.
There's certain people that get a pass, don't they?
Yeah, he's been a hugely popular addition to this squad. I think Middlesex would be very well served to try and somehow convince him that Middlesex is now his county. As here's Bamba bowls outside off. It's left alone by Rizwan.
Yeah, nicely left. I think Rizwan's only got 22 caps from what I know anyway. So, what's the significance of 116? Do tweet us. Do call us. Snail mail as well is appropriate potentially. But anyway, do let us know, because I'm interested. I might be the only one in the ground that is. Oh, Adrian knows.
Just full of length from Anderson, angling back into Rizwan. He's certainly got a little something going here, Anderson. And Rizwan's having to beware.
Yeah, steaming down the hill from that Cromwell Road end. He's got some pace behind him, and quite rightly, he must be buoyed by this spell. And he's got Afridi just to the right of him as well, giving him some encouragement.
Oh, lovely ball again from Anderson. Nicked away, thick edge all along the floor down to Holman at third. Played it late. Soft hands, angle bat, but that was there, right top of off stump again from Anderson, who's bowling well. It's good to see. 1 for 60 from 16 for him, who came through primarily as a bowler, a Berkshire boy, all the way through the ranks. But back injuries really held him up, and his batting flourished in that time. And now a genuine all-rounder, 286 for 5. Who's off? Is it me or you? It's me, isn't it? I'm out of here. Here's a question, see if he knows this one. The last time 2 former England Test captains faced off in the Championship was Cook takes on Roots today. The former Test captains to last play. Roots is playing against Cook today. So the last time 2 former England Test captains faced off. Anyway, I shall leave you with Rita.
Rizwan on strike. Plenty of questions. Love it in the commentary. Stoneman from the sea end again, and really has lofted this one, and in full toss in the end. And guess what? Rizwan has knocked it out of the ground for a glorious 6. He saw that one early. Plenty of flight in it, to the point where it was a full toss, a juicy full toss, and it was dispatched. The point that the ball has gone beyond the sponsorship tents to our right-hand side. Yeah, a glorious stroke there from Rizwan. He saw it early and dispatched it for 6. 292 for 5. I'm delighted to welcome back Adrian, and please do answer my question if you don't mind in a moment. That would be great. So Stoneman with a 6 on the first ball of the over. Stoneman to Rizwan. Quicker delivery, and that's cut into the offside to the sweeper. They run one, they think about a second, but Rizwan turns back, gone. Just a single off that one. 293 for 5. Garton on 9, and Rizwan on 9 as well.
Mohammed Rizwan was the Wisden T20 Cricketer of the Year, so he does get on with things, does Mohammed Rizwan. He can also play long innings as well, as he showed in the Test series against Australia.
Garton on strike to Stoneman, and a backward drive, but straight to the cover fielder, and there is no run. You're completely right. He doesn't muck about, does he? He's looking to get on with it. Stoneman with the fourth ball of the innings, of the over, and that's swept out into the offside to the deep cover. Fielder, singles taken, 294 for 5. Rizwan on strike, Stoneman to bowl, and once again his cut is not a convincing square cut in any way. In fact, picks out a certain Afridi, who probably knows pretty well from his Pakistani links. Next ball to Rizwan from Stoneman, who comes in from the C end. A quicker delivery and pushed to mid-on. But nicely run, and there is a single. Score is 295 for 5. It's the end of the Stoneman over. And Adrian, tell us more about Mohammad Rizwan. What a character.
Yeah, so basically the reason he wears 116 is because the number that he wears is 16 normally, but when he came to Sussex, Jack Carson, who's the young Sussex off-spinner, already wears 16. I don't think Jack was prepared to give up his shirt. That's what he wears. So Mohammad Rizwan is now 116 whilst here at Sussex. And I gather he's very popular in the dressing room, Mohammad Rizwan, since he arrived a few weeks ago. But Sussex need him to stay there because Middlesex have really fought back here. At one stage, Middlesex took 4 for 48. And with the new ball now just 2 overs away, if Middlesex decide to take it, and I see no reason why they wouldn't, Sussex wouldn't want to expose the lower order to the new ball. So I think it's really important for Sussex if they're going to build on this excellent start that they don't lose wickets now. It's going to be Anderson who's to come down the hill. 16 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 60. Anderson in, bowls to Rizwan, who lets that go outside of the off stump. There is no run. The Middlesex fielders are really on their toes here, aren't they? And, you know, Afridi I can see warming up at mid-on, unquestionably. Well, I see absolutely no reason why Middlesex wouldn't take the new ball.
Indeed, and he's been warming up for a little while, actually, and I feel like he's like a coiled spring, ready to get into the action as soon as that new ball is taken, Afridi.
Anderson bowls right on middle stump, and forward come Rizwan, plays to mid-on. There is no run. Clive's been in touch. He said it's looking like another good pitch at Hove. That's just enough to keep the attack interested. Good bowling is a must. Unfortunately, Ali fell just 1 short of his century. Sussex may also rue the loss of Bujara, but Tom Alsop is looking well set until he'd rather hold out to Mark Stoneman. He'd be really disappointed, Tom Alsop, with the way he got out. The new ball due soon. Absolutely, as in comes Anderson bowls, and Rizwan plays deftly through backward point. That's going to run away for 4 runs. Holman makes a good effort to try and stop the ball, but he can't get there. Beautifully played by Rizwan. Just late, just cutting that one away through backward point. He picks up a boundary, Rizwan. He goes to 14 after 17 deliveries, and Sussex one run, I should say, away from a third batting bonus point. 299 for 5. 2 slips, third man, point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Anderson in again, bowls, and Rizwan drives to mid-on, right at the middle of the bat, as you could probably hear on our FX microphone. And again, there is no run. George Garton on 10, Garton's first appearance of the season for Sussex. He's chatting away to Ian Blackwell, the umpire at the far end of the ground. The sun is out. It's a lovely late afternoon, early evening here at Hove. There's Anderson on his way. Bowls, Rizwan defensive into the offside. There is no run. I think you've got to applaud Middlesex here, Rita, for the way they fought back, because at one stage Sussex 225 for 1 just before tea. Sussex then losing 4 for 48, all out for 99. But Bujara for 16 was a key wicket. Tom Clark playing on a loose shot from Tom Clark, and then Tom Alsop, having made 113, pulling a short delivery to backward square leg. In comes Anderson again, bowls, and Rizwan is forward. And Martin Anderson right on the money in this over, apart from that wideish delivery that Rizwan clipped down to third man for a boundary. End of the over, 299 for 5. Rizwan on 14, Garton on 10. One more. I think Anderson's going to leave the field for a little while. One more over till the new ball is available, and I think we can rest pretty much assured that Peter Hanscom will take it.
Indeed, and looking at the warm-up from a certain Shaheen Shah Afridi, no doubt the new ball will probably be taken. But yeah, what a comeback it's been from Middlesex. They, I'm sure, never lost the will to get the next wicket. And in this beautiful game, how it goes is one wicket can mean a couple more, and indeed it has. They've really stemmed the flow of runs. Stoneman from the sea end to Garton, and really lofted this one up and driven into the offside, but there's a sweeper out there who picks it up on the boundary rope. And the 300 is up, 300 for 5. Rizwan on 14, Garton on 11. And you have to say that this is a really pivotal partnership from a Sussex perspective. From Middlesex perspective, they will be looking for more wickets. Here's Stoneman once again, a quicker delivery. Rizwan nicely in a sort of one-day fashion pushes it out to a very deep sort of mid-on position, and they run through for a single. 305 for 5. A really lovely evening here on the south coast in Hove. Stoneman, right-handed bowler to Gardner, quicker delivery, and that's pushed through to a sort of short cover position. Didn't quite make it either side of the fielder, so they can pick up a single. But this is a really pivotal moment for the game, you would think. Stoneman with the 4th ball of the over to Garton, who cuts it out to that sweeper on the boundary rope. They run through for a single. So they're nicely sort of churning through the strike here. It feels as though they're sort of winding themselves up for a big shot, but really what they should be doing from a Sussex perspective, just keeping the runs ticking over, you'd think.
Yeah, and making sure they stay there, because Afridi and the new ball could be a handful for these batsmen.
Mark Stoneman in again, right arm over, and this one very much down leg side, and Rizwan just pushes it round the corner to deep sort of square leg, and they run through for a single. Yes, Mohammed Rizwan, well, what a character. 29 years old, he's going to be 30 very soon. He probably won't thank me for mentioning in the big 3-0. He's going to be 30 on 1st of June. Happy birthday to you, Rizwan, in a couple of weeks. Stoneman once again, a quicker delivery, and that's driven through the offside again to that sweeper who's been awfully busy. I think that's Luke Holman. He's had quite a busy day, actually. And actually, beautiful bowling from Luke Holman a little bit earlier on. Anyway, end of the over. And it is 304 for 5 for Sussex. Would you agree, Adrian, that it's probably a pivotal moment in the game? There's a bit of a lull of wickets. But from a Sussex perspective, you want to just keep on going. From a Middlesex perspective, you want to get that next wicket as soon as.
Well, I agree. And I think from a Sussex perspective, it's really important now for these two, Rizwan and Garton, having a chat in the middle of the pitch. I would say that these two are the two last recognised batsmen. That's not to see the rest can't bat. Ollie Robinson's got a first-class 100 to his name. But Middlesex will feel here, if they can pick up a couple of wickets with this new ball, which I'm certain is going to be taken, that they'll be right back in this game. And Kevin and I were having a conversation after tea, or just before tea actually, when just before Alistair Orr was out, about the pitch and was it favouring the batsman too much. But you know, Middlesex have really fought back, and Afridi just waiting for the signal that the new ball has been taken. He may have a couple of looseners, let's see, but nonetheless 3 slips in place. The side hasn't gone up on the scoreboard that the new ball has been taken. I didn't see umpire Blackwell make a signal either, but let's just see. As in comes Afridi down the hill, bowls, and a loose shot by Garton outside of the off stump, taken by keeper Simpson, and there is no run. And let's just see whether that is a new ball. I think, I'm sure it has been taken yet. You know, I'm sure it will be. That just looks a little dull to be a new ball. Let's wait and see. The sign, generally they put a sign up, and I think it keeps the spectators advised as well.
Is it a brand new cherry? I think it probably is.
Afridi, left arm over the wicket, in and bowls to Garton, who clips this to mid-on, and there is no run. You think it is the new ball? Okay. Well, I think it should go up on the scoreboard, really, just to let everybody know. I must admit, I didn't see the umpire's signal. But,
oh, yeah.
Kevin assures us that the new ball has been taken. Really turns at the Cromwell Road end of the ground. 3 slips go down. He's running it to bowl to George Garton. A bowl's well pitched up. Garton is forward, plays that to extra cover and picks up a single. Does George Garton. He goes to 14, and Sussex to 305 for 5 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Newcastle. And myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Rita Green and Kevin Hand, your commentary team. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk if you'd like to send us an email, or you can tweet at Rita Green, at BBC Sussex Sport, or at Kevin Hand BBC. They'll all find their way through here somehow. Now, Freddie's just signalling what he wants. He still wants those 3 slips in place for Mohammad Rizwan.
It's an exciting moment. Afridi to Rizwan.
Absolutely. He comes down the hill from the Cromwell Road and bowls to Rizwan, who's forward and plays firmly to mid-off, and there is no run.
Maybe a little banter. Sorry, Andrew, between them as well. You would have thought, yeah.
Rizwan on 16. Batted very nicely here last week against Durham. It's the best we've seen of Mohammad Rizwan. Made 79. And that's Sussex total of 538 against Durham last week. And he's waiting. 3 slips, third man. Point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And a fine leg as Freddie in over the wicket, bowls to Rizwan, and he strikes Rizwan. That looked like it was a painful blow, and Freddie comes down, and that's nice, isn't it? And just says sorry about that to Mohammad Rizwan. That was a quick delivery, cut back into Rizwan. Not quite sure where it hit him, to be honest, but perhaps somewhere quite painful. And Freddie's just down on his haunches.
I think he's just needing a moment.
Yeah, no sympathy from the slip cord, but rather nice to see Afridi coming running down and saying sorry about that to his countryman. He hesitates at the end of his run. On his way down the hill, bowls, and Rizwan lets this one go outside of the offside. Good pace taken by Simpson. It's the end of the over, and Sussex are 305 for 5. Rizwan is on 16. George Garton is on 14. Sussex losing 4 for 48 a little bit earlier on this afternoon. And now a rebuilding job between Garton and Rizwan. Sussex will be desperate not to throw away what's been a really good start. At one stage, 225 for 1.
Yeah, I think you nailed it there. A rebuild. I mean, there's a foundation in place, clearly, a really great foundation from the batters before. But I really love that moment in the previous over. Yes, one jacked back at Mohammad Rizwan from Shaheen Shah Afridi. And there was a moment where actually genuinely Afridi was wondering if Rizwan was okay. Just needed a moment, and the game continues. And it's Bamber, and son Ethan Bamber, who's certainly worked his socks off today from the sea end with his red soles. You know where Ethan Bamber is with those red soles. Right arm over the wicket to George Garton. First ball of the over, and a beautiful backward drive into the cover area. And as you can hear from the ripple of applause, 4 runs to the Sussex total. A really lovely drive there. A bit of a loosener maybe from Ethan Bamber. The score is now 309 for 5, and a lovely drive there from George Garton. That'll give him a huge amount of confidence.
Beautiful shot. Top score of 97 in the county championship. George Garton, first game of the season this time around.
Bamber in again, and George Garton just lets that one go by, and he's a little bit mad at himself there, actually, George Garton.
Yeah, I think he played at that. I think he had a little nibble at that, did George, and that's why he was annoyed with himself.
Furious. He knows that he's going to need to keep his concentration for the cause. The left-handed batter, George Garton. So we've got a left-handed, right-handed combination finally for the Middlesex bowlers to contend with. Ethan Bamber from the sea end to Garton, who lets this one go to the wicketkeeper John Simpson, and there is no run to the total. That was a proper leave. No glimmer of a nibble at all from the batter. And what a day's play it's been here at
been
Hove.
really good.
Hove. I've really enjoyed it. By the way, hello to a certain Jack Russell in the crowd. You probably may have seen a tweet earlier on. I was trying to figure out where you are in the crowd, Jack, but always what a wonderful memories that you've given me is on a personal note. Here is Bamber to Garton once again. Hits the pad. There's probably a smidgen of bat involved. of there. There was a chance if Bamber was, probably about 3 or 4 metres down the wicket, a little bit more for a caught and bowled, but it harmlessly drops to the floor and on to the next delivery. But Jack Russell, what a player, a Gloucestershire legend, and was part of Middlesex wicket-keeping coaching team as well. So Bamber in again from the C end, past the umpire to Garden, who lets this one go by to John Simpson, and there is no addition to the total. On Pigeon Watch, I think they've grown in numbers. You're probably not interested. I am, for the welfare of these pigeons in the offside. There's probably, I think, about 40 to 50 of them now, so there's plenty more of their friends out there, but they're a safe distance away, don't worry. I think they're perfectly safe. You haven't missed any cricket, don't worry. Here's Bamber with the next delivery from the C end, up the slope to Garton, bowls, and nicely driven away on the back foot to the right-hand side of mid-off, and they scramble through for a run on the last ball of the over. End of the 82nd over. It's 310 for 5.
Neil's been in touch, Neil Hartley. Hello, Neil. He says, hello, Adrian and team. Further to the conversation about Rizwan's shirt number, I've just noticed that the caption on the YouTube stream shows him as 16, not 116. It'll be interesting to see what happens if he and Carson back together at some point this season. I agree that Carlson has been missed. Hopefully it won't be too long before he's fit and back in the side. Yep, I think Jack Carlson is hanging on to the 16. In terms of his fitness, Ian Salisbury said last week that he's not that far away, Jack Carlson. He had a knee operation in February, and fingers crossed. Jack Carlson won't be too long before he's again playing for Sussex. Here comes Afridi coming down the hill. Bowls to Garton, who edges that. It was in front of first slip. I think he was trying to get the bat out of the way, George Garton. The ball is fielded at first slip. There is no run, but he's been asking questions all day, Shaheen Afridi. In his 19th over, things are 1 for 62, and really important for Sussex that Rizwan and Garton can see this new ball off. If Sussex are going to really... what's the word I'm looking for? In comes Afridi running in over the wicket, bowls, and Garton drives through the offside. A couple of runs here for George Garton. He goes to 21 and Sussex to 312 for 5. Consolidate was the word I was looking for.
Yes, consolidate is completely the right term. That was definitely not a convincing drive, and probably nowhere near where the batter was hoping for it to go, but safe into the offside. Yeah, Middlesex will be definitely hoping for a wicket with this new cherry.
Neil's back in touch, said, I'm sorry, he said it doesn't show 16 at all. That's Rizwan's score, which it is, Neil, 16 off 25 balls. In comes Afridi. Bowling to Garton, he's in on bowls, and Garton covers up, plays this to square leg. And there is no run. Good tight cricket, really important part of the game here. Not too many people will want to drift away. You're watching a high quality bowler in Afridi, a high quality batsman in Mohammed Rizwan. George Garton in his first game of the season for Sussex. He's on 21, feeling his way into the season. Is George, having had issues around COVID, and we're just delighted to see him back playing cricket. Afridi is in again, bowls, and Garton is forward. Another good delivery that Garton was right forward to, and had he not played it, he would have knocked out his middle stump. Good spell of bowling by Afridi. 3 slips, third man, point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg away to our left-hand side.
And we have the same view, so to speak, as the batter. Obviously, we're on the behind the boundary, but what a sight that is with Afridi steaming in.
And he really is steaming in. Comes in and bowls, and Garton eases this one down to third man. It may be more than easing it down to third man, and that's a poor bit of fielding down here to our right-hand side by Blake Cullen, who dived right over the ball. I think at this level, they would have expected that to have been cut off. He may not have... it was always a single. Yeah. But I think they'll be disappointed, and you can always tell when the fielder sort of looked the other way. He got round the boundary quickly and then dived over the top of the ball, and George Garton picks up a boundary. George goes to 25, Sussex to 316 for 5.
Yeah, poor fielding in the deep. Shahid Afridi won't be pleased with that.
No, he won't. In the Ken bowls to Garton, who drives firmly to mid-wicket. And there is no run. He does put back to ball George Garton. It is the end of Afridi's over. 316 for 5. Garton on 25. Rizwan on 16. Live cricket on the BBC. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London. Adrian Harms, Rita Green and Kevin Hand, your commentary team today. This partnership between these two is 27 plus 16, which is, I think, 43. So I think these two have certainly halted the slide. Sussex slipping at one stage from 225 for 1 to 273 for 5, losing 4 for 48. It's been a case of rebuilding and making sure that Sussex capitalise on what was a very good start. Tom Alsop 113, Alistair Orr making 99, the main contributors. But Middlesex will be hoping if they could pick up a couple of wickets here that they'd have had a reasonable day. Both sides will be
delighted.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Mohammed Rizwan on strike, really taking his time. Bowler, of course, in cricket has to wait until the batter's completely ready. I was fiddling with his gloves, with his helmet, and finally he is ready. So love the mind games here. Bamber from the sea end up the slope to Mohammed Rizwan, who drives purposefully to mid-on. A pretty sort of short mid-on, actually, which means that no run was conceded there. Previously, actually, the mid-on was a little bit further deeper, actually, and even a pretty defensive stroke could have got a run, but not in that occasion. Beautiful occasion here, actually, at Hove, just 400 yards from the beach. Love the beach. Ethan Bamber steaming in to Rizwan, who pushes it into the onside to the fielder, and there is no run. Ethan Bamber probably feel like he's had a decent day, a wicket today, but into his 17th over, 40 runs conceded. But it's been one of those days for Middlesex, isn't it? They've had to share out the bowling, a huge amount of overs from Afridi. That's what a lot of people here have been hoping for to see. He's Ethan Bamber once again with 54 runs back to Rizwan, who drives into the offside, but straight to mid-off, and there is no run.
I think Middlesex deserve a lot of credit, because certainly just before Alistair Orr was out at lunch, just before tea, Sussex were in complete control of the match. Well, complete control of the match, but they were in control
right,
going into tea. And the Middlesex bowlers had seen catches put down that have every reason to have really felt quite demoralised, but they picked up that wicket just before tea and 3 soon afterwards as well.
Bamber with the 4th ball of the over to Rizwan, who drives through the offside and very nicely fielded at mid-off, and there is no run. That really was at least a 2 or 3 run saving dive to the left from mid-off, and Rizwan will feel like he missed out there.
Well, I think it was Robson. That was a terrific save, because it was a beautiful shot from Rizwan right out of the middle of the bat, and Robson was down very quickly to save what was a certain 4 runs.
Rizwan on strike from Ethan Bamber up the hill from the sea end, and this one is let go through to the keeper, and there is no run. But Ethan Bamber, we're looking for a maiden over here, just one more ball of the over to go. Yeah, Sussex, the oldest first-class county side in England. Been here quite a while. I know, I've got loads of facts, don't worry, more to come. You talking about me? We're all 21.
Yeah.
In my mind, anyway. Ethan Bamber, the last ball of the over to Rizwan, who defends this one, and back to the bowler, and there is no run. In fact, a maiden over. End of the over. It's 316 for 5, and there are 12 more overs remaining of the day.
Yeah, well done Middlesex, because they have rattled through their overs.
Yeah, they've done quite well, actually. They were not drastically behind in the over rate, but yeah, no problems there whatsoever.
And I think we're going to get them in, because the light is good, the clouds are high, and the forecast good for tomorrow as well. It's going to be Shaheen Afridi who's going to bowl the next over, his 20th of the day. Figures of 19 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 68. He's bowling to the left-handed George Garton, who's on 25. He's on his way from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. He's in and bowls down the leg side, well taken by Simpson. I think always the sign of a good wicket-keeper when it's a bad delivery, which that was from Afridi, and Simpson is quickly across to the leg side, takes it without any fuss, and there is no run. 3 slips, third man, point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. A big flock of pigeons in front of the clock tower's scoreboard. Away to our right, the flag's just fluttering away in the light breeze here. A bit more than a light breeze, perhaps, if you're sitting in it, as in comes Afridi over the wicket, bowls, and Garton is forward and works that to backward point. And again, there is no run. The story of the day, for those just joining us, that the Sussex won the toss here this morning, decided to bat on what looks a very good batting surface. Lost the skipper Tom Haines when the score was on 21. He was out for 17, bowled by Shaheen Afridi, but then a partnership of 204. In comes Afridi running in over the wicket, bowls, and Garton is forward. Ball of good length, plays that to mid-off, and there is no run between Tom Alsop, who was eventually out for 113, and Alistair Orr, who was cruelly caught on the stroke of tea for 99 by Peter Hanscom, off to the bowling of Luke Holman for 99. Cheteshwar Pujara, a rare failure for him. He was caught at backward point, driving at Ethan Bamber, caught by Max Holden for 16, and Tom Clark bowled by Martin Anderson for 15. Afridi in bowls, and Garton just looking to run that one. Be down through the slip cordon. Gets a rather bottom edge. The ball just dribbles out on the offside, and there is no run. And then Tom Alsop, what looked to me almost like a long hop from Mark Stoban, just pulled the ball to backward square leg, and he was mortified. Tom Alsop, having batted so well for 113, he would have been disappointed to get out in the manner that he did, but it was a lovely innings from Tom Alsop. And since then, Rizwan and Garton repairing the damage, but more importantly for Sussex, trying to see Sussex through to the close without further loss against this new ball. In comes Afridi in bowls, and Garton drives. Nice looking shot by George Garton. He's going to get at least a couple of runs. He's very quick between the wickets, is George Garton. And it's a comfortable couple of runs. He goes to 27, and Sussex to 318 for 5.
And it'll feel better with that delivery. The delivery before, big, thick inside edge onto the pad. You know, that could have gone onto the stumps, and you could really hear from the Middlesex fielders that they thought they were in business. But the next delivery pushed into the offside nicely by George Garton.
Comes Afridi again. Bowls, and Garton is solidly forward, plays that to mid-off, and Ava safely negotiated without undue trouble by George Garton. He remains on 27. Rizwan is on 16. Sussex are 318 for 5. Rita's going to say goodbye for a little while, and we'll have an update coming shortly to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex. Kevin Hand back with us shortly. The two batsmen just go down to the middle of the pitch and have a little touch of the gloves. Bit of encouragement to each other, I'm sure. And it's going to be Ethan Bamber who's going to carry on from this, the C end of the ground, bowling with 2 slips and a third man. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Bamber, number 54, on the back of his shirt, just waits. He wants a change in the field. He wants his third man, well, he's signalling down towards third man to Afridi, but Afridi is staying where he is, and Bamber runs away from us. Comes in and bowls, and Rizwan lets that go. That cut back in at the right-handed Rizwan. Good leave by the Pakistan Test cricketer and T20 Player of the Year in Wisden. Good recovery, Kevin, by Middlesex. I think they've kept at it. We were talking about what a good batting surface this is, and Middlesex will feel, if they can get a couple of wickets here before the close of play, they'd have had a good, a decent day from where things were at 225 for 1. By the same token, if Sussex can get through to the close without losing another wicket, they'll certainly feel they're in the ascendancy. Here comes Bamber bowls, and Rizwan forward. And it's a really good contest now between bat and ball. Sussex desperate not to lose a wicket. Middlesex straining to take another wicket. And Bamber, very impressive figures for economic in his 18th over. 6 maidens, 1 for 40 for Ethan Bamber. And just down in front of us. is on his way up the hill, comes in and bowls to Rizwan, who plays this beautifully through mid-wicket. He's going to pick up a couple of runs as the pigeons scatter in front of the clock tower scoreboard, and Rizwan picks up 2. He goes to 18, Sussex to 320 for 5. Having taken off all those birds, then settle somewhere else. They're probably hoping that Rizwan doesn't hit that ball in that direction again. A flock, I don't know, 30 or 40 pigeons grazing away on the outfield, which looks magnificent. And a credit yet again to Ben Gibson and his groundskeeping team here at Hove. Bamba in a game bowled. All Rizwan is beaten. That's a good delivery by Bamba, who's probed away here. I have to say I'm very impressed, Kevin, with the line and length that Ethan Bamba bowls. He bowls very, very few loose deliveries. Pitches the ball round about middle and off, and talk a lot about Ollie Robinson and the fact that Ollie Robinson is always trying to hit the top of a stump. And that's exactly what Ethan Bamba is trying to do. Runs away from us, comes in to bowl to Rizwan. He's bowled, and Rizwan cuts this one away. Just as I say that, he bowls a loose delivery outside of the off stump, cut away by Rizwan. They've come back for a second, and there's a comfortable third as George Garton calls his partner through. So 3 to Rizwan. He goes to 21, and Sussex to 323 for 5. Update coming to our listeners on BBC Radio Sussex. Mohammed Rizwan wants a new bat. Funny enough, he called for a new bat in the last game against Durham. I was here with Finn Hudson-Prentice, and he came up with a huge selection of bats. And Mohammed Rizwan, Finn Hudson-Prentice was saying just the amount of bats that Rizwan has in his kit bag. And comes Bamba, bowls, and Garton is forward. A ball of good length. Bamba fields off his own bowling. And there is no run. So end of the over. I think we're going to get a change because we're going to wait for a new bat to be brought out for Mohammed Rizwan, who wanders down the wicket and has a chat to George Garton. Sussex 323 for 5. And that's 27. And in fact, I didn't see the 50 partnership, I think, between these two. Sussex were 273 for 5. So it's 27 plus 23. So it is the 50 partnership, I think, between these two. Rizwan 21, Garton on 27. Unless I'm much mistaken, I'm fairly certain that's when the last wicket went down on 273. Yeah, so that was the 50 partnership between this pair. George Garton is calling, I think, for a drink. Mohammed Rizwan maybe doesn't want another bat, so we'll wait and see.
This is what we're waiting.
Yeah, has been a decent day for Sussex here today. They're 323 for 5. George Garton is on 27. Mohammed Rizwan is on 21. Important for Sussex they don't lose a wicket here, Danny, because Middlesex have taken the new ball and are looking dangerous with it. Sussex had a good day at one stage. They were 221 for 1, but then lost 4 for 48. Alistair Orr agonisingly out for 99, wrote on the stroke of tea. Tom Alsop made 113. Pujara rarely missed out for him today. He made 16 and Tom Clark 15, but these two just repairing the damage, and Sussex now going along nicely again, 323 for 5. Meanwhile at the Oval, Surrey 210 for 4 against Northamptonshire. Rory Burns, the opener, still there. He's on 93. Sorry to interrupt you there.
No, not all. It's a wobbly one, that, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. We need to get
it's
that
like jelly
fixed.
on a stick.
Yeah, we need to have the...
Look at that.
Yeah, we'll get that fixed. Kevin's headset. Can't hear what's being said down the line, but not to worry.
This is what we're all been waiting for, though, isn't it? Rizwan facing up to Afridi. So far, so good. 3, 2, 4 for 5. There was a point I was saying that Middlesex may harbour hopes of having them out for fewer than the fourth batting point. As here's Afridi. He bowls. Oh, it's short. It's top edged, and it's coming down to us. It'll be just short of the boundary ropers. Anderson slides and prevents the boundary, and that was onto Garton very quickly as the top edge flew. Eyes off it, eyes closed, I'd imagine, as he turned his head and swung the bat. 3, 2, 5 for 5, and it's Afridi against Rizwan again, and he's continuing left arm around to the right-hander. He does like it to come around the wicket to a right-hander, Afridi. Saw lots of it at Lord's last week. 2 slips, third, point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, backward square leg and a fine leg. And Afridi around the wicket, bowls to Rizwan, who opens the face to Holden at backward point, no run.
Lovely looking batsman, isn't he, Mohammad Rizwan? He's on the move, foot right to the pitch of the ball. He's a class batsman in all forms of the game.
Yeah, this is quite the matchup. Talking about Afridi versus Pujara first, but Pujara's been and gone before that second new ball and before the return of Afridi, who moves around the wicket again. He bowls and just full of a length. Rizwan's turning into the onside fielder at mid-wicket, taken from a straight line around the wicket, and that's what the oohs and the ahs and the exclamations from the field was all about.
I thought, who am I to say, but I thought he just played slightly across the line then, did Mohammad Rizwan.
Yep, he was falling over it to the offside, but ended up wristily taking the ball to mid-wicket. Takes his time. Afridi's been ready to go for a few moments. He looks up now, and Afridi runs in. Bowls. Oh, inside edge, flashes past leg stump. Looking for a crunching drive through the covers. 3-2-6 for 5. End of the over. Garton 28, Rizwan will keep strike on 23. What was your answer on 116 on his back?
Jack Carson is the current number 16 for Sussex.
Oh, I see.
And so Rizwan, who is number 16 when he plays for Pakistan, adopted 116. In fact, he didn't want a new bat, he wants a drink, does Mohammad Rizwan. 326 for 5. Just looking on the boundary edge, which reminds me, tomorrow afternoon, John Philby, the Sussex chairman, is going to join us for a chat. So if you've got questions for John, I know there is a members forum with John tomorrow lunchtime. If you do have any questions for John, then make sure
you... the members forum to a grilling by you.
Yeah.
Oh, he's a brave man.
Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. So if you want to get your questions into the new Sussex chairman about matters Sussex or maybe the broad game, what's going on in English cricket at the minute, then I'm sure John will answer them as honestly as he can. He's sitting away to our right-hand side. I can see him just shielding his eyes against the sun. So that's 2:30 tomorrow afternoon.
He's shielding his ears tomorrow.
I've been impressed by Ethan Bamber. Kevin.
He's a cracker, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he's bowled really tidily and he's looked dangerous as well. Excellent figures, 18 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 45. He's got a similar physique to Tim Murtagh, I would say. Would that be a fair comparison? I mean, he's not tall, is he? He's...
Yes, he does. Be a mischievous, Adrian.
Running away from us, coming into bowl to Mohammad Rizwan in and bowls, and Rizwan is forward, plays out into the covers, then there is no run. And certainly if he gets as many wickets as Tim Murtagh has got in first-class cricket, he'll be doing very well. The other thing I like about him is that when he delivers the ball, he sort of gets back to his mark quickly as well. Doesn't hang around.
Yep.
But he's done a lot of hard work here today. Mops his brow.
When Murtagh picked up his 900th wicket the other day, Adrian, De Carey's was on the field.
Here comes Bamber again over the wicket, bowls to Rizwan. Lets this one go through to Simpson, no run.
Wasn't born when Murtagh picked up his first.
Wow.
But he does. He has a good physique. Tim Murtagh. I shouldn't be saying otherwise. He has a good physique, much as Bamber does as well. You're absolutely right, Adrian.
Having said he's not tall, he's 5'11", but that's not overly tall for a quick bowler.
No, he's Murtagh-esque in what he does. Busy, skiddy, but he does manage to hit that seam. He does get a bit of bounce.
Absolutely.
Decent pace.
Runs away from us again, bowls, and forward comes Rizwan and punches that into the offside. What's impressive is he gives I probably talked myself into a boundary now, but he gives the batsman very little to hit.
Exactly. That's what we were talking about. He deserved that wicket when he picked up Pujara. He'd been the most economical of the bowlers today, and he's remained that. And he's brought his economy down ever since. 2.5 his economy coming into this over, where the economy across the innings has been closer to 4.
Bamber in again, bowls Rizwan just plays this one down to find. I'm not entirely sure he intended to go. They're thinking about a second, but there wasn't a second there. Throw comes in, not taken by Simpson, and has that gone for overthrows?
No, but Holden's managed to back up.
Well backed up, because it was a throw. It wasn't a great throw that came in from Luke Holman down at fine leg. It eluded John Simpson, and a good job Holden was backing up, because that would have been an ugly 4 overthrows. Rizwan to 24, 327 for 5. And as it stands, you'd have to say, Sussex have got the runs on the board, so they'll feel they've had perhaps the better of the day. But from where they were at 225 for 1, I think Middlesex will be pleased with the way they fought back. Sussex with their noses ahead, but not by much. Bamber runs away from us. In and bowls to Garton, who's forward, plays to square leg, and there is no run. I think if Sussex can get through to the close without having lost another wicket, they'll definitely have had the better of the day. And the new ball would then be 16 overs old going into tomorrow, but Freedy will still got a relatively hard ball to bowl with. Rest of the Sussex order: Robinson, Mason Crane, Aaron Beard and Sean Hunt. Whether it's in that order or not, we'll have to wait and see. I'd have thought there's probably a night watchman padded up. We shall see. Bamber in bowls, and Garton is forward, plays into the offside, and there is no run. Batting well, George Garton, considering this is the first match he's played this season. As we've said a couple of times, he's been suffering with the effects of COVID, or long COVID, and really good to see George back out in the middle. Touches gloves with Mohammed Rizwan. Another good, accurate over from Ethan Bamber. 19 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 46. Sussex are 327 for 5. This partnership between this pair is now worth 54 after Sussex had lost 4 for 48 either side of tea, and we've got another 8 overs remaining in the day.
Yeah, it's a pretty big 8 overs for the game. This ball's only 8 overs old. Freedy, what's he into now? 21st over. It's a big old workload, isn't it, they've got through today. Six seamers, actually, what is it precisely? Let's see. Here comes a Freedy's left arm over now to the right-handed Rizwan, and he bowls just outside off, left alone. Through it passes. Who has done the thick of it? Well, it's been Freedy, hasn't it? 22nd over. Bamber's now bowled 19. Anderson 17. Cullen 12. Holman 10. Stoneman 9 as a bonus.
Yeah.
Holden would have loved to bowl. Holden and, well, Robson again. The fact he's not in the slips, you'd have to assume that, again, if it is his bowling hand, his right hand. Freedy from the Cromwell Road end. Let's rip through to the gloves of Simpson. Nice 2 little sighters there first up, just on the 5th stump. So unable to leave alone.
People leaving, Kevin. I think people are pretty engrossed in this. This is a good contest between these two.
I wouldn't want to leave now. This is test standards. On a track or a square that last year was described as close to test standards you can get. This is Freedy bowls, very solid defence from Rizwan in behind that. This is top quality cricket right now between these two. Yeah. Looking forward to Pujara. Might get another look at Freedy to Pujara in the second innings.
Yeah.
Or a first look.
Rizwan is an experienced cricketer. He'll know the importance of not having to expose the lower order to a Freedy.
He's in. Bowl short. Rizwan hooks him away. Single down to deep backward square leg. 328 for 5 now for Sussex. 2 to come of the over. Garton on strike on 28. Rizwan has 25. Robinson against Robson and Stoneman and Hanscom, 3 former Test players. All 3, and I think it's fair to say, will harbour hopes of donning their international shirts for their Test teams again. Robson and Stoneman and Hanscom. Robinson, a current England player. Garton's obviously got international stock in terms of his overseas tournaments that he plays in. As here's a Freedy into bowl to him, and he runs this backward of points for a single, just fine of Stoneman. They're thinking about 2, back they come. Throw comes in from Cullen. It's 3:30 for 5.
Yeah, made his T20 England debut over in the Caribbean in the winter. Missed out last summer. Georgie was selected for the T20 squad and then sadly caught COVID. So he's very much on the England radar, is George Garton.
But in terms of test appearances, the matchup of Rizwan and Pujara against Afridi, and then Robson and Stoneman and Hanscom facing Robinson as here comes Afridi. It's a low full toss, I think a slower ball, and it loops for a moment back into the onside, wide of Afridi and down to mid-on. 3:30 for 5. 6-7 to go today here at Hove.
But it's a stern examination for George Gardner. I think he's coming through this really well because he's very much regarded as a white ball cricketer, but he's got a lot to offer with the red ball as George in this side as an all-rounder. And I think this is really good to see him playing a really responsible innings, coming in when Sussex were just rocking a little bit. They'd lost those 4 for 48 and needing to make sure they get through to the close without losing any further wickets against it. A quality new ball attacker. Freely speaks for himself, but Ethan Mamba, who poses plenty of questions with this new ball, is going to bowl his 20th over of the day. Figures of 1 for 46. He's coming in to bowl to Mohammed Rizwan. He's in over the wicket and bowls, and Rizwan lets this one go through to keeper Simpson, and there is no run.
They all deserve at least one more. The Middlesex bowlers, they have bowled extremely well today. They've really stuck to it. But Bamber in particular, I think, has been the pick of the bowlers. So, but then the drops, they came, was one off of Freedy, one off Cullen, and one off Anderson.
Yeah. Elsewhere, I can see Blake Cullen is warming up. Durham 306 for 3 down at New Road against Worcester, so maybe Ben Stokes won't bat today. The England skipper, as in comes Cullen bowl. Not Cullen, in comes Bamber and bowls. Rizwan plays to mid-on, fielded by Cullen, and there is no run. At Cardiff, Leicestershire 252 for 6 now against Glamorgan. Marnus Labuschagne in the wickets. He's taken 3 for 61. And there have been 2 run-outs in the Leicestershire innings. But the Oval, Surrey 223 for 4 against Northamptonshire. Rory Burns through to his 100. He's 101 not out. Bamber in and bowls to Rizwan, who's beaten outside the off-stump. That's a good delivery by Ethan Bamber, and he just had Mohammed Rizwan playing at that, taken by Simpson. There is no run. At Old Trafford, a century for Dominic Sibley, who's still there. He's on 117. At Warwickshire, the county champions, 254 for 5. At Southampton, Hampshire, 265 for 5 against Gloucestershire. James Vince making 78. Felix Organ 107. Bamber in again bowls, and Rizwan again drives, looking to play this through the offside. He's rather squared up and mistimes it to mid-wicket. There is no run. And at Chelmsford, a century for Sir Alistair. He's made 107. He's out now. Essex 231 for 3 against Yorkshire. 2 slips for Ethan Bamber, a third man, point cover mid-off. There's a mid-on, a mid-wicket and a fine leg. Sun out, Hove looking a picture as Bamber runs away from us. He's in and bowls, and Rizwan drives firmly to mid-off. It's another dot ball. Not that that will worry Rizwan unduly. His and George Carlton's job is to make sure they're there tomorrow morning. The Middlesex bowlers are keeping it really tight. It's absorbing cricket here at Hove. 13 from Tom Alsop, 99 from Alistair Orr earlier in the day, but Middlesex fighting back either side of tea. Bamber in again, bowls, and Rizwan falls with good length delivery, and that's a really fine over by Ethan Bamber. That's his 7th maiden. 20 overs, 7 maidens, 1 for 46 for Ethan Bamber, who gets a pat on the back from his skipper, Peter Hanscom. End of the over, 3:30 for 5, 6 overs remaining in the day, and we're going to get a change of bowling. I think Afridi might have bowled. We might see the last of him today. 22 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 76. It looks to me like Blake Cullen is going to bowl down the hill.
Big old workload today for Afridi. 22 overs. I'm going to bowl him into the dirt. And Cullen perhaps hasn't had as many as he'd like, and maybe a thought, look, let's get him that new ball running down the hill again, see if he can have some luck this evening. It was Anderson from this end, wasn't it? And Cullen from that end that had or dropped in consecutive deliveries. Extraordinary that, really, isn't it, to say it dropped in consecutive deliveries.
Yes.
And then there's been second and third drops of his innings. Just short of that century, 99. Edging to Hanscom at slip off Holman. As in comes Cullen, inside edge from Garton, down to long leg, single taken. 3-3-1 for 5. Ooh. Sims has lost a glove there as he tries to throw the ball around the offside. It's thinned out a little bit away to our left, doesn't it, Neil?
Yes, I think people tend to make their way from the Spenkama Pavilion, which gets in the shade. I think they tend to make their way to different parts. But I think a few people have drifted home. But it's been a really good day's cricket, Kevin. Absorbing stuff. Game that's ebbed and flowed.
Cullen. Balls. Cut away. Bit of a long hop outside the off stump from Cullen. Really dragged it down. 3-3-5 for 5. Yeah, it's ebbed and flowed. It's flowing back to Sussex this evening. If you'd have offered this to Sussex this morning, they would have absolutely taken it.
Oh, absolutely. No question about that. I think if these two can get it through to the close of play, very much Sussex's day.
Middlesex would have really hoped with that second new ball they'd have been able to do a fair bit of damage. Cullen bowls, full driven. Oh, just got a hand to it. Robson at mid-off, scrambling. They'll get 2. Scatters the pigeons. Rizwan's on to 33. Is he, or is he on to 31? He's on to 31, level with Garton.
The crowd, come on, Blakey.
Yeah, it's only his 13th over, isn't it? So an opportunity to still crank up the pace late this evening for Cullen, and he is sharp. He's in now, bowls. Edged! Taken! That slip. Hanscom has Rizwan. Gone for 31. Cullen with the wicket. 337 for 6. That is a huge wicket to the second new ball. A huge wicket for Middlesex on the first evening. They have fought back oh so hard against Sussex tonight. Pujara and Rizwan back in the pavilion. And Afridi didn't get either of them on day one. 337 for 6.
No, good catch as well, wasn't it? Went very fast. I mean, just above his head, you'd expect it to be taken at this level, but Rizwan on his way. And what that does do now is to just expose the Sussex tower. Looks to me like it's Ollie Robinson coming down the pavilion steps, making his way out to the middle. A perfectly capable batsman is Ollie Robinson, but you'd feel now that Middlesex will feel they're into the Sussex lower order, and that's a big breakthrough. Was that Hanscom who took the catch?
It was.
So
Rizwan goes Rizwan.
And that wicket going down on 337. It is Ollie Robinson. A lovely round of applause. People delighted to see Ollie Robinson back. So that partnership was worth 27 plus 37. What's that? 64.
Yep. Pretty important, that.
Rizwan and Garton, they'd have hoped to have carried it through until the close, but not the case. And credit to Peter Hanscom, he changed the bowling. He brought Blake Cullen in down the hill. How often do you see that with the skipper as rewarded? So this is not a night watchman. Quite often coaches leave it to batsmen to decide, don't they? Do you fancy going out? I mean, the night watchman would probably have been Sean Hunt, I would imagine, who's going to bat 11, or maybe Mason Crane, who came in as night watchman last week. But Ollie Robinson, keen to get in the action.
Yeah, I wondered how low he'd come in. I mean, is it fair to say this is the last pair where they could really do some damage still for Middlesex?
Yes, I don't know enough about watching Mason Crane or Aaron Beard bat.
Yeah, I've seen Crane a fair old bit. There's one end from the other. 2 slips crouched down. Here is Cullen to Robinson, who leaves alone outside off. 3-3-7 for 6. 5.1 overs to go tonight. Do you know, they'll be greedy. They'll still want 2 more tonight, especially with a new bat at the crease. Garton, new ball in hand.
Well, we said Sussex would have their noses in front. I mean, I still think they have, but another wicket now, and Middlesex will feel they've had a decent
It'll be
day.
Sussex's day no matter what happens tonight, I think. As Cullen is in, bowls, defended by Robinson on the front foot. I don't think anything in these final 5 overs now could swing the day in Middlesex's favour, because Sussex have got runs on the board. And you think of the drop catches, that's the big...
Yes.
That's the big thing that we're going to have to balance here. You know, you wait until both sides have batted. The biggest thing with this innings is, had that catch been held second ball of the day, had either of those two in 2 deliveries been held, then how much quicker could Middlesex have got through this innings? And, you know, it'll all go, the pressure will pile on the start of the Middlesex innings. If Robinson can get in and get a couple of wickets early, then all of a sudden a score of 350 plus looks outstanding.
Well, Ethan Bamber is going to bowl the 92nd over of the day, coming into bowl to George Garton. 2 slips, third man, sweeper on the cover boundary. As Bamber runs in hard, bowls to Garton, who's forward, and plays back to Bamber, who feels of his own bowling. And there is no run. So 2 slips, third man, sweeper on the cover boundary. There's a cover and a mid-off, a mid-on, square leg and a fine leg. And a lovely evening down on the south coast. The sun is out. It's sort of a hazy sunshine at the moment.
Oh, it's great this, isn't it, Adrian?
Yeah,
imagine if they got their wish and got it 14 down to 10. They've already got it 16 down to 14. What do we do?
Bamber on his way again, bowls and Garton drives firmly. He's going to get runs down to third man. In fact, I thought it'd been a brilliant piece of fielding, but George Garton picks up a boundary. Lovely looking shot by George Garton through backward point. Fielded in there, Luke Coleman couldn't stop it going over the boundary, and George Garton goes to 35. Lovely looking shot by George Garton, who does hit the ball hard. And it's really good to see him back in Sussex colours, batting at number 7. He goes to 35. Sussex 341 for 6. I'm going to make way at the end of this over for Rita Green, who will join Kevin for the last 4 overs of the day. As in comes Bamber again, bowls and Garton drives on the bounce. I thought for a minute it was on the full to cover, but there is no run. Garton remains on 35. Sussex 341 for 6. Just for those joining you during the day, sorry to be a bore, but just a quick reminder, Sussex winning the toss, batting first. Haynes out for 17 when the score on 21, but then Alistair Orr and Tom Alsop sharing a partnership with 204. War making 99, Alsop 113, but Sussex either side of tea losing 4 for 48 as Middlesex fought back. In comes Cullen, in comes Bamber again, bowls to Garton, who plays into the offside, and there is no run. Rizwan and Garton just steadying the Sussex ship, adding 64. For the 6th wicket before Mohammed Rizwan was out in the last over, bowled by Blake Cullen. Rizwan out for 31. With plenty of overs left to get to their maximum batting points. They'll be keen to see it through this evening without further loss. In comes Bamber, bowls to Garton, who eases that into the point area and picks up a single. George Garton, he goes to 36. And Sussex 342 for 6. Ethan Bamber in his 21st over, figures of 7 maidens, 1 for 51. He's plugged away and picked up the important wicket of Cheteshwar Pujara, who was caught by Max Holden at backward point for 16, driving up one just slightly outside of the off stump. He's furious with himself, Pujara. Bamber in bowls, and Robson's beaten outside the off stump. Good delivery by Ethan Bamber. He'll enjoy putting his feet up tonight. He's bowled extremely well. 21 overs, 7 maidens, 1 for 51 for Ethan Bamber. Sussex 342 for 6. 4 overs left in the day. And I'm going to leave you with Kevin. Rita.
Thanks, Adrian. Very enjoyable first day here at Hove. Match nicely poised in the balance of the hosts at the moment. So here's Cullen. He's picked up one of the big wickets. Rizwan really looked classy out there, Rizwan. Huge wicket. Held the new ball at bay for a while, but still 4 overs to get through tonight for Sussex. 2 slips go down behind Garton. There's a deep point and a deep square as Cullen bowls, just full of a length and a forward defence from the left-hander. He's met at mid-off. 42 for 6. Is that fair comment? No matter what happens in these final 4 overs, the day belongs to Sussex.
I think so, Kevin. It really has been Sussex's day, but credit where it's due. Middlesex have fought back valiantly. Probably felt the game was slipping away from them at just before the break.
Cullen's past the umpire, he bowls, and a forward defence from Garton. I mean, for sure, over the years, having interviewed Middlesex, at the end of days like this, the answer is generally, well, Middlesex's day. No, if they were in the Sussex position, no, because nobody else took it on. You can't leave it all to just 2 people to do. They've set a foundation on which the others should build.
Yeah.
They'll be disappointed, Sussex, but then if you reach a 4th batting point, you can't be that disappointed with your effort. I think, again, let's wait until both sides are batted, because if Middlesex has shot out cheaper than this, then all of a sudden it looks a fabulous day's cricket as Cullen bowls and forward goes Garton, pushing into the onside, 3-4-2 for 6, but they had the opportunity to boss the game from the off.
They really did.
Feels like that should be gone now, unless Middlesex really let them off the hook, which is 3.3 overs tonight, and then come back with the new ball, 16 overs olds in the morning, and Afridi and Bamba starting up again, where again they'll hope to wrap it up quickly. The final 4 wickets, if they haven't got a further inroad this evening, is Bamba. Hits the crease, bowls, and Garton on his toes will have to get back, and he does as the throw comes in underarm from point. Max Holden backing up off his own bowling, Cullen.
This is not the time for a quick single. I'm suggesting if you're a Sussex fan, Middlesex, you say, go ahead.
Big old clobbering bowler at the non-strikers end as well.
Yeah. Well, in summary of the day, though, having a 200+ run partnership, you think the game's been completely taken away from you. But what a day of cricket.
Just full of a length from Cullen, east to backward point by Garton, no run.
I think Middlesex would be delighted that Rizwan and Pujara they didn't get out cheaply, did they? But they got out before they really got going.
Yeah.
You could tell that Pujara was like a coiled spring.
Again, if you'd have said to Middlesex at the start of the day, Pujara will face 10 deliveries and you'll have Rizwan out for 33. Happy with that? Oh, yeah, we'll take that.
It would have bitten your hand off, wouldn't you?
Yep. Cullen bowls full onto the pads, pitching outside the line of leg. End of the over. 3:42 for 6 Sussex. Robinson yet to get off the mark. He'll have the strike. Garton has 36. And we have 3 overs left. BBC Sussex, BBC Radio London, BBC Sport. Adrian Harms, myself, Kevin Hand and Rita Green.
Umpire Blackwell not interested at all with that big LBW shout. Yeah, so 3 overs remaining, as Kevin mentions, and Bamba to continue from the sea end. 21 overs he's bowled today, Ethan Bamba, with a very important wicket thrown in there as well. You know what, I'm going to retract that. We've got a change of bowling. Anderson, yes. Just keeping my toes, this Middlesex crew. Anderson from the sea end, so up the slope. And who's on strike? Well, it's certain Ollie Robinson.
This could be a good encounter because Anderson, he's not a metronome like Bamba. He'll try and put a few into the ribs, a few on the toes. He won't be afraid of taking on Robinson, who likewise will be far from afraid of taking on Anderson, but it's late in the day for it.
Martin Anderson in and bowls to Robinson, who defends solidly. The ball dribbles out to mid-on, and there is no run. You think there's a little mini battle going on here before close? Why not?
The only thing being, 12 deliveries left for Anderson today to make an impact. Robinson might be able to resist and just say, I'll come back tomorrow and deal with this then. Just see out this evening. That's his job. Just get through to the morning and see if they can get, what have they got, 17 overs to get another 60 runs for maximum batting points.
Anderson again up the slope from the sea end to Robinson, who cuts into the offside, and there's a bit of a chase here between 2 of the fielders. In fact, Afridi is chasing the ball towards the boundary and cuts it off, and they scuttle through for 3 valuable runs. Nice cut cut there. It was there to be. It was short. It was wide. It was cut very nicely and safely and freely fielded. And the scorers moved on to 245 for 6. Robinson on 3, Garton on 36.
Yeah, nice little shot that by Robinson. I'm a bit disappointed it didn't go to 4 because I'd like to have seen what Anderson's follow-up would have been, whether he banged one in short. So.
Would have fired him up.
Yeah.
Well, let's see. Even conceding 3 might have fired him up. You never know. Left-handed Garton to face this one from Anderson, who's up to the wicket and bowls and defensive stroke, and there is no run. I mean, on the as we look at it on the left-hand side to the commentary box, that is an acre of space, isn't it, to defend? And with the slope as well, you've got to do pretty well to get it over the boundary rope. Or you can do what Pujara did and hit a 6. I think Rizwan hit a 6 as well, didn't he?
Yes.
That's one way to get around that problem. Anderson starts his run-up and then decides to start again because the batsman is not ready. Garton facing this delivery on 36 not out. Anderson in and bowled up the slope and nicely pushed into the offside, but straight to the fielder, and there is no run. It's been an intriguing day's play. I think it's nicely poised. I think the first session of tomorrow is going to be absolutely vital to figure out where this game is going.
I mean, it feels like the kind of match where Middlesex have got to come out and score at least 100 more than Sussex have now in their own first innings.
Anderson with the next ball from the C end, and it's nicely driven to mid-off, but straight to the fielder and powerfully done. So there's no chance of a run, no score there.
But you never know. Maybe they can shoot out Sussex cheaply in the third innings, or Sussex manage to bat quickly and set a ridiculous chase for Middlesex on the final day, and Robinson and Garson and co get out there and bowl them out. But it feels like somebody needs to try and wrestle control of this game tomorrow.
Anderson in and bowls to Garton, and this is a short delivery very much down the leg side, and no one was anywhere near it. Straight to this keeper. End of the over, 245 for 6. Just 2 overs remaining of the day. The deck chairs in the far distance are very much unoccupied now, so a lot of the spectators in the crowd today have decided maybe to get in their cars or walk home, etc., a little bit early. But I tell you what, another wicket for Middlesex, and they will be delighted, wouldn't they?
I mean, that's what I mean about somebody's got to wrestle control tomorrow. It feels like the game, for the game to move on, it's going to be a high-scoring game, and a high-scoring game over 4 days means somebody's got to score extremely big. Maybe it turns out this is an extremely big score. Maybe that Orr and Allsop partnership. Here's Cullen bowls in behind this one. Robinson defends to point. There's no run. That's all to be played out tomorrow. So whether it's Sussex take control with the ball tomorrow, or Middlesex go even bigger themselves as they did last year here on this Hove square that's proved so prolific for them with the runs.
But Middlesex have been so strong this season already. I know early stages. They'll be wanting to up the ante, wouldn't they, tomorrow?
Cullen to Robinson. Well, it's a forward defence from Robinson up to mid-off, but it's this man in the middle at the moment, or on strike at the moment, Robinson, that I think. Middlesex, if Robson and Snowman can see him off, it's no disrespect to Garson or any of the others, but he's done it to Middlesex a few times over the years, Robinson, and he got a score of 400 on the board. This ball's clipped away into the onside, and there's a
It's going around the ground.
.47 for 6 it is. And in comes Cullen again, bowls to Robinson. This is left alone outside of the off stump. Through to the keeper it goes. Apologies if you lost us there for a moment on the stream, on the BBC website and app.
I towards the end of the day of day one of Sussex against Middlesex. It's Division 2 match in the LV Insurance County Championships.
Yeah, it would be a day's cricket without a technical problem, would it? Here's Cullen, 2 slips crouch down. He bowls and Robinson turns backward square on the leg side, and they will pick up 2. 349 for 6. The 4th batting point very much in sight. At 5 down, so Middlesex had a chance to try and wrap them up short of the 4th batting point with the 2nd new ball, but Rizwan Garson saw well clear of that with a good 64-run partnership. Now Robinson helping Garson nudge towards that 4th batting point tonight, which means they're going to have a whopping 14 overs in the morning to score 50 runs for maximum batting points. As Cullen bowls a bouncer to Robinson. He may well get that back before the match is out. End of the over. 349 for 6. It goes through to Simpson harmlessly enough, though, looping down the leg side. Garson will have strike for the final over of the day. Worst case scenario, Sussex, they're 7 down at stumps, having decided to bat on day 1.
Yeah, Ollie Robinson thought about hooking that one, but thought again. He's 6'5" is Ollie Robinson, so quite a target for the Middlesex bowlers. And they'll be looking to just get to the end of play without losing a wicket. If you're a Sussex fan, if you're a Middlesex fan, you've got 6 balls to see what you can pinch at the end of the day. And the last over of the day is by Martin Anderson, who comes up the hill from the sea end to Garton, who pushes it into the offside to the right-hand side of the cover fielder. They scuttle through for a run, and that means that Sussex are up to 350 for 6. Ollie Robinson on 7 and George Garton on 37. Actually, from a Garton perspective, first game of the season. That's a decent inning so far, but as we know in this wonderful game that sleep overnight, got to start again the next day. Anderson in again from the sea end to Ollie Robinson, who I give him the benefit of the doubt, let that one go. I think there was a smidgen of temptation to nibble at it. Ollie Robinson goes for a little wander towards the square leg area, moves his helmet around and then wait to receive the next ball. What a day's play it's been. Plenty of runs on the board for Sussex. Anderson to Ollie Robinson, and lets that one go through to John Simpson, and there is no run. Really enjoyed today, actually. It's been a beautiful day down here. Not a glimmer of the R word. Rain, if you're wondering, which is nice to see, especially at the early stages of any season. But plenty to do for Middlesex tomorrow. And as you say, Kevin, it all depends on the Middlesex innings. Ollie Robinson to receive the next ball from Martin Anderson, who a bit of a misfield in the offside, and Ethan Bamber will be disappointed with that. Ollie Robinson just nudged it into the offside. It should have been a pretty easy pick up there from Ethan Bamber. Been a long day in the field for Ethan Bamber, and it scuttles through all the way to the boundary rope for 4 runs. Totals now 354 for 6. Robinson up to 11.
Yep, it's been a solid end to the day. We're talking about Middlesex winning a session. Have Middlesex won any of the sessions today?
Possibly after lunch. Anderson to Robinson, who lets that one go. Do you know what? Ollie Robinson, from a Middlesex perspective, he's giving me... from a Sussex perspective, give me sort of heart palpitations. I think he's leaving it, but he's leaving it late in his decision making. I'm sure he knows what he's doing. But yeah.
I suppose this session, the session resumed with 60. All was out last ball before tea, so 4 wickets have fallen this evening. 4 for 108. So I guess that's Middlesex's session, 4 wickets in the evening.
Anderson, last ball of the over to Ollie Robinson, and lets that one go through to the keeper. It's the end of the over, and it's the end of the first day's play between Sussex and Middlesex. The umpire puts the middle stop down, and the bails are taken off, so it's definitely the end of today's play. What a day's play it's been. Sussex finished the day on 354 for 6. Robinson on 11 not out. Garton is also not out on 37. We come back tomorrow for another days of play tomorrow, and it'll be intriguing. Kevin, your summary please on a pretty exciting day from a Sussex perspective, all to do for Middlesex tomorrow.
Lunch was good. Perhaps should have gone for the cheese option rather than chili con carne. The sandwiches were fine. No, that was a really, really good day's cricket. I think everything we all hoped for turning up today. Look, the pitch is good. Let's go to that first. The weather's good. Things that certainly at this stage of the season, you think, oh, don't let this be a rain-affected draw between these sides, or don't let it be a flat track draw, or a farcical draw on a pitch that's done in 2 days. It's none of those things. We've got a really good cricket match between two strong Division 2 sides. It's Division 2 County Championship cricket, which comes in for an awful lot of criticism. Pujara and Rizwan took the back seat a little bit today, didn't they, to the other star names, homegrown names in this, or certainly, let's put it this way, obviously Allsop came across from Hampshire, didn't he? But and likewise Middlesex.